V2 Chapter 901, that is the future new global monopoly of technology. Find the latest chapter. The first HIOO Private Space Business Conference was very successful. Luo Sheng personally came to join in, so that the attention of this exchange platform soared, and the value soared exponentially. This is the high premium of celebrity effect. After the meeting, Luo Sheng, Chi Hongjun, Dalan Damu and other guests left a commemorative photo. As soon as the meeting ended in the morning, Chi Hongjun initiated a lunch invitation to Luo Sheng, but he declined in the end. Chi Hongjun didn't keep too much, knowing that the idol god's time is precious and his family's big business is busy. He is flattered to be able to make time to join in. Luo Sheng's purpose in coming to Binching this time is very clear, that is to join the HIOO conference. People arrived and the chicken soup was delivered. The conference will continue in the afternoon. But Luo Sheng did not decide to participate, and there is no need to continue staying. Before noon, he set off to go back to his home, and lunch was directly settled on his private plane. If you don't leave, the leaders of Binching will be able to find them, and then the problem of sophistication will be indispensable. Luo Sheng left after the morning of the HIOO conference. The reporters present watched him leave with regret and did not accept any interviews. The business car team drove directly to Binching Airport all the way, and Luo Sheng's private Airbus A380 had been waiting for a long time. The business car drove directly onto the plane, and took off and left Binching in 10 minutes, heading for the way back. What Luo Sheng boarded was not an airplane, but a real flying palace. Many media have reported that the A380 private jet, valued at $500 million, owned by the rich and wealthy Prince Al-Walid, is actually more luxurious than the local tyrants. It's just that the local tyrants are very high profile and exposed the interior scenes of their private jets, which aroused the attention of the world, and also ushered in environmentalists who criticized the extravagant behavior of the local tyrants. But Luo Sheng is very low. The interior of his private jet has never been exposed. However, its extreme luxury is absolutely greater than that of the local tyrant prince. The total value of his special plane has reached 4.5 billion yuan. Sky high. Luo Sheng's science and technology complex is also very luxurious, and as a privately owned super building, it is simply a realistic version of Iron Man, so a large private building cannot be hidden. However, he has a way to make the public's attention as positive as possible instead of hatred, and the technique is also very simple, that is, posing. Just like Gates queuing up on the roadside to buy hamburgers and other operations that are all posed for the public to see, the real life of the rich cannot be reached by ordinary people's imagination, and they will never be seen until that level. It's just a posing effect. Most of the reports and exposed photos about this building are a private office building. In other words, it is for a high degree of freedom to work, but the luxury living area is hidden. Only the supercomputer inside, except for the underground library laboratory, other office areas and so on, gives people a kind of Luo Sheng is a super science nerd. In fact, it's not wrong. It's just that the extravagant side is hidden. The luxurious leisure facilities in the building, the beautiful bubbling housekeepers and the like have not been passed on. Low profile. In the recreation area on the third floor of the abdomen of the plane, and Kingsu came here with a stack of documents in her arms, approaching the gate and automatically opened horizontally and walked into the recreation room. It is a large bath, inlaid with marble, only 2 mm thick to reduce weight. It is worth mentioning that this Airbus A380 modified aircraft has the original more than 800 seats removed, and its total internal area exceeds the size of a Sanj tennis court. Inside the aircraft there is also a private living area meeting room with direct access to the meeting room. There are 7 suites in the private area. In the lounge, large curtains hang from the ceiling, and the walls are painted with landscape paintings made of optical fiber materials. The degree of luxury breaks through ordinary people's imagination of luxury life. And Kingsu came here and looked around for a week and saw Luo Sheng enjoying himself in the warm bath with his eyes closed. Ming technology has been finalized. Hearing this, Liu Sheng closed his eyes and asked casually, "How much did you want?" The angel round of financing gave him 2.2 million to sell 12% of the equity, but Chi Hongjun asked for 850,000 and sold 8% of the equity. And King Su looked at Liu Sheng with a smile. "Your vision is quite poisonous." Yes, few people of the same age can still have this recognition under Chi Hongjun's current situation. I don't know where he has drifted. It's a bit too early to say this now. I can only say that the future can be expected. Liu Sheng opened his eyes and looked at the Bohai landscape outside the porthole beside him. The company can survive without relying on capital financing. The other is whether it can be stable in the face of the temptation of capital. Now it seems to be stable. Keep track and observation. I hope he can get up, and it won't be in vain. This is true. Nowadays, Chi Hongjun and his Ying technology have gone from being no one in capital to being favored and concerned by many VC institutions. The gorgeous change overnight is that Liu Sheng participated in the HIOO conference. And Liu Sheng was so optimistic and appreciated him in front of the world at the conference. If Chi Hongjun and his Ying technology eventually failed, Liu Sheng would still lose so much face. But it doesn't hurt. Fortunately, although Chi Hongjun is young, his rich resume and hardship in the past made him very clear that the change in his opportunities was not because of him, and he also knew that the sudden arrival of the capital did not really favor his remoteness and the space dream. After all, it was because of Liu Sheng. The HIOO conference went viral overnight, including Chi Hongjun and Ying Technology Company. Liu Sheng used his influence to bring a wave of super traffic to it, causing its attention to soar. At the conference, Liu Sheng's 1 trillion support dream went viral all over the internet on the same day, and netizens quickly created a wave of news stalks. I have voted for this project. I support my dream. Who of you still has a dream? Doge. What, the Israel fish? Believe it or not, the Archbishop hacked it to death. Cover face. Xiaoa, GIF, talent. Nima will die in the comment area sooner or later. Investor, RNM, refund money. Liu Sheng, spending the investors' money to pretend that it's cool. In one word, it's not mine anyway. Haha. Cover face, cover face, cover face. So it seems that I also paid for my dream through the introduction of the Strategic Allotment Fund. Can you understand it this way? Face. Investor, cuckoo, collect your magical powers and save some flowers. There is no more food in the landlord's house at cry. Don't ask. Ask is to support the dream. There is a saying, this wave of operations of the Archbishop absolutely can afford the title of the Godfather of Science and Technology. How many shining stars in the space field can be spawned by this trillion dream funds in the future? We have reason to expect and wait and see. This is the best time, because there is a legend like Liu Sheng. Maybe he can help you when you lack funds and have to give up your dreams, and won't let a penny stump the hero. This is also the worst in the era. Because of a legend like Liu Sheng, you basically cannot surpass him. You may be able to shine with your own light in this era, but it is absolutely impossible to surpass a hot man. While you are still choosing a major for a good future, please see what the Archbishop is doing, because that is the future. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record this chapter 902, that is the future reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Global Monopoly of Technology, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! V2 Chapter 902 Group Response. Dream Set Sail New Global Monopoly of Technology. Find the latest chapter. The content that Liu Sheng published at the HIOO Private Commercial Space Conference has aroused great repercussions at home and abroad, especially in China. There are a group of aspiring young people who have a dream of space and are passionate but are stumped by a penny. Excited. At the HIOO conference, Liu Sheng undoubtedly said some spiritual chicken soup art. but no one was disgusted. The biggest difference in this bowl of chicken soup is that it is not just talking about it. Luo Sheng is really going to spend 1 trillion yuan in real money, yuan renminbi. It doesn't matter whether the money belongs to him or the investor. People who saw this news admired Chi Hongjun, but at the same time they strengthened their minds. Some young startup teams who are about to persist and are basically in a state of generating power for love have seen hope, and some hesitating young people have the determination and courage to invest in it, because Luo Sheng has given them great hope for the space dream in their hearts. On the same day, the number of visits to the official website of Star Arrow International soared. Except for the lively eating melon netizens, the rest were all concerned about the contents of the public project solicitation released by Star Arrow International to the world. The subdivided areas are too numerous to enumerate. There are too many content to watch, but it also means a lot of opportunities. The download volume of the electronic version of its announcement is also rapidly soaring. The solicitation of these projects by Star Arrow International is to give all entrepreneurs who want to make a big splash in the aerospace field a certain direction of struggle. These solicitation projects are actually a series of problems and pain points faced by human beings in the space age, and they are engaged in space. Star Arrow International of Tanlad must face these pain points directly. Whoever can provide solutions means that it has won the super customer of Star Arrow International. Those who want to make a big splash in the aerospace field have also downloaded the project solicitation documents and read them carefully to see if they are connected to the projects they want to do. As long as they can be connected, it is undoubtedly extremely inspiring. Wang Chen is a junior at Huago University of Science and Technology. He chose optical information science and technology. Although he was a student from a rural family, he was inspired by science fiction books and yearned for the universe. With the romance of a man, I like the imagination of space battleships in science fiction movies. Since his sophomore year, Wang Chen has first entered the society and joined some technology companies as interns. He is also a typical science and technology house. Girlfriends and other things are not within his scope of consideration at all. As soon as he has free time, he starts pure. He made some small inventions such as lasers by hand, and taught himself computer programming for this purpose. In fact, he didn't have time to talk about love at all. He couldn't fall behind in his studies, he had to do internships, and he had to work part-time to make some extra money. Now there is no need for tuition and living expenses at home, and the few free time is also devoted to the space dream. Today, Wang Chen saw the news of the HIOO conference, and now the headlines are covering this matter. There are also many people in the school discussing Luo Sheng's 1 trillion support for his dream. The whole network is discussing, and Wang Chen of course also knows up. After watching the content of Luo Sheng's speech at the HIOO conference, it had a great impact on Wang Chen and changed his life trajectory. The dream of looking up at the stars that had been planted in my heart since I was a child is ready to move again. At this moment, Wang Chen is alone in the dormitory, staring at the content on the screen of the Azure Book laptop produced by the Blue Coast. It is the open project solicitation of Star Arrow International for the world. They are all related to the ladder project. There are more than thousands of large and small projects, covering areas and specialties, and Wang Chen locked in the solicitation of solutions for the orbital high-altitude space junk. Since the successful launch of the first artificial satellite by mankind, today's Earth orbiting platform has actually been filled with all kinds of space junk. In the context of the increasing frequency of contemporary private commercial space exploration, while creating more space junk, the threat to human space activities is also increasing. The space junk problem is a problem that the Forerunner 2 inches super space station operating in low-altitude orbit in the ladder project has to face. It is too big and will become bigger and bigger in the future, which means those floating in orbit. The threat of large and small garbage debris cannot be ignored. Star Arrow International has launched a collection of space waste treatment projects for commercial companies, scientific research institutions or private wild technology giants around the world. As long as it can provide feasible solutions for the disposal of space waste, Star Arrow International can provide R&D funds and technology support and cooperation. Wang Chen read the contents of the solution of this project several times and said to himself, can artificial laser devices be deployed on higher orbits to clear space junk debris? Theoretically, it is not impossible. High-energy lasers can perform better in space. At least they will not be affected by the scattering of the atmosphere. Large debris cannot be removed, but small debris is completely possible. It's not realistic to salvage small fragments. The cost is too high and it is not sustainable. However, the laser can be efficiently cleaned at a fixed point, and the book can handle one. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly knew what his future goal was. His brain was running fast, and an idea became clearer and clearer. Wang Chen, who is already passionate, will not look forward and backward like a middle-aged man, and of course he will do what he says. I immediately opened another page of Star Arrow International, and took a good look at the project solicitation instructions. Face-to-face interviews can be conducted through cloud networking. Star Arrow International will have a strategic investment department to review the declared Party-B's project. You can first understand it through video. After confirmation, the staff at the local business site will come to investigate and finally decide whether to invest and cooperate. After reading it, Wang Chen went through it well in his brain. Now he only has a goal to strive for, but he has no money, no technology, and no talent. It is not easy to get the financial and technical support of Star Arrow International. First, you have to write a business plan to let others know what you are doing, and then plan to do it, and then put in some samples to prove that you have this strength. These 2 points must be passed. If these 2 basic points are met, and Star Arrow International's project solicitation requirements, basically you can make money according to the situation. At the same time, the targeted distribution of the corresponding platform resources will also be obtained. You reading www.uukanzu.com has allowed these aspiring young people to have a relatively good starting stage through this series of support methods. Young people like Wang Chen want resources without resources, technology without technology, contacts without contacts, and funds without funds. It doesn't matter, Star Arrow International can help them solve these problems. But they must have brains, ideas, enthusiasm, daring to move forward, and energy, which can be as crazy as a bloodshot. Wang Chen began to draft a business plan, and decided to start with a studio while studying and finishing his studies. The name is more casual, called Chenxi Studio, and you can register as Chenxi Technology Co. Limited if you get results in the future. As for what to do next, as Wang Chen continued to think about and fill in the details, the plan in his brain became clearer and clearer, and he gradually had a set of relatively complete visions to realize each stage goal and move forward. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 903 group response, Dream Set Sail, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Global Monopoly of Technology, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! V2 Chapter 903 Wang Chen's Plan New Global Monopoly of Technology. Find the latest chapter. Regarding the current plan, Wang Chen does not intend to start a company immediately, although he also knows that Luo Sheng almost dropped out of school before and after his sophomore year to start Blue Star Technology, and was talked about by countless young entrepreneurs or college students. But that is a legend that cannot be copied after all. Wang Chen also knows that his starting stage is completely incomparable with Luo Sheng. He is a poor second generation. But Luo Sheng's family background was much more substantial than 90% of the whole country's families 20 years ago. His parents in that era, 1 million years of income could be achieved. With Luo Sheng's rise to fame, this information was also excavated by the media. In the words of the present, Luo Sheng is a proper Hulang. Although the media described him as a self-made legend, there is nothing wrong with it. But the family background really cannot be ignored. These 4 words often represent a lot of social resources, network resources, and so on. Qin Weimu is a typical example. Luo Sheng was able to have outstanding top talents to join in the early stage of the establishment of Blue Star technology when the future is still uncertain, helping him design a complete set of top-level structure of the company and quickly operate it, so that he can confidently climb technology. It has long been rumored on the internet that when Qin Weimu joined Luo Sheng's family background, he played an important role, and ordinary entrepreneurs did not have this kind of resources at all. Wang Chen still has a very clear understanding of his own situation. Everything has to be done step by step. He must complete the phase goals in a planned way. When his brain gets hot, he will definitely break the blood. This is his internship experience. Some experience gained since. It took more than 2 hours for Wang Chen to draft the plan, and he had a general idea. But only 2 hours is definitely not enough, and he has to repeatedly supplement and optimize further details. At this moment, Wang Chen sits in front of the computer and shakes his legs mechanically, but his brain is calculating what resources such as capital and contacts he can use now. Don't talk about registering a company, it costs a lot of money to build a studio. Wang Chen said to himself, deciding to start. Naturally, all have to plan. The first thing is to think about how to use limited resources. In terms of venue, by the way, there is a vacant and abandoned room on the top floor of the dormitory. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. You can apply for this from the school. It should be done. It can be turned into a base for the studio after cleaning. A large amount of rental expenses. It is not cheap to rent a house outside. Every dollar is very precious for the opening stage, and if you can save it, you will save it. In terms of staffing, Wang Chen also has a good eye. During the studio's stage, he can only find alumni in the school. One is that he has a relative understanding and has a bottom line. The other is that everyone is the same school student and has many common topics. The last point is the most important. Don't pay too high a salary, and increase the salary of interns a little bit more without worrying about no one coming. You can even prostitute for nothing. If you go directly to the society to recruit formal employees, Wang Chen, who is not capable, does not want it, and people with strength will not come. They may not get along well when they come. Those who are in the society will rely on their own experience. Command the boss with a high profile, thinking that you are just a kid. Wang Chen didn't want to recruit such people to teach him how to do things. After determining the target positioning of the team members, Wang Chen began to focus on the startup funds. After a rough calculation, Shanxi Studio, which has not yet been born, wants to operate according to its own expectations, and the budget for the first year cannot be less than 200,000 yuan while saving costs as much as possible. Sure enough, I still have to find Star Arrow International to get a good run. Wang Chen took a look at his current worth. It was about 60,000 yuan. This money has been earned independently over the past year or so. The main source of income is through selling postgraduate entrance examination materials between the dormitories. They are knocking on the door one by one to sell them. In fact, they are collecting IQ taxes, which can be found online. It is more energy consuming, and sold to dormitory alumni. They also thank Wang Chen for the convenience. Obviously, he also relied on the laziness of the alumni to earn the diligent money, that is, to earn the interest rate. Selling the postgraduate entrance examination materials brought him a total of 80,000 yuan in income, plus the income from internship and thousands of scholarships. In total, it brought about 100,000 yuan in income. Wang Chen has not asked for money from his family for a long time. Tuition and living expenses can be settled by himself. He does not plan to ask for money from his family when he decides to start a business. One is that he has no money, and the other may not be able to pay. After thinking about it, I can only rely on the indirect funding of Star Arrow International and the idol in my heart to realize my space dream. Excluding living expenses and tuition expenses, Wang Chen still has about 50,000 yuan left at his disposal. However, in the past 6 months, he did not deposit the money in the bank, but used it decisively for investment and financial management. But it's not about stock trading or depositing money. It's about buying a robust 300ETF index fund. The money saved in the past 6 months is to invest in it after the market drops, and then hold it today. Just leave it there as a fixed deposit. Wang Chen is not completely ignorant of finance. He doesn't want to waste too much time in financial investment. Lazy investment index funds are the most suitable, and there is no need to pay attention. Moreover, he has a brainless view of the market by 10,000 points. The time period is about 5 to 10 years. The right is to invest in pensions. The logic is also very simple. That is, I firmly believe that the future and national fortune of this country must go up and strong, so no matter how the index fund falls, it will go up sooner or later. On the contrary, if it falls too much, it happens to have spare money, Wang Chen will not hesitate. Additional purchases. If even the 300 ETF is not saved, it means that this country has no future. Basically, the money in the hands is not consumed. Whether in currency or real assets, it is useless. Oh, the profit has fallen back for more than half. It has fallen so badly these days. I would have known that I sold it last week. Wang Chen, who decided to use the money, opened his account and glanced at it and found that the 300 ETF he had purchased floating profit fell to plus 32.34%. And the principal plus profit was about 66,000 yuan. The highest time was when the market approached 3,800 points last week. It reached a plus 40.88% yield. Wang Chen's buying time was very good. It happened to be the best buying point when the Sequoia pandemic hit a golden pit last year. This is why the profit of buying 300 ETF index funds rose to a high level in less than a year, plus 40 points or more. In the same period, the market index rose by plus 23.65%. And now Wang Chen also leads the market index at plus 15.32% with a return rate of plus 32.34%. He seized the opportunity of the golden pit and directly took the lead of more than one position with the market. The killings in the market in recent days have been fierce. Wang Chen did not realize how violent the global capital market fighting in the past few days. On the contrary, he was still stable in the case of Slam King. The profit of the company is more than plus 30 points, and most investors lose about 10 points. Some investors who play leverage have lost their positions so that their mothers don't even recognize them. This money was originally used in no hurry, but now that I decided to take the road of entrepreneurship, I made a profit in advance today, closed all the positions of 300 ETF, and waited for the T+1 lockup period. Tomorrow you can transfer from a securities account to a bank account. Not enough. There is a gap of 150,000 yuan. Wang Chen looked at the amount on the securities account, 66,000 yuan, and he had to set aside 15,000 yuan. After reading it for a while, I clicked to quit, reworked my thoughts and continued to complete the plan, and then went to Star Arrow International to declare. Wang Chen didn't think much about it. The remaining funding gap could only rely on the Archbishop's 1 trillion yuan to support his dreams for help. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 904 Wang Chen's plan, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Global Monopoly of Technology, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! V2 Chapter 904 Digital Currency led by Star Arrow International New Global Monopoly of Technology. Find the latest chapter. Wang Chen only hopes that he can get 150,000 yuan of investment support from Star Arrow International. Let Chenxi Studio survive the first year. If he can survive the first year, he will find Star Arrow International for a second financing in the coming year. At that time, the transferred equity is less, but the financing funds obtained can get more, because the valuation will definitely increase accordingly. Of course, the prerequisite for all this is to be able to make achievements and impress Star Arrow International to support it. There is only this way. Loans are impossible. The bank will never lend 150,000 yuan to a college student from the countryside. As for campus loans, Wang Chen will never touch it. As a science man, he knows this. The algorithm of loan sharking has as many pits as there are pits. It is simply a bottomless pit to grab money. In the days that followed, Wang Chen, who had a clear goal to fight for, became as powerful as a chicken, and began to explode wildly. Wang Chen is not the only young man yearning for the Sea of Stars. There are many people in his situation across the country. The content published by Luo Sheng at the HIOO conference is undoubtedly a great inspiration for these young people. They have the courage to take the first step. In the words of the netizens who eat melons, it is, the Archbishop has already reached this point. If you still dare not go, why do you succeed? Why surpass those perverts who struggle day and night to burst the liver? More and more people have begun to participate in Star Arrow International's private project solicitation strategy. Among them are Wang Chen and Chi Hongjun, who are young people who are really fighting for their dreams. There are also a lot of wool and star sets that want to squeeze Luo Sheng. Speculators of Arrow International project. Just like the scene of the formation of semiconductor companies more than 10 years ago, all kinds of fairies come to join in the fun, shouting to look up at the stars, have dreams, and enter the aerospace field. In fact, more than 70% to 80% of it is speculative. The bosses of some agricultural companies with no stubbornness also jumped out at this time and shouted out the concept of growing vegetables in space. Even the pig farmers in space have come, and the gods of all walks of life have taken the lead in moving clouds. The stories told are more ridiculous. The new storks on the internet are also flying around, which can be called a group of demons. Many netizens who eat melons watch the excitement and can't help but sweat for Luo Sheng and Star Arrow International. It's really not easy to do something these days. Monday, January 11th, the news that Luo Sheng temporarily went to Beijing to participate in the HIOO Private Space Business Conference yesterday continued to ferment and continue to expand his influence. Through Xiona's feedback on the public opinion monitoring of the entire network, this temporary decision has played a very positive effect. Although there is no obvious real return for the next help of Star Arrow International, the invisible benefits are tangible. Yes, it will take a long time to be fulfilled. Although speculation is also ushering in, all the gods are beginning to emerge, this is also inevitable. The hustle and bustle of the world is all for profit, and speculation can make quick money. This kind of thing can be applied everywhere no matter which industry or country it is placed in. But it doesn't matter, Luo Sheng doesn't care. Everything has two sides, and the ensuing speculation is inevitable. As long as these demons and ghosts are compressed in a range and don't become the mainstream, it is enough, and it is not expected to be completely wiped out. In the morning, Luo Sheng paid a little attention to the capital market. Under the stimulus of major positive weekends, the market was generally bullish. In the past 5 or 6 days, there have been various positive news, and the results have been adjusted. Last week, Star Arrow International, the strategy of soliciting public projects is a major benefit for the aerospace sector. However, the foreshadowing was laid as early as last week, and a group of death-defying teams challenged the village chief's bottom line. As soon as the market opened today, an anti-human trend was once again staged. Even more insidious is that I made a strong rush close to 2 points in the morning. Everyone thought they would replicate the trend of the big opening last Monday and ran into the arena. The aerospace sector was indeed very strong. The entire sector in early trading, it rose by more than +4%. However, after 10 o'clock, the entire board started to kill pigs, and the aerospace sector was also dragged down. The village chief did not mean to be soft when harvesting. Brokers, banks, and insurance took the lead. Real estate, media, consumption, agricultural products processing, and non-ferrous metal sectors followed closely. Basically, the weighted white horse stocks fell collectively, with three major indexes. The drop exceeded 5%, and the index dived to around 3,388 points before it stopped falling and shaking. Luo Sheng didn't pay attention when he saw that he didn't go down to find the position of 3,300 points. This is the final bottom. Shengfeng Capital put a mark here. As long as this position is not broken, the entire market will not go to death. As for the 3,300, the market can toss as much as it likes, and Shengfeng Capital will not participate anyway. However, what everyone did not expect was that under such a bad situation, the digital currency sector, which almost no one paid attention to, had resisted the pressure of the market's plunge and surged against the trend. Digital currency was hyped in the past 2 years, and it is almost forgotten now. It is like a tool in the hands of girls. Throw it away when you use it. Unexpectedly, there will be a round of ups and downs today. The reason has also surfaced. It is due to the news released by Star Arrow International before the market this morning. The $650 billion public project solicitation strategy uses the digital currency channel. It is not known where these projects themselves will land. But no matter where they go, one thing that can be confirmed is that all people have to use digital currency for liquidation. Star Arrow International released official news that this is 100% positive for real digital currency, and it is 100% certain. It is difficult not to strengthen. When the market plummeted, the digital currency sector was not dragged down, and it fluctuated slightly. And as the market fell to the point where it stopped falling, the digital currency sector seemed to have unlocked its seal, and multiple targets successively staged rapid daily limits. Kilan Software's first daily limit was pulled directly from plus 1.22% to 9.98% in less than a minute, and the daily limit was closed with 1.42 million hand seals. It can be called the speed of light sealing board. Immediately afterwards, the three targets of Shenzhou Information, Sifan Jingchuang, and Yingziji also blocked their daily limit, and most of the remaining targets followed suit. The Kilan software of the speed of light sealing board is too exaggerated and too famous, which means that it is exposed on the spot that it is the new leader of this wave of hot spots. Everyone now knows that the market's money-making effect must be related to Star Arrow International. As the world's leading private space exploration company, the Ladder project has already been made public. Do you think it still needs to think? It's unclear. You are reading www.uukanzu.com is of course the aerospace sector with its eyes closed. As a result, all the people who rushed in this morning were killed without exception. Some directly ate the sky and lost nearly 20% on that day, and some even lost 40%. Including some hot money. No one thought that the recent hot spot of the Star Arrow International concept turned out to be the digital currency. Before the announcement, no one would have expected this result, nor predicted that digital currency would become the most beautiful cub. No news was leaked this time, and Star Arrow International just released its own news normally. It is purely coincidental. If the news was leaked in advance, the digital currency sector would have taken off 2 days earlier. The internal news of Star Arrow International, except for the so-called internal news that he took the initiative to release, no one can learn in advance. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 905 Digital Currency Flight by Star Arrow International, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Global Monopoly of Technology, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! V2 Chapter 905 Serial Treatment Plan for Space Junk Global Monopoly of Technology. When Luo Sheng browsed the global news of the day, he was attracted by a piece of news. When he clicked to see the content, he couldn't help but smile. He said to himself, "Oh, Zhengtou's execution is very powerful. I like such subordinates. In fact, Luo Sheng can access it through the internal information system of Star Arrow International. He has the highest overall authority, but he did not do so, but directly read the news reports. The news just came out. The Space Center of the University of Surrey in the UK announced that it has formally reached an in-depth cooperation with Star Arrow International. The latter has invested €22 million to support the new space garbage trap remove debris led by the University of Surrey Space Centre. It will be sent to low Earth orbit for testing in space this year. According to the plan, after introducing the new partner of Star Arrow International, this type of space junk trap project will take Star Arrow International's recyclable rocket to the Tiangong 2" space station in April this year, and then eject to the designated experiment with space coordinates. As mankind's space exploration activities become more frequent and fierce, the ensuing space orbit debris has become a problem that has to be faced, and the problem will become more and more prominent as human space activities become more frequent. It can be seen that for those who are interested in making a big splash in the aerospace field, providing solutions for the disposal of orbital space junk is a field with broad prospects for commercial applications in the future. The ladder project is extremely vast. The Forerunner 1" in the high-altitude orbit is not a big problem, but the Forerunner 2" in the low-altitude orbit is different. The large size also directly or indirectly leads to more prominent space security problems. Space junk has to be dealt with. At present, there are about 500,000 pieces of space debris floating near the Earth, of which more than 20,000 pieces of debris greater than 10 centimeters in diameter are in the orbit of the Earth. Most of these debris originated from abandoned satellites and rockets launched over the past 70 years. Since the launch of the first artificial satellite by mankind, various countries have launched more than 5,000 satellites, rockets, probes and other spacecraft, and at the same time more than 3,000 tons of space junk orbiting the Earth have been formed. Moreover, this number is increasing at a rate of 5% every year. It is obvious that in the context of the era of humans' trend towards deep space, who can provide solutions to these new problems will inevitably bring rich returns. So more and more people in Vietnam have a keen interest in dealing with space junk. In the past few decades, in order to clean up space junk, some plans have gradually taken shape, and the Remove Debris Space Junk Trap is one of them. The project was established as early as 2013. It was researched and developed by the European Union Committee. The purpose is to remove the space junk generated by humans and space activities for more than half a century and create a safe space environment for active spacecraft. However, the progress of this project is actually not fast, or even slow. There were 2 twists and turns in the middle of the project and it almost ran aground indefinitely. The reason is one word: money. 2 words: no money. Europe is really out of money. After the conflict between the Eurozone and Britain, the future of this project has become worrying. Not to mention that the British Space Agency is going to increase its budget for space exploration. European people whose welfare benefits have been affected are all angering that this is a waste of money to do meaningless things, and it is also demanding cuts in funding. As for the British Space Agency's annual budget of less than £300 million, the Remove Debris project wants to advance steadily and can only seek more international cooperation. In the past few years, in addition to the Surrey Space Centre, the subsequent participants in the project have successively cooperated with scientific research institutions such as Stellenbosch University in South Africa, and 10 aerospace companies such as Airbus. Now it has introduced a new partner, Star Arrow International. However, Star Arrow International is not just giving money to people who are stupid and rich, but to be deeply involved and have the right to speak. The so-called international space cooperation money, like more than 20 years ago, allowed Chinese people to pay but not China. The fact that Chinese people are exposed to core technologies does not exist in the contemporary era. At least here is absolutely impossible for Luo Sheng. Times have changed. Now it is the Surrey Space Center who takes the initiative to ask for Star Arrow International, not only because of lack of money, but also because Star Arrow International's ladder project is a potential super customer for countless astronauts in the future. In fact, the removed debris space junk trap was manufactured 2 years ago, but due to lack of funds, it was delayed to be sent to space for testing. There was no real experimental data analysis, and it was completely brain-filled. According to theoretical calculations, there is no progress in the next research. The mass of the instrument is about 100 kilograms, and from the appearance it is a cube about 0.75 meters square. In addition to 2 small satellites for simulating garbage, it is also equipped with a robotic arm for garbage collection and a towing tractor. Sails and equipment like harpoons and fishing nets, together with external camera arrays, LiDAR and other sensors, can verify the feasibility of garbage recycling in space. The cooperation between Star Arrow International and the Surrey Space Center also has a clear plan, but there is no detailed information on this in the news report, and neither party has disclosed more details for the time being, but it will definitely be announced later. Luo Sheng closed the news page and asked, Xiona, what are the plans for removed debris? Xiona responded, after launching removed debris to a predetermined orbit, 4 test missions will be carried out. In the first test, removed debris will release a small satellite, after it flies to a position about 7 meters away. Then launch the capture net at it. The second test will release a second small satellite, which will be used as a target to test LiDAR and navigation systems. In the third test, removed debris deployed the 5.15-meter-long robotic arm, and launched the harpoon toward the 0.01-meter-square emitter target at the top of the robotic arm. In the fourth test, the towing tug will drag the entire trap and the captured objects to the Earth, and eventually burn out in the atmosphere. Hearing this, Luo Sheng could not help but drag his chin with one hand into a state of thinking, muttering to himself, the solution provided by the removed debris space junk trap can only be valuable for the larger and smaller space junk. Fragmentation is obviously not good. From the perspective of the removed debris test process, the cost of this solution is not low, and it is good to deal with larger space debris. If it is small, using this solution is just like an anti-aircraft cannon hitting mosquitoes, not cost-effective. Luo Sheng said, Xiona, have you recruited any providers of space debris disposal solutions less than 10 centimeters? 5 to 600,000 fast debris in space orbit fly everywhere, among which there are more than 20,000 pieces with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters. These large pieces of debris can be processed by the removed debris space garbage trap, but the remaining few 100,000 smaller pieces obviously won't work. The more headaches are precisely those small debris. Space junk moves at a speed of 6,000 to 7,000 meters per second in space, because the relative speed is very high and the potential harm is great. A space junk weighing only 10 grams is produced. Its impact capability is also equivalent to the energy produced by a head-on collision between 2 cars traveling at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. For the Forerunner 2 inches space station operating in low orbit, the threat of small debris is huge. Without clearing these space debris, the threat of a potential series of impact events will be difficult to eliminate. V2 Chapter 906 Eyes are full of what I used to be. Star Arrow International has obtained result through simulation. The current density of sky debris in the Earth's orbit is about to reach the critical point of mutual collision. It is already a foreseeable time, and it is more likely to form a terrible domino effect. There will be more and more satellites in orbit. Once a satellite is hit and destroyed by a small piece of debris, more debris will be formed, which will trigger a chain reaction. The threat to the important part of the space ladder, the Forerunner 2 inches space station, is obvious. There is more and more space junk, and the data calculated by the model results in a series of catastrophic collisions that may only be about 20 years away. At that time, all low-orbit spacecraft may be knocked out of orbit by space junk. Disposal of this space junk is an urgent matter for Star Arrow International. Luo Sheng was waiting. Xiono retrieved the internal information of Star Arrow International, and responded after a while. At present, more than 20 organizations or individuals have provided solutions to the problem of space waste disposal. Except for the Remove Debris project, other plans are still pending approval and inspection. Among them, there are 2 for fragments below 10 centimeters. 2 laser processing solutions are direct ablation and ablative backspray. Luo Sheng, laser processing? Well, it is a cost-effective and efficient solution. When Xiono responded, she also pushed relevant information on the display screen for Luo Sheng to browse. These are the internal information of Star Arrow International. Of course, Luo Sheng has the highest authority to read at any time. The ablative backspray solution is a solution provided by a research team from the Institute of High Energy Physics of the National Academy of Sciences. It can not only deal with smaller space junk, but also remove larger space junk. The general principle is to irradiate the surface of space junk with a high-energy pulsed laser beam to produce a hot material jet similar to rocket propulsion, which provides a certain speed increase for the space junk, thereby reducing its perigee height and pushing it away from orbit. The atmosphere is burned by friction to prevent them from hitting important man-made celestial bodies to achieve the purpose of clearing space orbital debris. The direct ablation solution is mainly aimed at tiny space junk, that is, using a powerful continuous wave laser to irradiate the space junk, converting light energy into heat energy, and causing its temperature to rise rapidly to the melting point or even the boiling point of the fragments. Melt or gasify to clean up micro-space debris. But what made Luo Sheng more interested in was the second plan. It wasn't about how wonderful this plan was, but he discovered that this solution was actually applied by a junior from the University of Science and Technology who was still studying at school. This student was Wang Chen, who was studying at HUST. Luo Sheng clicked on his planning vision document and looked at it. Wang Chen wrote all of his plans in it. The details were extremely detailed, and the major links were divided into 3 steps. The first step is to set up Chenxi Studio. The second step is to start the establishment of Chenxi Technology Co., Limited, and the third step is to launch experimental products through Star Arrow International for testing. In detail, during the first step, I used my own funds to free up a mini version of the direct ablation laser to prove the feasibility of the technology, and then asked Star Arrow International to apply for 150,000 yuan of financial support to maintain the studio operating expenses in the coming year. If Chenxi Studio is progressing smoothly with respect to the technology, then it can seek more financing for further development. Otherwise Star Arrow International will stop supporting it. Obviously, Wang Chen considers it from the perspective of investors' risk control. As long as Chenxi Studio can't make a name for himself, Star Arrow International will lose at most 150,000 yuan. This risk must be taken. For Luo Sheng, this 150,000 yuan is really not worth mentioning. His wealth is soaring every minute and every second. Ordinary people have already been limited by this growth rate to their imagination. Even if it is his, a 1% increase in money a year is also an astronomical figure, because it can't hold up the terrible base. If this is not easy to understand, then how much money you make in a month, a week, a day, an hour or even a minute is more intuitive. Luo Sheng's current earning power, excluding family fund assets that are not nominally his personal wealth, can still earn an average of 10.45 million US dollars per hour, or about 70 million yuan, which is equivalent to an average of 1.17 million yuan per minute. And a person usually blinks 15 times per minute. In other words, the 150,000 yuan that Wang Chen wants is equivalent to Luo Sheng's ojibk by blinking twice under normal circumstances. This money is made. Even some media organizations with tricky angles wrote an article on Luo Sheng's earning power for blogging. and it is a foreign media organization, to imply that he is harvesting public wealth globally, and they put Luo Sheng Family Fund covered specifically to calculate how much money can be made in 1 minute. The answer is a net profit of $620,000 per minute, or about 4.15 million yuan, which is equivalent to the 4-year income of a grassroots employee under the Côte d'Azur. This number is not bad. So the protagonist in the current paragraph has changed from the former richest man Gates to Luo Sheng. This paragraph is rumored that Luo Sheng saw a dozen tens of thousands of 100 yuan bills on the street and would not pick it up because he bent over to pick up the money. It takes about 2 to 3 seconds. And he has earned 200,000 yuan in these 3 seconds, which is very ridiculous. Luo Sheng turned to look at Wang Jin's personal resume, with strong interest in his eyes. The information was very detailed, including his early experience, family background, and so on. Xiona turned it over. Luo Sheng rarely read a person's resume in detail. It took more than 7.5 minutes to read the information. It was not rigorous that he had a net profit of 1.17 million a minute. For example, the cost price of the time invested in Wang Chen has reached 8.775 million yuan. At the end, Luo Sheng immediately ordered Xiona, "From today onwards, I will continue to pay attention to Wang Chen, and then send a message to Zheng Tao in my name. I have reviewed the project Wang Chen has declared. He is not. Do you want an angel investment of 150,000 yuan? Give him a double and invest 300,000 yuan for him. The investment amount increases and the equity remains unchanged." Xiona, "Okay. Your request has been sent to Zheng Tao." Luo Sheng nodded in satisfaction. For Wang Chen, a junior at school, Luo Sheng made this decision for 2 reasons. The first reason is that Wang Chen's resume is very good. He is a young man with great potential. The plan is also in place. The goal plan is very clear. It is not just a simple brainstorming, but a practical solution and a set the logic to achieve the goal. Before taking the investor's money, it also actively stated that the samples must be made before accepting the investment. This allowed Luo Sheng to see the arrogance and confidence in his heart, which was very good. At the same time, Wang Chen did not have a big mouth from a lion. Read www.yuukanzu.com only asked for 150,000 yuan in angel investment funds. This is a confident performance and a smart choice. The angel investment stage requires less money and less equity to be transferred. When the results are achieved, then the valuation of his Dawn Studio or Dawn Technology Company will also increase. Luo Sheng appreciates his operation like this, which shows that he is a smart person, and in combination, there is a high probability that something will happen and it will be done. As for the second reason, if the first reason is based on investment logic and strategic vision, then the second reason is that Luo Sheng's personal emotional factors are driving. Seeing Wang Chen, who is now in his early 20s, Luo Sheng seemed to see his own way when he first founded Blue Style Studio more than 10 years ago, and he was full of relief. It is based on such personal emotional factors that Luo Sheng gave Wang Chen an angel investment with a double capital of 300,000 yuan. Or increased money without equity. This little money is really negligible for Luo Sheng. 300,000 yuan only needs to blink 3 or 4 times to earn it back. V2 Chapter 907 may be put on the hat of space weapons the next day. Just as Luo Sheng came to work at Star Arrow International today, Zheng Tao found him. "Mr. Luo, the news you brought to me yesterday has been read. Regarding the solution of laser processing space junk, our internal team has actually focused on research and discussion. The technical aspect is not a problem. It is the reasons for other problems that led us to decide. This solution is hesitant." Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng said concisely, "The reason you mentioned refers to political issues, right?" Zheng Tao nodded. "Yes. Although the orbital laser station is specially designed for cleaning up, the question of whether it may be used as a space weapon will definitely be an extremely sensitive topic for countries in the world, especially the West. This is an unavoidable problem. You are indeed designed to clean up space junk, But the old beauty may not believe it, and in a sense, the laser station deployed on orbit can be urgently requisitioned in wartime, and can quickly adjust to become a laser weapon to strike a satellite in orbit. Zheng Tao added, if this plan is to be smoothly advanced to the practical application level, international organizations such as the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space must be coordinated and communicated, and countries must reach a framework agreement establishing a mutual trust mechanism to enable peaceful disposal of space debris as a stumbling block before us. Luo Sheng nodded and said, well, the consideration is quite comprehensive, but I have to worry about it. Not only lasers, but all spacecraft that can clean up space junk are capable of attacking the normal working satellites of other countries. Otherwise you think that all major aerospace powers are now investing heavily in space junk disposal. Isn't it wonderful to develop orbital high-altitude weapons in the name of cleaning up space junk? When Zheng Tao heard that, he thought he was on the 5th floor. He realized that he was on the 3rd floor. He was sloppy, and his political consciousness still needs to be improved. It's no wonder that since 10 years ago, the world's major aerospace powers have shown great enthusiasm for the cleanup of space junk, including the Remove Debris project of the University of Surrey, which has now established cooperation with Star Arrow International, and some space projects in North America. Garbage disposal project. It also includes an active space debris clearance vehicle codenamed Along One, launched 5 years ago in China. Space junk orbits the Earth. It stands to reason that someone actively participates in the cleanup of space junk. It is an eager thing to take the initiative to clean up the space junk. If one person manages it, everyone's threat can be eliminated. But the fact is not the case. The world's major aerospace powers do not mean to take advantage, but are all developing their own space waste disposal programs. The answer is obvious, because it has the attributes of space weapons. If you don't, the satellites you launch in the future may really become rubbish. Luo Sheng, this problem doesn't need to be entangled too much. On the contrary, it is necessary to advance because of the weapon's attributes. Anyway, it is all being done, and it must be done as a technical reserve. Zheng Tao, understood. I will make arrangements. Luo Sheng's view on this issue is exactly the opposite. Zheng Tao and the others think it is a difficult thing to do, but Luo Sheng thinks it is a good thing. Anyway, it can't stop everyone from competing in order to check and balance each other. The result of the competition is predictable, and all parties will push up the cost. In the long run, it will become less and less cost-effective and become civilian. So Star Arrow International needs to spend a lot of money to clean up the space junk for the safety of the ladder to avoid the threat of space junk. This is no way the old United States can completely ignore it. Anyway, the ladder belongs to the Chinese. And the greatest risk. However, with the competition, there are more organizations that can provide space garbage disposal solutions, which gives Star Arrow International the ability to shop around and obtain international pricing power. The treatment plan of the orbital laser station is definitely to be promoted. It has an irreplaceable position in the future space waste treatment, and it will eventually become the mainstream, only waiting for the continuous development of technology. However, for the time being, the use of Along One or the University of Surrey's Remove Debris project, which actively captures space junk and takes it off orbit, is a relatively mature method of space junk disposal. In the process of removal, the spacecraft that cleans up space junk first adjusts its orbit according to the data monitoring of space junk by ground facilities, approaching a position several kilometers away from the target, and then uses its own LiDAR, infrared camera and other detection equipment to confirm the target state. Further approach to a place tens of meters away from the target. Before proceeding to the space junk, it is necessary to use optical cameras and other equipment to patrol the target, confirm the capture point, and then approach the capture space junk. After that, the spacecraft that cleaned up space junk will be moored into the atmosphere and burned to complete the cleanup. 5 days later, the University of Science and Technology, Wang Chen is cleaning room 606 in the dormitory building on campus. The school has approved this house for him to use and said some words of encouragement. Omar, it's finally done. At this moment, Wang Chen was also out of breath. As a rural family, he was not afraid of hardship. He took care of the entire dormitory alone, from the beginning of the mess to the cleanliness now. It is worth mentioning that he did not first ask his classmates to help organize the work. He has already listed the team list of Chenxi Studio. Then he will talk to them about joining the studio. But now I would rather be a little tired. Obviously, this is an act of wisdom. After you organize it and recruit people in, they will think that you are reliable, and the probability of being willing to stay will greatly increase. This is like some entrepreneurs. The company is sloppy and lacks almost everything, but it must have a handy car and a neat suit. In this way, when meeting customers for business negotiations, the customers also think you are reliable. On the contrary, if you drive a broken car and wear a crutch to discuss cooperation with the customer, no matter how you look at it, the customer feels that cooperation with it is not practical. The facade is really important. The next day, Wang Chen went to the market to purchase some office furniture and office equipment. These were all purchased in the second-hand market, which could save a lot of money, especially IT equipment, mainly computers, which are more expensive. Goods, but not too old. Buy it and assemble it yourself. As for the relatively cheap office supplies such as file management and desktop supplies, just buy new ones directly. Finally, pull a network cable in. It took Wang Chen 2 more days to get all of this, and it took nearly 10 days to build a small nest of Chenxi Studio. These are all Wang Chen paid for himself first, which cost about 30,000 yuan, half of his current wealth. In fact, Wang Chen doesn't have absolute confidence in whether the declaration from Star Arrow International will pass the review and whether it can get the financing, but he still has to do what he has to do. This risk must be taken. Wang Chen also thought very clearly. Even if all the more than 60,000 yuan in his hand was paid in, it would be the same. Even if it was not paid in, it would still be the same. A small amount of 60,000 yuan would not change any destiny. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com on the contrary may change the fate of a lifetime. Wang Chen, who wanted to understand this, of course said no worries, and he was done. This is where the dream begins. Wang Chen looked around the neat and clean room. Although he was tired, he was extremely happy, and his combat effectiveness was extremely impressive. At this moment, the Azure Book laptop that just connected to the network suddenly popped up a message prompt, and the small window in the lower right corner showed that the personal mail account had received a new email, a reply from Star Arrow International. When Wang Chen saw the mailing list, his heartbeat could not help speeding up, and he felt like a lottery was drawn inexplicably. He didn't expect to come so quickly. He thought he would have to wait more than half a month before he could get news. After a few seconds, Wang Chen calmed down and clicked on the email. V2 Chapter 908 Excited like a chicken blood. Congratulations, Mr. Wang. The project solution you have declared has passed the review of our Strategic Investment Department. On Thursday, January 21st, our company will send a contact person to the University of Science and Technology to meet you and have further understanding. The contact information is in the attachment in. Star Arrow International looks forward to cooperating with you in the future. Oh yeah, listeners. Wang Chen was dancing with excitement at the beginning, but now he is alone and can let himself go freely. After downloading the attachment and looking at it, Wang Chen became even more excited, as if he had been beaten with blood. The attachment has a size of 50 megabytes. In addition to some detailed replies, questions, contact information and contact information for the declared project, there are 2 other pieces of information that made Wang Chen overjoyed. The first surprise was that Star Arrow International decided to invest 300,000 yuan instead of the 150,000 yuan declared by itself, but at the same time the valuation of Chenxi Studio increased from 3 million yuan to 6 million yuan. In other words, The investment amount given by Star Arrow International has doubled, but the equity transfer still takes 5% instead of 10%. But what really excites Wang Chen is the second surprise. The appendix additionally mentions that this project was approved by Luo Sheng, and also sent a concise message with only 10 simple words: "Very good, keep your feet on the ground." Wang Chen never thought that he would be paid attention to by the idol in his mind, and he personally approved the application project. These 10-character messages were more exciting to Wang Chen than 10 shots of chicken blood. For a long time, Wang Chenping recovered the excitement in his heart, and once again browsed the other content in the download attachment. Star Arrow International raised 5 major questions regarding the project. He declared: Question 1. Direct ablation lasers can only destroy very small space debris. Can larger space debris be disposed of in a harmless manner? Question 2. The logistics and transportation work of creating orbital laser stations is also very complicated. Who will build them? Question 3. How many laser stations need to be built to use? Question 4. How to deal with international political disputes that laser stations may be interpreted as being used as space weapons. Question 5. Can the above problems be solved? Seeing the 5 major issues raised by Star Arrow International, Wang Chen finally calmed down and gradually raised his brows. On the one hand, he sighed that it was the company founded by the idol god. None of the 5 issues mentioned the question of whether it will be profitable in the future. On the other hand, Wang Chen was a little confused. He hadn't considered these 5 questions, and they were more difficult than the other, especially for the 4th question. He hadn't thought about it at all. He just felt that if something was made, it would be successful. Until now, he realized that many key things had not been considered and thoughtful. Wang Chen sighed inexplicably. I thought I had considered it comprehensively. I didn't expect that there are so many problems or even not discovered. Starting a business is really not that easy to succeed. After all, it is a big company, and all the pain points are deep, crucial. These questions are considered superclass for the current Wang Chen. In fact, he is already very good. Most of the college students at his age ask by. In the face of intricate international wrestling, it is really silly and sweet to be sold without knowing it. It belongs to the knowledge point of serious transcendence, which is not something he can control at his age. After all, Luo Sheng has only one on Earth. However, Wang Chen did not retreat because of this. Now that Star Arrow International has found the problem and arranged it from light to heavy, all he has to do is to solve the problems one by one. The scary thing is not that there are problems, but that there are problems that have not been found. Thinking of Luo Sheng's message, Wang Chen also ignited again, and suddenly there was a determination to go forward despite the thousands of people ahead. Cannot live up to the high hopes of the idol god. It's not bad to be simple. It's good to fool the young people to burst their livers for their dreams. If from top to bottom there are top old folks like Zheng Tao, Yao Jianhong, and Zhang Bowen, the team may not be easy to bring. Entering the mid-January node, the annual reports of major companies have also been released, and the annual reports of several companies such as Blue Star Technology and Azure Coast have also been sent to Luo Sheng. The Côte d'Azur Group's full-year sales in 2020 were $1,195.146 billion. A year-on-year increase that greatly exceeded Wall Street analysts' expectations. We must know that in the first half of last year's performance, the overall revenue of the Côte d'Azur declined due to the international Sequoia pandemic, but the performance in the second half of the year maintained a strong growth momentum. The reason is the continuous shipment of Dabai robots and the popularity of virtual brain machines throughout the Asia-Pacific market. These 2 major businesses have contributed to the core growth points. It is worth mentioning that virtual brains have not yet entered the European and American markets. This also shows that when the future potential is far from reaching the ceiling, the horrible growth expectations are still there. In addition to civilian use, the attributes of virtual brains are also with powerful military training functions, This is obviously also a major business growth point. The Côte d'Azur's net profit margin last year was $338.345 billion, and profits have exploded. There have been reports commenting that China is a civilized foreign media organization disguised as a country. In the comment on Luo Sheng's duopoly companies Blue Star Technology and the Blue Coast, they also described it as a powerful economy disguised as a company. Judging from the performance report, it seems that there is nothing wrong with such an evaluation. The enterprise is rich in the enemy's country, and the enemy is not an ordinary country. Blue Star Technology Group's total global revenue in 2020 is $575.3 billion, and the year-on-year increase in net profit margin has once again stood above the 30% mark after many years. The net profit attributable to the parent company also set a record for the company's 18 years of existence, at $183.233 billion. It is also far exceeding the expected target of $178.5 billion by Wall Street analysts. Although Blue Star Technology Group likes to be named the global social hegemon when reported by major media, it has successfully transformed into a data cloud service company. The global pandemic of Sequoia virus has given Blue Star Technology Group's data cloud services have brought strong business revenue growth. Shengfeng Capital's full-year revenue in 2020 is $118.8 billion, a year-on-year increase in net profit of $68.327 billion. Its strong increase in net profit margin is mainly due to last year's public offering activities, and revenues such as subscription fees, management fees, and custody fees have risen sharply. The scale of its assets under management has reached a nominal value of $12.28 trillion, which is twice as much as that of the BlackRock Group. Profits and revenues are even more direct to kill the BlackRock Group. The latter's revenue last year was only more than $20 billion, although it managed $5 or $6 trillion in assets. For Shengfeng Capital to make money like this, it is sought after by investors. It basically makes money while lying down. The subscription fees, management fees, and custody fees all require investors to pay, especially the management fees every year. It must be paid regularly, and the income will be guaranteed during droughts and floods. Anyway, it is impossible for Shengfeng Capital to lose money. Although investors cannot redeem fund shares due to the long-term closed period, Shengfeng Capital brought an annualized rate of return of 22% to its investors last year, which is quite exaggerated figures. Of course, I am happy to see my wealth grow. If you want to make arbitrage, you can now follow the SF main contract transaction of Shengfeng Capital. Nowadays, the SF main company, the futures contract has not only broken through the previous high, but also set a new high. This is indispensable for Wall Street to help Luo Sheng wipe the blood of the bottom. Shengfeng Capital said nothing must not collapse. But the release of this 22% annualized earnings performance is extremely important for restoring the confidence of global investors. Wall Street can finally breathe a sigh of relief, and the saved breath is used to curse Luo Sheng. V2 Chapter 909 Blue Star Technology sets a record in history at 8:45 p.m. on January 18, after Blue Star Technology Group released its annual report. Management including Luo Sheng participated in the earnings conference call. Investors can dial the access phone and enter the password as prompted. After entering the correct password, the system informs the participant that the password has been verified, and then enters the meeting. If the entered password is incorrect, the system will provide 2 opportunities to re-enter it, and if all errors are entered 3 times, the system will automatically hang up the external line. The earnings conference call of Blue Star Technology Group has always been very popular, with a lot of followers and investors from home and abroad. Such a large company has actually fully communicated before the conference call, and the questions that should be asked have already been asked. The conference call is generally a process of advocating, throwing some questions to induce listed companies to highlight and plan these contents. Let the market know, or tell what the market is interested in. Speak out the information that you mainly want to disclose to the market, and then answer some questions that investors want to ask. Many investors participated in this earnings conference call, and they are very concerned because it has been stated that important plan resolutions will be announced at the earnings conference during the pre-disclosure, and the founders will also participate. Naturally, this earnings call has also received more attention than usual. Luo Sheng was sitting in his private office at home. The conference call was in progress. He said, Blue Star Technology has been listed at an opening price of $54.02 per share in 2006 and has a market value of $47 billion. It has been 15 years since it was listed. Historically, the stock price has risen to $1,872.72 per share, and the market value has reached $3.76 trillion, which is the rate of return for investors over the past 15 years. Among the participants in the conference call, a domestic retail investor with a U.S. stock securities account quickly bought 733 shares through the secondary market at the opening day of Blue Star Technology's listing and used it as a pension fund position. About $40,000. His buying price at the time was $56.25. Now, the investor's $41,200 investment 15 years ago has turned into $1.3727 million, or about 9.175 million yuan. In 15 years, his personal buying point has achieved about 32 times the income. In fact, this investor is the most lazy investment strategy, and of course the most stable. Among the participants, several investors pursued high-yield risk operations, and they stared at Blue Star Technology for the band arbitrage. The key skyrocketing and falling prices achieved high selling and low buying. Although there were also failed operations, they have brought more than 220 times the terrorist income over the past 15 years. In fact, few domestic investors believe in real value investment. They are all speculation. They believe in value investment until the companies under Luo Sheng go public. Luo Sheng said, "There is no doubt that the investors who accompanied us along the way have received rich returns. I would also like to thank the investors for their perseverance. The rose of time will finally bloom and bring returns beyond expectations." 15 years of rapid development. Blue Star Technology's stock price has reached $1,872.72 per share, and its market value has reached $3.76 trillion. It is difficult to rise, but is this the ceiling of Blue Star Technology? No, Blue Star Technology, the ceiling is much more than that. The reason why we can't go up is because nowadays an expensive stock price of more than $1,800 blocks most investors. This price is 1.25 million in domestic market investment. Even in US stocks, many investors are obviously discouraged. The consequence is that the liquidity of Blue Star Technology is getting worse and worse, and trading is becoming less and less active. Blue Star Technology's current net income per share is $91.20. The ratio of about 20 times is obviously far below the reasonable range of the market. We believe that it should be within a reasonable range when the ratio is 3,035 times. In other words, Blue Star Technology, the market value of is now a severely undervalued company. The small and medium-sized investors who participated in the earnings conference call could not help but breathe. So, the Archbishop is suggesting that Blue Star Technology's stock price has more than 70% room for growth in the future. Should the market value of Blue Star Technology be within the range of $6.5 trillion to be reasonable? This is a number that many people don't even dare to think about, but many institutional investors, especially Wall Street asset management institutions such as Goldman Sachs and Citigroup, didn't have too many waves when they heard Luo Sheng's words. In fact, they already know what the management of Blue Star Technology is going to do, because having a place on the board of directors is equivalent to not having the right to speak, but they have the right to know. Major issues must be voted as directors, and of course they know the inside story. On Wall Street, when the stock price of Blue Star Technology rose to $1,000, it was clamoring for a stock split. The shareholders' meeting held every year has to propose once. This year is Goldman Sachs, next year is Citi, next year is Morgan, and then next year. Luo Sheng gave a vote no in the year, cannot go up without splitting shares, resulting in the company's valuation being always underestimated. Because as the stock price continues to rise, investors who hold the target are reluctant to sell, and those who want new investment cannot buy the bargaining chip, or they are too expensive to buy, thus suppressing the actual value of the company. An internet high-tech company with an annual net profit of more than $180 billion has only 20 times the This is obviously very unreasonable. The stock price of Blue Star Technology has actually risen extremely strongly, but it just can't rise, as if it has been put on it. The seal is general, you know. Amazon's P is more than 100 times, and the price-earnings ratios of old technology giants like Microsoft are also more than 35 times. Luo Sheng smiled and said, "Speaking of this, I think the attendees present should know what I am going to say next. Yes, we passed the stock split plan at yesterday's Blue Star Technology Board of Directors, which will be held on January 23rd. On Wednesday, the stock split will be divided into 10. On Monday, January 28th, the stock will start trading at the adjusted price. At this moment, during the annual report conference call of Blue Star Technology, pre-market trading in the US stock market has risen. It was the moment when Luo Sheng personally announced Blue Star Technology's stock split plan. At that time, at 9:37 local time in North America, US stocks had already begun trading. With the stock split plan and strong annual financial reports, Blue Star Technology's stock price rose to an increase of $273.1 billion in market value. This number stunned countless friends, and it really increased the market value of the first line of the ICBC Universe Baibu. Such a large base volume can be so violently pulled up, which is brutal. It can be seen that compared with the North American capital market crazy, Baibu is still a lot tender. Financial media organizations at home and abroad issued news reports for the first time. Blue Star Technology Group has just set an unprecedented world record. The company's total market value has historically reached an integer mark of $4 trillion. The specific number is $40,354 billion. Become the world's first company with a market value of over $1 trillion. $2 trillion, $3 trillion and $4 trillion. Is the stock price of Blue Star Technology really top-notch? Investigate and consult readers about the follow-up Universe Plot, the latest website. The book has basically entered the final stage. The capital scale and layout of the protagonist is the norm, and the market value of the enterprise is trillions. If it hadn't been for the fact that there was a market value of $2 trillion, reasonable authors would not dare to write like this, for fear of being sprayed to death. It would not be too much. And now everyone ridicules that the book should be changed to Global Monopoly in Finance instead of Global Monopoly in Technology. Hold your face and cry. JPG. Everyone's comments on Tucow are also in the eyes of the author, and the group also said that various restrictions are not easy to expand, and can only be expanded indirectly through this method. Old readers of science and technology can basically understand it. Thanks for understanding, but also helpless. Move, but also accept everyone's complaints. Let's talk about today's focus. In view of the pain point that once the science and technology literature develops to fly out of the earth and expand the story of the universe, 9 out of 10 books will die. The book is almost at this critical point. At this point, the readers will be divided. One part is that they don't like the story of the universe. The reason is that they feel too far away from life without a sense of substitution or other reasons, while the other part is completely the opposite. Ever since Most of the scientific and technological articles collapsed here, and the author wrote before. So for the different needs of the two groups of readers, I have an idea, hoping to do my best to satisfy the two groups of readers. Aimed at readers who don't like to read the space of the universe, this book ends with the beginning and ending of the space of the universe, giving this group of readers a complete ending. For readers who like to watch the follow-up universe, continue the journey to the stars and the sea, and open an additional independent side story, post-story, and sequel after the finale. In short, no matter what the name is, this sequel, side story, etc. are in the same background structure with the world line. The link will continue. The background story of the plot can not only carry on the finale, but also is an independent cosmic story. Even if you don't read the previous content and start directly from the cosmic chapter, you will not have dyslexia. It can be viewed as a brand new science fiction story. What do you think of this arrangement? The author June has now anchored a prologue to the story of the future universe. Not surprisingly, it is with cyberpunk-style elements. The specifics are not disclosed, because they have not been finalized. If the universe article is written to restructure the outline, remove the old settings and add new settings, so as to structure a story that connects the past but can unfold independently, including the universe that has not been unfolded in the previous scientific articles. The setting of the chapter is integrated, and the outline of the universe chapter must be revised. As far as the author's emotions are concerned, the story of the universe is very much to be written, and writing a story of the universe is a long dormant wish in my heart. But I have to consider the problem of eating and living, so I have not been able to realize this wish. If I write, everyone is unwilling to pay for reading, and it is not realistic to use love to generate electricity. It will not last long. Once the energy is over, it will not be determined. It can be said that the cosmic chapters of the first two science and technology articles died or ended without writing them, are the result of reluctant bowing to reality in response to this wish. If the number of readers expecting to read the universe article is okay, the author will have done it, and it will be a problem to do it for another 2 million words. Start storing now. You are reading www.uukanzu.com so that immediately after the finale, you can seamlessly connect it on the same day, and continue to update every day. Let's talk a lot in this chapter. The author counts the views of paying readers on the data. The views of the full book readers will be more important. After all, a small author, everyone should be able to understand. If you don't have to worry about making a living, just do it. The quantity can be taken for sure. If it doesn't work, you can only continue to bow to reality. After all, if you want to write a scale of about 2 million words and few people are willing to join in, it is about a year of no income and people starve to death. It is irresponsible for yourself and the readers who have already paid. Finally, there is another question to investigate. If the number of people watching is okay, I have decided to write the universe chapter. Do you hope that Luo Sheng will continue to be the protagonist in the universe story, or do you have a new protagonist? The author has prepared these two different preparatory plans. It is not time to start the universe chapter, and I will discuss with you in advance. Reference: the above, V2 Chapter 910 Q&A Runrun Novel Network. Next is the question and answer session of the conference call. Many investors have already prepared the questions they want to ask. They are waiting in line and have to see if they can be selected. However, small and medium-sized investors line up late. The questions at the beginning were basically praised, and they were all negotiated to tell the market value in this way. Investor: congratulations to Blue Star Technology for achieving a series of great achievements. My question is, why does Blue Star Technology split its shares at this time? Luo Sheng: as I said earlier, this move is intended to attract more investors and enable more investors to buy shares of Blue Star Technology. This answer could not help but make many investors think of Luo Sheng's speech at the 2015 Blue Star Technology shareholders meeting. At that time, Goldman Sachs asked to propose a stock split. However, Luo Sheng believed that there was no need to split the stock. This is meaningless to shareholders. The proposal also failed. Investor, Mr. Luo, who will be affected by the stock split. Luo Sheng, as of January 15, investors who hold Blue Star Technologies stocks are eligible to participate in the stock split, which means that they can get 9 additional shares for each Blue Star Technology stock held. So if an investor originally held 50 shares, then he will hold 500 shares after today. The net income per share before the stock split is $91.20, and after the stock split it is equivalent to $9.12 per share. Investor, I learned in the news that Blue Star Technology may be selected as a constituent of the Dow Jones Index. Luo Sheng, it's still unclear. You have to ask Dow Jones about this. But the lower stock price will indeed increase the attractiveness of Blue Star Technology being selected as a constituent stock of Dow Jones. Blue Star Technology is the company with the largest market capitalization in the US stock market and the world. But it has never been selected as a constituent stock of the Dow Index. Many people attribute it to its high stock price. As far as I know, the Dow Jones Index is an average index weighted only on price, which means that the higher the stock price, the more weight of a single component equity. Large, which is different from market value weighted indexes such as the S&P 500 index, where the market value is equal to the number of stocks in good faith. Investor, Mr. Luo, will Blue Star Technologies stock price continue to rise? The other attendees couldn't help but laugh when they heard it. They were really unpretentious questions. The questions were too direct. At first glance, they were honest retail investors. Luo Sheng couldn't help but smile and replied, I'm afraid that only the market can answer this question. I said it doesn't count. However, I can tell you that since the financial crisis, companies that have conducted stock splits have experienced difficulties in the short term, but in the long term, the performance within is stronger than the broader market index. From the perspective of the past 10 years, 60 companies in the S&P 500 stocks have split their shares. These companies have risen by 0.22% each day after the stock splits, and only 0.57% after 1 month. But the long-term average, the increase was even more pronounced, with an average increase of 6.2% in the 3 months after the stock split and 30% in 1 year after the stock split. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be said explicitly. The investors at the meeting couldn't help but secretly slander, no, you just said it. No, the stock price has soared to 8%. And even took the Nasdaq and flew together. It seems that this posture is going to rise to a double-digit rhythm. Others may not have the ability to influence the sentiment of the global capital market, but Luo Sheng must be able to. This is a fact that everyone believes. The global stock market that he crashed some time ago is still vivid, so I want to quibble. However, it is precisely because of such a powerful influence that Luo Sheng can't express some opinions casually, or investors will show it to you in minutes. Next came Credit Suisse, Morgan Stanley, Citi, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America Merrill Lynch and other Wall Street institutional investment analysts asking questions one after another. The core managers of companies such as Luo Sheng and Zhang Bowen answered them unknown. The conference call lasted for about 2 hours before it ended. After the stock split, Blue Star Technologies' total share capital will become 20.09 billion shares, and the price per share after the stock split has become $187.27. It is still a high-priced stock, but most investors can participate in investment. The company has never split its shares in the 15 years since it went public. Although Luo Sheng answered in the annual report conference call, after the meeting, reports from major media organizations and various analysts and experts were reading. In fact, the purpose is very simple. Luo Sheng chose to split the shares of Blue Star Technology at this time. There are many reasons, including the fact that it is difficult for Blue Star Technology to reach more than $4 trillion if it does not split the shares. But the biggest reason is to restore confidence in the global capital market and inject new liquidity into the global market. The world economy cannot collapse, the confidence of global investors cannot collapse, and the US stock market cannot collapse. This is a situation that Wall Street Capital wants to guarantee, and it is also a situation that Luo Sheng wants to guarantee. In order for the Golden Giant Beast's Ladder project to proceed smoothly, it must only rise but not fall. Even if it is an overdraft in the future, global investors must look forward to a bright future and pour money in. In addition to Luo Sheng, those top capital institutions such as Wall Street who know the inside story are actually quite nervous. At this time, it was really like thinking of heaven and hell. All carefully accompany Luo Sheng to walk the tightrope and play heartbeat. On the same day, Blue Star Technology Group's share price surged by plus 11.2% and closed at $US per share. The total afterwards market value reached $418.6 billion. Blue Star Technology led the three major North American indexes to rise strongly by more than plus 2%. The Nasdaq rose by plus 4.06%. With the dawn of the Eastern Hemisphere, yesterday afternoon, Luo Sheng's companies successively released annual reports with stronger growth than expected. If the bigger that fell sharply in the previous 2 weeks can't get up, it will be impossible to play. Today's market is just one word, up. With the number one leader in the Science and Technology Innovation Board, Xunxin Electronics with the transaction code 688,888 led the technology sector to grow stronger, and the Blue Star Technology concept and the Blue Coast concept took off. On the same day, the main board closed a plus 2.28% increase, standing firmly at the 3,600-point mark. The Science and Technology Innovation Board rose by 4.32%. This time, there was no madness. The main reason was to kill fear. The first 2 weeks were good and fell sharply. If it were changed to last year, such a big benefit, it would not give face to the motherboard if it did not increase by more than 5%. This morning, on the annual report conference call hosted by Ding Ping, many investors asked when the company will split its shares and whether there is a stock split plan. Last night, Blue Star Technology announced the implementation of the stock split plan. The market value soared by $421.3 billion that day. Domestic investors are also very greedy, but more than 90% can only be greedy because they can't buy US stocks. Even most people can't buy Hong Kong stocks. Watching foreigners eat meat gluttonously makes many mainland investors feel uncomfortable. Many people even hope that Blue Star Technology will also be able to land at the same time. But I also know that this is almost impossible. Bigger cannot carry such a terrifying volume of Blue Star Technology. Even the North American stock market is now a bit strenuous. The Nasdaq is basically kidnapped by Blue Star Technology. The Nasdaq fell. Blue Star Technology may not fall, but as long as Blue Star Technology falls, the Nasdaq said it will definitely follow the decline. The current market value of Blue Star Technology is converted into RMB 28 trillion, and the total market value of the entire bigger is still a little short of 100 billion. If this comes in, the horrible crowding out effect has to take the whole market's blood. Don't drain it. Bigger is now carrying the two supergiants, the Blue Pure Electric Car and Xunxin Electronics, which is a bit powerless. UU reading. The annual report of Wheelan Pure Electric Vehicles is also quite eye-catching. The annual revenue exceeded RMB 1 trillion for the first time. The strong revenue comes from the export of multifunctional driverless vehicles to the European market, which is still benefiting from the Sequoia pandemic. The company's annual net profit is still negative, indicating that it is losing money. And the P of the Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company has reached 132 times. But market investors are very excited, because the magnitude of the loss is decreasing year by year. In other words, It shows that the expansion of the blue pure electric car's crazy prodigal has already reached the point where it can hardly be spent. Once the expansion starts to stop and the profit plan is launched, it is impossible imagined profit. However, for many shareholders, the current price of 854.97 yuan per share of Wheelan pure electric vehicle is basically looking up, and the cost of buying a lot is more than 80,000 yuan. Most of the shareholders' account amounts are around 100,000 yuan. It is beyond expectation. Basically, institutional funds are tossing in it, as well as relatively affluent retail investors. On the next door, there are many high-quality companies under Luo Sheng, and their stock prices are not very expensive, most of which are between 200 yuan per share. However, the minimum investment standard for the Scitech Innovation Board has to start at 500,000, and they are also blocked from the door. Scatterers can only pick up those junk stocks, low-priced stocks that have been smashed by hot money, and then are helpless by slashing leaks. When seeing Blue Star Technologies' stock splitting plan this time, investors all aimed at the most beautiful cub at the moment, hoping to let the blue pure electric car also come to tear down and expand the total equity to 215 billion shares, split the stock price below 100 yuan per share, so that everyone can afford a few lots. It's really not good. You can split it by 5. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Reading URL of Ren Fiction Network Mobile Edition. V2 Chapter 911 Star Arrow International No. 2 Rocket Base latest website. Investors want the stock split. Ding Ping, who is in charge of the Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company, clearly answered during the conference call that the company has no stock split plan. This makes domestic investors quite regretful and can only be greedy. Watching Blue Star Technologies' stock price rise to the sky, after experiencing a period of the global capital market that Luo Sheng brought down the audience. Now he and those old friends on Wall Street have once again restored the confidence of global investors. The capital market has become active again and stabilized global investors. Luo Sheng is also relieved. In the following days, the major projects of the ladder project are steadily advancing as scheduled in accordance with the established plan. For example, today the ladder project has been made public to the world, and everyone believes that Luo Sheng can continue his miracle aura as always. The Linga port located on the equator line was also officially announced by Star Arrow International to change its name to Ring Orbiting Starport, so there is no need to hide it. Since the news was made public, the inkpad has been more behaved than ever before, and even my heart is panicked. There is a space ladder at my door. I thought it was a pie in the sky before, but now I still feel that it is a pie in the sky. But this pie is a bit scary. When I realized that this ladder has the interests of global capital all intertwined in it, the inkpad is really a little faint, and it feels like a very hot potato on the door of my house. No matter which one is the master who can't offend, no one is the master, because the master is in it. As long as he doesn't act as a demon, Luo Sheng will actually not be embarrassed by the inkpad, and the rent that should be given will not be less. Anyway, in this situation, Luo Sheng doesn't need to come forward to be a demon. Time flies. Since the construction of the Danta Basement project began at the end of the first half of last year, 7 or 8 months have passed unconsciously. The huge circular artificial island seems to have undergone tremendous changes in just over half a year. It changes almost every day. After more than half a year, the circular artificial island has been completely filled and the foundation has been strengthened. This area alone has consumed 377 million tons of steel materials, which is equivalent to using 40% of the entire year steel production capacity. Undoubtedly, this stimulus to the traditional manufacturing industry is immediate. Under the original situation of severe overcapacity of steel production, it is necessary to further increase production. Because the steel consumption of the tower base behind is greater, the quality requirements are relatively more demanding. However, as long as the money is in place, domestic steel mills will be fine. No one dared to cut corners in the ladder project, because too many people were staring at it. Not only domestic people were watching, but also countless people abroad were watching, and the interests involved were too huge. The first phase of the Chunlin high-speed rail project, which extends from the domestic Spring City across Southeast Asia and through the Malacca Undersea Tunnel, has also started. This project can only be undertaken by the Chinese infrastructure companies and high-speed rail operators. Foreign infrastructure companies, even if they give them orders, they can't do it, because this high-speed rail has to traverse a variety of complex climate and environmental terrain, from the northern temperate zone to the Tropic of Cancer, to the subtropical zone and finally into the tropics. You must know that different climatic environments have very different requirements for high-speed rail lines, and it is impossible to handle without excellent technology. Tuesday, January 26, Luo Sheng came to the second rocket base of Star Arrow International in Jiangqing. Since the establishment of the ladder project, it has begun to manufacture reserve recoverable rockets. Only after the solar storm is over, it will start large-scale space launches and take the lead in building 4 under 2 inches space station. The low buildings in the second rocket base are all on Stri High. Luo Shengxing and Yang Jianan, chief scientist of the Star Arrow International Recyclable Rocket Design, walked and talked on the corridor in one of the buildings. The low building in which he was located was the rocket storage room. Luo Sheng watched the 6 huge unfueled rockets in front of him quietly lying down in this storage room. This scene was magnificent. Immediately asked, "Lao Yang, how many Xingjian 20S has already stored?" The so-called Star Arrow 20S is the treasure of the town shop under Star Arrow International. The super heavy recoverable rocket, which is finalized in 2020, has a low Earth orbit carrying capacity of 160 tons, which is the longest in human history. The old beautiful Saturn 5 inches. Yang Jianan looked at the rocket in front of him and replied, "It's all here." Luo Shengyun said concisely, "We have to speed up the process. We must seal up 20 routes in the next 20 months. It is equivalent to making one in 1 month. And it is indeed in a hurry." But Luo Sheng had to ask for it, because the solar storm was about to hit in less than 2 years, and the rockets had to be sealed before the storm came. As the ladder project enters the second phase of orbital deployment, materials will continue to be delivered to the orbit in the future. The masses of the 2 Forerunner space stations alone have reached 13,300 tons and 8,400 tons respectively. After a Star Arrow 20S Super Heavy rocket is launched and recovered, it cannot immediately enter the relaunch sequence. Even if the team operates very efficiently, it takes a week to repair and check before it can enter the relaunch sequence to ensure that it is not carried. The problem is heaven. However, during the time window period during the maintenance and inspection period, another rocket is needed to fill the space to recycle, and there must be emergency backup in case it explodes. There must be a spare rocket to make up as soon as possible to ensure the stable and orderly progress of the ladder project. By the way, Mr. Yang, you can arrange for someone to come here to take a few high-definition photos for publicity. Luo Sheng said back, "Okay, let the media agency of Yangshi take it." Yang Jianan nodded. Foreign media agencies will definitely not let people in here. The second rocket base also has high confidentiality requirements. When Luo Sheng heard it, he shook his head and said, "It's okay to let Yang media report with first-hand information. But don't let Yang Media's photographers and ghosts come to take photos. It's a visual sense to be able to shoot 10,000 tons into a fishing boat. I'm really afraid that he will shoot the Star Arrow 20S Super Heavy rocket into a skyrocket." Yang Jianan. This is the material to be used for high-profile publicity. Not only can it not be hidden, it must be highlighted in a high-profile way, so that investors can see the real things and bring a strong sci-fi visual impact. Especially the top capital of Wall Street. Big guys, they are not foolish masters. If you don't see rabbits or scatter eagles, Luo Sheng wants them to believe that the space ladder can be achieved. Telling metaphysical stories can stabilize them for a while, but it can't stabilize them for a long time, and the ladder project cannot be accomplished overnight. Luo Sheng stayed at the Star Arrow International second rocket base for several hours. After learning about the specific progress, he had a temporary meeting and left. The people below are working hard, and what Luo Sheng has to do is tell stories, talk about vision, and talk about mission. Star Arrow International has invested $8.5 trillion in budget. For global investors, they don't care about stars and ocean dreams. They only care about when they can recover costs and create benefits for them. V2 Chapter 912 Space Manufacturing latest website, Star Arrow International, in accordance with Luo Sheng's request, came to the second rocket base to take some real shots, and produced a 42-second promotional video and released it to the public. The video content includes the footage shot in the second rocket base, as well as some manufacturing links, transportation links, and internal videos of the Star Arrow 20S during the test flight last year. Of course, it is indispensable to match a powerful BGM as a foil. This time it is for high-profile publicity to the outside world. Although the promotional video was only 42 seconds long, it contained a lot of information, many of which were previously undisclosed, and almost everything that could not be kept secret was released. However, when the propaganda film was released to create momentum for Star Arrow International and Ladder Project, domestic netizens all turned into dramas and went online. It's just a pile of wood, there is nothing to see, scattered. Doge. In order to solve the problem of raw material transportation during infrastructure construction, we installed an engine at the end of the log, and the felled logs are directly launched from the harvesting site to the construction site, shortening the transportation time of raw materials and greatly improving construction efficiency. It's all log trucks, they are scattered. This is a fully automatic log transportation system being developed by Star Arrow International. This system can quickly transport the felled logs to major factories for production and construction. The principle is very simple, similar to the second kick that everyone used to play when they were young. Our country is in a period of high backwardness, and it has to adopt this method to speed up production and construction, so as to achieve the purpose of improving the level of development. Doge. If you have something to say, how come you stand it up? Manually funny. You are not right. Is it a bit too high profile? What about keeping a low profile? But I like it. My lord. The times are changing. I can't help it. Showdown. It's too sci-fi. There are woods. I didn't expect to see the birth of the space ladder in the rest of my life. Does it mean that we ordinary people also have the opportunity to enter space? When will Star Arrow International engage in space tourism projects? This is definitely making money, and there are even local tyrants who are willing to spend tens of millions of dollars just to get a real space experience. Back then, how many rich people Musk was fooled by this? Wouldn't the Archbishop cut a wave of leaks? The mentality of the Chinese people today is very different from that of 15 years ago. If it were placed 15 years ago, it would have been very exciting, but today, they are very calm about this series of achievements. Moreover, there is a serious ridicule and even self-defeating, which is a self-confidence and calm expression. Only when you are not confident, you will try your best to show and care, so as to protect the fragile glass heart. Times have really changed. In comparison, the European media compared the data of the Star Arrow 20S Super Heavy rocket under Star Arrow International and the North American Saturn 5 inches. Although the report is objective and neutral, Europeans can hardly hide their envy and hatred. If this is put in the wreath that ISA has already blown. It is also worth mentioning that astronauts from all over the world are now required to step up time to supplement Chinese. After the announcement of the blueprint planning vision for the Space Ladder and the Forerunner 2 inches Super Space Station, the aerospace community of all countries knows that the International Space Station will withdraw from the stage of history much faster than they thought. The Ladder project itself is almost a human-century project built by the power of global capital. As the operator, Star Arrow International is a commercial aerospace company, and it is naturally open to the world. A series of space infrastructures will be built around the Forerunner 2-inches super space station, such as opening an outer space laboratory to customers and so on. Some scientific researches have unparalleled advantages in a weightless environment, and even many unfinished experiments can only be carried out in a space environment. Including some high-end products produced in a gravity-free environment have advantages that the surface does not have. Since it is positioned as a customer, of course it is necessary to pay, and it is possible to do scientific research without spending money. Global Capital sees that Star Arrow International continues to announce a series of progress and major breakthroughs, and the major projects are steadily advancing and the progress is announced in real time. It is also a lot of peace of mind. Mr. Luo, the story of the ladder is very beautiful. It can open the door to the real universe age for all mankind. But how will this story finally come true? We still seem to be far away. We need to anticipate. During a high-end video call with several core investors of Shengfeng Capital on Wall Street, James Gorman, who was on the connection, questioned. His remarks represent the idea of investing capital. Everyone knows and recognizes that the ladder project must be a great project based on the whole of mankind. A company's expansion of open source is its best development path, and the same is true for all mankind. With the rapid increase of the population and the limited resources of the earth, if we want to avoid the occurrence of the Malthus Strap disaster, we must expand the denominator of the overall resources that mankind can control, otherwise the world war will not be far away. In other words, from the open source of the Earth to the entire solar system, the resources in the huge solar system are more than enough to carry a population of hundreds of billions. But in the eyes of these capital bosses on Wall Street, it is worthless because it is too far away, and capital is short-sighted. What they are most concerned about is when the profits will be cashed out, how they will be cashed out, and even whether they can be cashed out. If they can't, they will consider looking for a receiver. Luo Sheng looked at a group of investors on the video screen and said, in the next 20 years, the development of lunar resources will be its core profit growth point. The fusion clean energy helium-3 is the most outstanding long-term expectation. In the 30-year cycle, we will focus on developing Mars. The head of Pilot Capital asked, the 20-year cycle is still too long, let alone 30 years. Is there a 10-year cycle plan? Although Global Capital has regained confidence, it is fragile and can't stand any major disturbances. Once the domino effect caused by the crash, everyone will die. Those of them who are engaged in capital operation know very well that the current ladder project must have a strong and sustainable expectation. To put it down to the ground, the pie must be very real. As long as the expectation is logical, it can be hyped. Can make the whole plate turn up. As for whether it will collapse later. When is this all? I have already got on Luo Sheng's black car. Although I regret it, it is no longer in their consideration. Either it's really successful, that's the best. If it's really broken, I can only think about it. All methods can be used to delay the crash. The longer the delay, the better, and then run the game faster. Luo Sheng smiled and replied, don't panic. The ladder has created a bright future. Of course, there is also a 10-year cycle goal. Building a space ladder does not mean that it must expand and extract resources to extraterrestrial planets to achieve profit recovery. It means that the upgrading of modern industry drives a series of upgrades. Everyone was puzzled. Luo Sheng methodically said, we have decided to build mankind's first space-based industrial manufacturing area on the Forerunner 2 super space station in the next 10 years. The first industry introduced is the integrated circuit industry. The basis of the chip comes from the wafer cut from the silicon crystal. The larger the crystal, the larger the diameter of the cut wafer, which means that the area lost due to edge cutting is smaller relative to the total usable area, which improves yield and reduces costs. Under a gravity-free space environment, including convection, crystals can grow larger and more uniform than the ground. Suspended processing can avoid possible pollution caused by containers and transportation pipelines, and further improve quality. In other words, the competitiveness of high-end chips produced in the space industrial zone is superior to that of the ground. Therefore, in the foreseeable future, whether it is Intel, JMC, or Xunxin Electronics, etc., to play in the future high-end market, we must move the factory to space to engage in chips. Everyone looked at each other. You were reading www.yuukanzu.com. And Luo Sheng added, in addition, the advantages of manufacturing high-quality drugs and high-quality alloys in a space environment are self-evident. Because the former does not have convection and precipitation components, the mixture is more uniform, protein crystals can also be larger, and suspension processing is avoided. Pollution reduces impurities. The latter is also more uniform. Metallurgy will not produce defects such as blisters in a vacuum environment, and it is more convenient to mix different metal components with widely differing melting points and boiling points into alloys, or to manufacture lightweight and strong alloy aerogel materials, etc. More examples will not be elaborated. At the moment when the latter is caused, the total cost of human transportation to and from space is reduced to more than 90%, almost indistinguishable from the ground. The prosperity of the space manufacturing industry will become an inevitable trend. Now those well-known companies will inevitably settle in the space-based industrial zone in order to obtain higher competitiveness for their products, to ensure that their market position is not replaced by potential competitors. So, I wonder if you can be satisfied with this expectation? After speaking, Luo Sheng silently added a sentence in his heart, telling stories and talking about vision is the best thing. V2 Chapter 913. Another group of people were deceived into the black car. The latest website, video conference, James Gorman said with a blank face, Mr. Luo, Imho, you are realizing and increasing leverage. The risk is being continuously amplified by you. The overall global capital stock will not be too short in the short term. Big change. Are you going to let the water in the entire pond dry before you give up? The big guys present were all clever human beings, all old and cunning foxes. After listening to Luo Sheng telling stories and talking about visions, they also found out that the routines are not bad. They knew that Luo Sheng had reached out for money again. The blood of the global financial capital market is almost drained by him, and now he is eyeing the cash flow in the hands of big companies, flicking more people into his black car with an uncertain future. How frantic! The big guys on Wall Street felt so tired, and they had to continue to accompany Luo Sheng so reluctantly. The scene had to be done enough, and it felt like they couldn't hold on. This kind of suffering, to say nothing, will take about 10 years. I knew that I shouldn't have been up there, but now I am sinking deeper and deeper, as if it were a bottomless pit without a bottom. They even doubted life. All of what Luo Sheng has done in the past 10 years may be to lay out such an epic set and send it to everyone. Hastily, sloppy. The big brothers expressed regret in their hearts. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Luo Sheng looked at the investors in the online video conference and said calmly, everyone is in the same boat now. It is best to listen to my arrangements. Anyway, if it really crashes, the group will be destroyed, and the 100 people will be the group destroyed. 1,000 people are also annihilated. The more the better. The Wall Street bigwigs present were so angry that they were all dull and speechless. Being miserable by him not only can't expose him, but also helps him to pick more people if he knows it. What is it called? Seeing that they did not speak, Luo Sheng took the initiative to push forward. Next, I will trouble you all to contribute and cooperate with my work. This is good for everyone. James Gorman squeezed a few words from his teeth. So, how to cooperate? Luo Sheng smiled and said, it's very simple. In line with the ideas and vision I just had, you guys go to increase the stock prices of several industry targets. Global investors, including these companies themselves, have seen the top smart funds on Wall Street once again choose the direction will inevitably guide them to make a choice. Lawrence Funk, the head of the BlackRock Group, convulsed. The attendees didn't know why. It was particularly harsh when they heard Luo Sheng's top smart fund on Wall Street. The top smart funds are now being trapped by you. It feels like Luo Sheng is cashing out and taunting them. To put it bluntly, it will continue to flicker. Luo Sheng's meaning is clear. For companies that decide to build chips in the future space industrial zone, Wall Street Capital will work together to raise the company's stock price and express its optimism about its future. Otherwise, it will ruthlessly hit the market and not be optimistic. Its future. This time, there is no prisoner's dilemma. These capital institutions on Wall Street cannot secretly play the trick of hacking. It's not that they don't want to, but that they will pay more if they do it. There is no reason to do so, unless it is Luo Sheng. This plate is completely useless, but isn't it something I still want to think about? It looks pretty good. Because they were all killed by Luo Sheng, it is equivalent to running away from the monk and not running away from the temple. On the other hand, it is an unprecedented joint force. It is easy to guide and control the global capital market. There will never be any differences in big funds. Funds cannot affect the overall situation. Everyone here knows that they are walking a tightrope now, and they are only one thought away from the Ponzi scheme. Success is an epic strategic foresight and pricing vision. Failure is a new generation of Ponzi scheme. And the pain of Wall Street bigwigs is that half of their bodies are already sinking in and unable to extricate themselves. What Luo Sheng wants this time is very simple. Its operational logic and real estate development and operation routines are not bad. The concept of space industrial zone is equivalent to space real estate. Star Arrow International is a developer and those companies are buyers of houses. Now I'm going to build a house, but what if I don't have money? Of course it is to play the pre-sale operation. First get the money in advance from the house buyers, that is, those companies that want to enter the space industrial zone, and then use the money to build a space industrial zone, and finally rent it to them or even sell it directly to them, so as to achieve empty gloves. Wolf. It can be seen from this that Luo Sheng's move is simply unpretentious. Don't be too simple. It is just a new bottle of old wine. The scene has become a tall space industrial zone, but the mode is still that mode, the familiar taste, and the original formula. According to the tall, this is called resource replacement and linkage. In a down-to-earth way, you don't have money if you take anything you want, and you don't have any of these things, but you don't admit that you don't have any money. Setting aside some factors, the Wall Street tycoons present were also convinced by Luo Sheng. After all, there were the tycoons who started on the internet and applied this set of thinking and gameplay to other fields. Not moving is to open your mouth to empower, close your mouth to link, and come back to add a sentence of delayed satisfaction, sinking of the scene, or upgrading. This gameplay is afraid that no one on earth can play more slippery than him. It is foreseeable that such a series of takeaway combinations will be punched out. On the one hand, Wall Street Capital makes the choice, and on the other is Luo Sheng with a legendary halo. For those high-tech giants, they are definitely worried about the future. It's dying, and other investors who don't know the truth will get restless. This panic, it was okay and then something went wrong because it was caught by Luo Sheng. Finally, it was too late to know that the door was welded to death again. The only change was that a number of victims were added again and nothing more. Another change is that Shengfeng Capital added an extra liability to reflect on the balance sheet, but after the victim learned that he had been scammed, no one dared to really jump out to face it except yelling RNM refund in his heart. Luo Sheng yelled repay the money and don't play anymore, because he would be beaten to death by other people on the spot before he shouted out. All the people who know the truth are taking care of the plate not to collapse. If someone comes out and shouts refund this kind of thing, a little carelessness may collapse at any time, and the result will definitely be lifeless and death. Whoever wants everyone to die, everyone should let him die first. If you want to fill up the imbalance in your heart, then pull more victims in. In the end, you will have more victims and you will have more balance. 3 days later, Star Arrow International once again disclosed the latest detailed plan, that is, the planning blueprint for the Forerunner 2 inches space station planning space industrial zone. Immediately on the same day, Xunxin Electronics immediately responded with a message, announcing that it plans to invest no less than 20 billion yuan in a space chip manufacturing plant. At the press conference, the head of Xunxin Electronics said in a high-profile manner that the company will target the high-end chip market with the vision to win 70% of the global market share in the future, and relocate the factory to the space industrial zone to reinforce the core competitiveness of the company. Empowerment is the key to achieving goals. On the same day, Xunxin Electronics with the trading code 688,888 rose 8.86% to close, and it rose to 12.32% during the session. The inflow of funds showed that the capital inflows from Beijing. In the past 3 trading days, foreign capital has continuously bought more than 2.2 billion yuan in net purchases. 3 days ago, it happened that Luo Sheng and Wall Street capital tycoons had an internal video conference. Foreign capital has no brainpower and is optimistic about it. The development of Xunxin Electronics is also in the eyes of everyone. Now it has emerged as a presence in the same echelon with semiconductor giants such as SPC and Samsung, and has achieved a level from backward to catching up. In the current wave of operations, no matter how you look at it, it is about launching a posture of surpassing and leading the friends, and it is coming so aggressively, it is necessary to overthrow the boss of the industry. Plus Luo Sheng's magical halo was superimposed, and the friends and merchants were immediately empty. The world's major semiconductor foundries all held meetings at the first time to discuss and analyze the advantages and disadvantages of chip manufacturing in the space manufacturing industry. The result is that the chips made in the space factory are more competitive. The level of semiconductor technology is about to reach the limit of the physical level. How to improve the competitiveness of products has to find a breakthrough from other places. And Xunxin Electronics has now chosen, and its answer is to develop space manufacturing. In fact, it is not just the chip foundries that have become virtual, but the entire international semiconductor industry has followed. Once Xunxin Electronics moves the factory, will Huaguo's newly formed independent semiconductor industry chain upgrade collectively? Will it follow in the footsteps of Xunxin Electronics to move factories to space? It's unclear. It certainly will. Can you compete with it in the future? This is a problem that the entire industry is thinking about, and the more worrying, the capital market is still fanning the flames to magnify their anxiety. Next, interesting things began to happen. 2 days later, several major international semiconductor manufacturers, represented by Samsung Electronics, sent a research team to visit Star Arrow International at this juncture, because Luo Sheng had never contacted them at all, and it seemed that foreign semiconductor manufacturers were deliberately excluded. A move to catch it makes them anxious. So I took the initiative to come to the door to discuss the possibility of cooperation, and they wanted to move the factory up. The ideas of these big factories were very clear. One is that they really don't want to fall behind, and the other is that their eggs are not in the same basket. No matter what Xunxin Electronics is doing, it must be followed. I am not afraid of following the wrong one. I am afraid that if I am not following the right one, it will eventually be squeezed out of the track. You can lose at most a little money if you follow it wrong, but if you fail to keep up, you lose your future track, and you may lose your company in the near future. Lawrence Funk and other Wall Street capital bigwigs are all in sight. Seeing those international semiconductor manufacturers line up one by one, they are eager to send money to Luo Sheng, but they are also calling the insider. The key is that these people are simply rooted. I still don't know that Luo Sheng is in charge of the overall situation. Ps. Recently I was sorting out the follow-up outline. I started the extra chapter, and then wrote a sigh of relief. 3 chapters can't stop the extra chapter. Holding face smile.jpg, it's basically confirmed. The protagonist is Luo Sheng. V2 chapter 914 can't stop it all 2 in 1 latest website. In the next week, Zheng Tao handed a list of cooperation lists on the concept of space industry to Liu Sheng's desk. Actually, it is a list of the latest victims. 42 leading international semiconductor manufacturers in the world booked the Space Factory for cooperation and consultation at the first time. Only 19 companies finally passed the cooperation, including Intel, IBM Microelectronics, Samsung Electronics, NXP, Toshiba, Infineon and so on. The 19 semiconductor manufacturers that received the cooperation target were very happy and felt relieved. If the future track is in the sky, you have already got an admission ticket, and you will be relieved to occupy the hole in advance. The other 23 semiconductor manufacturers that were rejected were very angry. The most annoying was that Star Arrow International determined that its cash flow was not sufficient and there was a potential risk of cooperation, so it was kicked. There is a kind of family background that is not strong, even without the qualifications to be cut leak. It is simply heartbreaking. In fact, Liu Sheng also wanted to refuse to come, but if there were no thresholds, and the coldness was not high, they would be able to come in with the money. When they came back to calm down and analyze the analysis, it would feel like a something wrong. Therefore, it must be treated differently, so that people who get in the car have a sense of superiority and leadership, and they are willing to pay for the future premium. It makes the people who get in the car feel that they have taken advantage and grab the air vent and give up thinking happily. And the people who have not got in the car are depressed and can't figure out and jumped in a hurry. Those who get in the car feel more at ease seeing another group of people who are in a hurry. The reality is so magical. This time Liu Sheng succeeded in getting another large sum of money. Samsung Electronics spent the most money, spending $3.1 billion to open a spaceship manufacturing plant on the future Forerunner 2-inch super space station. Each of the 19 major international semiconductor manufacturers has invested an average of about $2.36 billion. For a total of about $45 billion. For these major international companies, it is not difficult to pay $2 or $3 billion, and it will not have a major impact on the company itself. Even if the car rolls over, it will not hurt the bones and bones. The right is to make a risk for the future. An investment, a ticket that may generate a new track. If it is really a new track and not getting tickets, it will have a major impact on the company's future. But for Star Arrow International, $45 billion is a huge sum of money. One industry can collect a huge amount of $45 billion. So what about 10 industries? How about dozens or even hundreds of industries? At present, among the hundreds of categories of modern human industry, at least 100 industrial categories can shine in space. This story can be told. There are more subdivided industries. These are all potential money-trapping objects. At this moment, Liu Sheng, sitting in the chair of the office boss, looked at the materials and documents that Zheng Tao had sent him to 19 major international semiconductor manufacturers, and sighed involuntarily. I don't want to spend my life to collect money, but it really does. It's so cool, I can't stop it. Panic. Liu Sheng was actually a little panicked at first, because the failure of the project would become the first person to be liquidated, and the end would be very miserable. The cause of the panic might be instigated by some people and the project was artificially interfered and bankrupted. Of course panicked. But since the moment when the ladder project was officially announced, it has been explained that it is not panic. It has basically ruled out that the enemy will instigate things behind the scenes and cause the project to fail. If this is ruled out, Liu Sheng has 100% confidence to build the ladder. There are no enemies. Of course don't panic. Because the enemy has already got on his car. Wall Street Capital, the biggest potential enemy, is now deeply trapped in it, dying and crying while helping Liu Sheng wave the flag and shout. The main opponents have now become owners. For prudent considerations, although Liu Sheng is not panic, he has not slackened. He wants to turn people in the world into his own. Now, the top batch of capital in the world is all owners, and without potential major opponents, The next thing to do is to turn some potential opponents on the edge into owners. This is invincible. The highest state of when all are owners. Of course there is no such thing as an enemy. The semiconductor industry is just the beginning and can no longer be stopped. The future destiny of mankind has come to a crossroads and has been handed over to Luo Sheng unknowingly. Either from then on, the entire human civilization has moved from a planetary-style civilization to a constant-style civilization, or a thunderstorm triggered an avalanche-like crash and a global economic recession, which triggered the Great Depression that could not be alleviated for 30 years. Then the World War is not far away. Luo Sheng put down the materials and spent 20 minutes to understand the important information of the day as usual. One piece of information made the headlines. The annual GDP of China was 23.72 trillion US dollars, or about 118.17 trillion RMB. Making it the number one in the world for the first time, and it opened up significantly in the year when it surpassed North American economy for the first time. In terms of position, Lao America's GDP last year was only 20.1 trillion US dollars. It's not that the rabbit's increase is too strong, but the increase is only 5.35%, but the US dollar has languished too quickly in the past year, especially in the second half of the year. Why? Has the offshore exchange rate broken by 5? Luo Sheng checked the figures and was surprised. The current ratio of USD to RMB has reached a historic high, reaching a ratio of 1 to 4.9819. The offshore exchange rate has appreciated wildly in the past year. Last year was an extremely critical year. The global economy was shut down and China was the only country that was doing its best to save the world economy. After all, the world economy really collapsed, and the country was not feeling well. The ladder project is mammoth, and global capital flows are converging eastward from all directions. North American pension funds are investing in the East on a large scale, and they continue to sell U.S. stock assets. The depreciation of the dollar is faster than anyone can imagine. This is still the result of preventing the violent appreciation of RMB under various thresholds, chase and interception, otherwise it would have broken within 3 long ago. However, it is worth mentioning that the appreciation of RMB is relative to the sharp appreciation of foreign currencies, but the absolute purchasing power is continuing to depreciate. Once the 5 trillion flood is released, the absolute purchasing power will depreciate horizontally and cannot rise. The sharp appreciation of the offshore exchange rate is disastrous for domestic export-oriented low-end manufacturing companies. Coupled with the Sequoia pandemic abroad, a large number of small and medium-sized enterprises have caused a wave of bankruptcy last year. In the past year, many experts in the field of economics have been extremely worried that China is now the hope of the village in the global village. It is hoped that the rabbit will lead the world to fly out of the quagmire when the global economy recovers. If the rabbit gets rid of it, it will all collapse. The crazy appreciation of the offshore exchange rate made many people panic that they would repeat the mistakes of Japan. Back then, Japan was overwhelmed, which led to the violent rise of the yen and the collapse of a large number of small and medium enterprises. The appreciation of RMB is more violent than that, but it did not collapse because of the high-tech industry. The rise and fall of RMB is anchored to high-tech products. The ladder project is a typical representative among them. The direct point is that several super technology giants under Luo Sheng represent the domestic high-tech industry and anchor the high-tech industry for RMB. Currency is essentially the credibility of a country. It is also the deployment of a country's production resources. After a series of technological upgrades by companies represented by Blue Star Technology, Azure Coast and Star Arrow International, even if the currency appreciates, others will to buy its high-tech products. There is no need to worry about the exchange rate. The cross-border trade of high-tech giants represented by the Côte d'Azur has not been affected by the soaring offshore exchange rate. The total income of Luo Sheng's companies last year exceeded 2 trillion US dollars. But the average income excluding exchange rate changes reached 11.8 trillion RMB. accounting for about 10% of GDP. If it is placed in the Western world, it will definitely collapse. When it is different in the country, a large number of small and medium-sized enterprises have died, and a group with core technology has been retained, while the other group has been naturally eliminated. The state does not provide these companies with brainless blood transfusion to ensure employment, but supports subsidies for emerging industries or supports their transformation. Where does the money come from? It's not elsewhere, but it's the taxes paid by Luo Sheng's Blue Star Technology and Cote d'Azur companies. Let the high-tech monopoly companies represented by the Blue Coast and Blue Star Technology lead exports to make foreigners money, and the state finances collect taxes and then subsidize other industries to meet the strategic needs of macro control. This is in line with the Southern Social Security Fund subsidizing the North the same way. This is absolutely impossible in the Western world. Why should developed areas like New York and California subsidize the Rust Belt? New York and California definitely oppose it. It is worth mentioning that the major technology companies under Luo Sheng no longer have tax incentives. The preferential policies previously given will expire after expiration. New high-tech tax deductions or other incentives will no longer be given. There is even an A4 in some areas. Tax increases on paper documents. Although it is not possible to talk about suppression, it is obviously because Luo Sheng's several companies earn too much, which leads to excessive concentration of wealth. It is impossible for the rich to eat 30 meals a day, no matter how rich they are, and it is impossible to drive 30 cars a day. No matter how much money, there is dead money that cannot flow. The troika that drives the economy is exported, relying on supergiant enterprises. The casualties of small and medium-sized enterprises are equal to a hedge. Then the cow force driving the economy is the two carriages of investment and consumption. Especially consumption. Luo Sheng didn't need to wake up from the above, he took the initiative to take on more social responsibilities. After all, it is an indisputable fact that so many small and medium-sized enterprises have been killed. When the overall increase is not significantly increased, the performance of its subsidiaries has increased significantly. It often means the successive closure of other companies. Although these failed small and medium-sized enterprises were not directly killed by Luo Sheng's large enterprises, when the RMB anchor was gradually decoupled from the US dollar and turned to be anchored in the high-tech industry, Luo Sheng's industry was the largest the beneficiaries. This is beyond doubt. Accompanied by the violent appreciation of RMB, it indirectly killed the small and medium-sized enterprises in the low-end manufacturing industry. The appreciation of the RMB is the only way to go. As long as the country wants to achieve high-tech transformation, the path of appreciation cannot escape. Some low-value-added manufacturing industries will be released as soon as they are released. If the profitable industries are released, they will be released to other emerging market countries. Only those related to the national defense industry will be stuck. The core industry of the neck must be firmly grasped. Even if it is not profitable or profitable, it must be seized by subsidies from other places. As for low-value-added manufacturing, the work of making screws can be released. The general public in China now pay a huge amount of tax through high-value-added companies such as Blue Star Technology and the Blue Coast, and then through the national financial allocation, indirectly realized the steady upgrade of the national welfare. Unemployed? No job? Then don't work. Isn't it better to have direct welfare subsidies? Either wages have decreased or not increased, but hidden benefits have gone up. The most typical benefit of not working is the express industry. This industry has dropped sharply from the peak of more than 3 million people in just 3 years, leaving less than 1.3 million, and the decline is still accelerating. In contrast, the number of large white robots delivering express delivery surged by more than 2 million units. Those unemployed couriers are not making trouble. They are enjoying life, either traveling long distances, enjoying the sun, or immersing in the virtual world, because there are Dabai robots helping them to make money, so they are not afraid of food. The stock Buffett once said, "If you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you will work until you die." Obviously, The Courier brothers have Dabai robots to help them make money when they sleep, as long as they don't pursue a life of extreme luxury. They really don't need to work. Since the beginning of the intelligent machinery revolution, when the public treats this new thing, it is like a first love girlfriend and other boyfriends, afraid of not coming, but also afraid of chaos. But in the past few years, when witnessing the status quo of the express delivery industry, the food delivery industry and other industries that have begun to change, the public's mind has completely changed their minds. Not afraid of it coming, you read www.youcansu.com is afraid that it won't come, and can even come casually. Luo Sheng has given the general public a good expectation, and it is a foreseeable expectation, not afraid of robots grabbing jobs, but expecting robots to grab jobs quickly. Because of this, the Chinese economy not only did not collapse, but achieved a successful high-tech transformation in an incredibly powerful way, with a result beyond the expectations of all economic scholars who believe in textbookism. The GDP statistics released this year have reached the top of the world, and the greatest significance is that this country has declared success in its high-tech transformation. When quoting the famous saying of the stock god, I was very unconvinced. I found a way to make money while sleeping, and it swelled up. Isn't it amazing? No, I've already realized my dream and I'm making money. Now, what is it that you can make money from sleeping? Am I inflated? I'm very distressed recently. The money I earn in my dream is worth 10 stock gods, but I can't get it out. Who knows how to get it out? I divide it into half. Let me give you a report on the progress of the extra chapter. The 8th chapter has been written since yesterday. V2 chapter 915 1 Dare to vote, and 1 Dare to take latest website. The first time nominal GDP has reached the top of the world means too much. In the past year, it has given the world the feeling that it has gone up without paying attention to North America. In fact, if calculated according to the scale of manufacturing, it has surpassed North America as early as 10 years ago. Although the rabbit has not yet been ranked first in the world in terms of conventional military power, it has money and technology. It is no exaggeration to say that it will go up whenever it wants. It is an indisputable fact that the center of the world stage has returned to the East. Although European and American media are unwilling to admit it, global capital has already made a choice. After all, capital is the most realistic existence, and it will always go wherever there is an opportunity. The appreciation of the offshore exchange rate is the only way to go. It cannot be avoided. Breaking 5 is not the end. It is not surprising that it will break 4, 3, 2 or even 1 in the future. In fact, this has caused a lot of headaches for the country. In the past year, including now, foreign capital has flowed into the Greater China region like crazy, looking for investment opportunities everywhere. Of course, there are no shortage of real investors, but there are also a lot of hot money and speculators. They are obviously welcome to real investment capital, but how to distinguish the speculative components is also a headache. Moreover, even the investment capital is really too fierce, like a wild beast. It's a collective rush, and it can't be fat in one breath. If it weren't for suppressing, the big A might break the 6,000 point rhythm last year. In the Greater China market, those who are able to fry and those who are not able to fry are all trying their best to fry. However, the drought in other parts of the world has led to an investment shortage here and a capital panic there. Two extremes, overheated capital and excessive capital, lead to puffiness, which is obviously not a good thing. However, the country has a way. You don't know how to deal with the money, you don't know where to settle, and you are too anxious to hold it in your hands. Very good. Now I am building a ladder. Invest your money here, invest in the future. Ever since, one dare to vote, and the other dare to take it. Luo Sheng now dare to come and pick up how many? What is 8.5 trillion US dollars? $18.5 trillion is nothing. No matter how much you invest, you can spend it cleanly. In the early stage of the cosmic voyage, there are more places to spend money, and a lot of sunk costs need to be filled. The moon base is built, the moon is developed, and the helium-3 is mined. Does the initial investment cost money? Even the development of the asteroid belt requires a lot of upfront investment. Investment shortage? If it doesn't exist, Liu Sheng said that he has a bottomless pit here and welcomes investment. The time has come to February, and Star Arrow International now shows a wave of the latest results to the outside world every month. This has been the tone set by Liu Sheng, and now the global capital sentiment has been mobilized. Star Arrow International must continue to release good news so that everyone can feel at ease. At this time, you must not be loc, let alone cover up conservatively. If you hide something, investors will feel that you are hiding something bad. Once panic spreads, it will be the most terrifying infectious disease. This world is so anti-human. Even if it is false, more people believe in it, and over time, it becomes the truth. What's more, the ladder project is not a Ponzi scheme, it's just that the plate is too big. Liu Sheng must do this. It must use human nature and guide it. Process orientation is not important at all. Result orientation is the most important. If the ladder is created, even a scam will become the truth. If the ladder fails, even the truth will eventually be judged as a scam. Time flies. The new year comes to the end of the first quarter and the end of March. We have reached strategic cooperation with 405 leading companies in 27 industries. In the CEO office of Star Arrow International, Liu Sheng listened to Zheng Tao's report and interrupted him and asked, "You just tell me how much the amount is, and copy a copy of the information to An King Su, and let him give it to me." Zheng Tao, $688.5 billion, about 3,234.9 billion RMB at the current exchange rate. Liu Sheng estimated in his mind for a moment, and said, "The offshore exchange rate has appreciated so rapidly. Last month, it was 4.981, and now it is 4.698. Zheng Tao nodded and said, "There has been a lot of RMB shortage in the market, and there is no intention of easing the management here. They are all grabbing RMB. According to this trend, it is not surprising that the appreciation may break 3 this year, so foreign partners are hurry up and spend your dollars. Hurry up and get in the car." In a month, 405 leading companies were won, and each company paid an average of $1.7 billion. All foreign partners were in a hurry. Now everyone is dumping US dollar assets and trying every means to spend US dollars. The rate of depreciation is the rhythm that anyone who holds a lot of US dollar assets can't sleep. It's really running away from time. The phrase "time is money" has never been so deeply rooted in people's hearts as it is today. What is the best hedge at this time? Everyone unanimously thought of gold hedging. The international gold price has now soared to $2,751 and 23 cents per ounce, setting a record high almost every day. When everyone thought that Liu Sheng suffered heavy losses, they were shocked to find that Liu Sheng family funds, including most of the US debt held by Shengfeng Capital, had already shipped 7 or 8, although they still hold tens of thousands of dollars. $100 million, but it is innocuous at all. It is a necessary liquidity reserve. The dollar continues to collapse, but the dead camel is bigger than the horse, and the dollar cannot directly die suddenly. Those who took over were all big dogs, the Norwegian Sovereign Fund and other institutions. Everyone now knows that Liu Sheng has achieved a huge amount of funds stealing and exchanging pillars and accurately escaped the top. He predicted the collapse of the US dollar at least 3 years in advance. If it is too late to predict, it will be impossible to complete the shipment with such a large asset scale. During the long run, years proved that Liu Sheng had expected the situation today at least 3 years ago. In fact, this is right or wrong, because the collapse of the dollar is inseparable from Liu Sheng's impact on the world, especially the ladder project. When many investors who invested in Shengfeng Capital saw the situation today, they secretly thanked Liu Sheng's Shengfeng Capital for the money and escaped. And this sturdy record has also pushed up investors' superstition and blind worship of Liu Sheng. and they have become more and more convinced that Luo Sheng is the wealth code. We won $688.5 billion in March, which is pretty good. Star Arrow International will usher in a bumper harvest this year. The quarterly report will be more beautiful, Luo Sheng said with satisfaction. It is worth mentioning that this is $688.5 billion. It is not financing funds, but the operating income of Star Arrow International. This is a bit of good luck. It sounds magical like a fantasy, but this is the fact. Star Arrow International is doing a space real estate business. The most magical thing is that the shadow of the space factory has not been seen yet, and the money has already begun to make a lot of money. Full. The buyer has already paid for it in advance. The real estate developers of other people have also taken pictures of the land quickly. The ancestors are all called experts. It can be said that the blue is better than the blue. It is magical, but it is not a surprise. Are foreign partners really stupid? Not stupid, because the current environment is there, and the dollar is continuing to depreciate. Especially the rate of depreciation of the dollar against RMB is thrilling. It is better to pay the money as soon as possible. Now $1 can be exchanged for more than 4 RMB. In case the offshore exchange rate even breaks 1 in a few years, if you want to invest at that time, it will be equivalent to spending several times more money. The depreciation speed of the dollar is really unbearable. It can be seen that countless people are now begging Luo Sheng to accept the money, and they can't sleep at all when they hold it in their hands. Instead, throw it to Shengfeng Capital to sleep peacefully. Luo Sheng can almost foresee that investors who have invested in Shengfeng Capital around the world will be as excited as a chicken blood after seeing the release of Star Arrow International's quarterly report. The ladder has not been successfully built, and they have already begun to make a lot of money. The space is incredible. With this money, space stock and spacecraft budget is also equal to the budget, Luo Sheng said happily. With the opening of the era of cosmic navigation, how can one lose spaceships? In the future, the space mining industry, transplanetary colonization, moon development, and mining transportation will all require long-distance vehicles, including orbital space junk sweeping, requiring spacecraft of different specifications. These are realized one by one and can feed back the entire project. As long as the continuous open source expansion, a virtuous positive cycle can be formed. Even if the debt reflected on the asset list is tens of trillions of days, it will not something wrong, because these debts reflect future assets, and the future represents tomorrow. Tomorrow will never come, because tomorrow is tomorrow. The vast universe has endless imagination. The anchoring of debt in the vast universe is equivalent to having unlimited resources. End of this chapter. V2 Chapter 916 Luo Sheng's Worries latest website. In the office, Zheng Tao brought another document folder on the desktop. This is a report on the integration of photovoltaic new energy industry. Another major project promoted by Star Arrow International this year is photovoltaic energy for the 2 Forerunner super space stations. The inner ring area of the 2 space stations will be covered with more than 2 million square meters of photovoltaic panels. With the expansion of the space station, with the expansion of a series of space facilities, the space photovoltaic power plants needed for emergency will also continue to expand. Luo Sheng opened the list of materials. This is another major integration action that affects an industry. Star Arrow International has brought a production demand of RMB 820 billion to the global photovoltaic new energy industry. This time the US dollar currency will gradually decrease in the follow-up content, based on RMB. When it separated in November last year, Star Arrow International sent a large number of research teams to investigate the global photovoltaic industry. Basically, the layout of the photovoltaic industry has been completed. Star Arrow International has invested in many photovoltaic industry leaders as a strategic investor, including Tensolar 36.15%, Jinko Solar 33.45%, Jink Energy 37.58%, Xiandao Intelligent 28.56%, Enolite Technology 22.2% and other 15 listed or unlisted companies. In addition, Longi Technology, Shannon Optoelectronics, and Aster have established strategic partnerships for strategic investment. Basically, the best companies in the photovoltaic new energy industry are domestic companies. There are basically few foreign companies that can compete, and the cooperation is basically all domestic companies. Let's advance the plan like this. Luo Sheng finished reading the material report and signed and stamped it for approval. In the afternoon of the next day, Star Arrow International disclosed the news to the public. Dan Solar and other companies introduced Star Arrow International, a strategic investor, and Longi Technology and other strategic cooperative companies also made official announcements on the same day. The list of companies disclosed in Star Arrow International's announcement was all set to the daily limit on the day without exception. The fastest is Invoix Technology, which directly pulled the board to plus 20% in less than 5 seconds. Shareholders are all confused, thinking that there was a new long finger, and they went up without paying attention to the boo. Longi shares also soared from plus 3.97% to plus 20.03% within the next minute. The total market value reached 398.6 billion RMB. Longi shares are listed on the main board, and the main board is open to plus minus 20%. The first daily limit hit since the entire photovoltaic industry sector directly exploded, setting off a wave of continuous board daily limit. That night, Jink Energy, which was listed in North America, soared 382%, and its stock price soared from $73 to 351.86. And its total market value reached $15.647 billion, which is frenzied. The domestic capital market, which has been suppressed for a long time, directly exploded with the help of the super benefit of the photovoltaic industry. Several photovoltaic companies that introduced Star Arrow International as strategic investors all performed in the next few trading days. The daily limit is close to 200% in less than a week. Not one, but 7 companies, and all of them have doubled the photovoltaic industry sector. A new photovoltaic energy sector has taken the market to the 3,800-point integer mark, breaking the top position in one fell swoop. The most violent increase in Huichuang Technology rose by 329.4%. And the daily limit was set for 8 consecutive trading days. The stock price soared from 68 yuan to 292 yuan, becoming the most beautiful cub among the more than 5,000 stocks of bigger during this period. The price-earnings ratio soared to nearly 500 times. When Huichuang Technology made 3 consecutive own-it character boards, everyone thought that the village chief would come out to take care of it. But there was no sound. This made the speculative mood of speculation aggravated. I firmly believed that the village chief would not take care of it. The reason was this ticket is related to the archbishop. Going further, this is related to the ladder project, but the highest level has repeatedly called for support. As a result, the more speculation, the happier. The hot money played a drumming relay race. It is worth mentioning that the village chief really hesitated, and when he was about to ask Shengfeng Capital about the situation first, Huichuang Technology had seen it all on its own and was seriously out of the fundamentals. Then he chose to paint his own place as a prison, and took the initiative to apply for a suspension of trading for half a year by the Securities Regulatory Commission. When the village chief saw that his consciousness was so high, he readily agreed, and then backhandedly sent inquiry letters to the other 6 companies that had doubled the price. Regardless of the retail investors in Huichuang Technology, they are still hot money, and they saw that they were locked up in a small black house for half a year. All stupid. It's not normal to be unable to get out after half a year, and the commentary under Invoix Technology has also been criticized by the company's management. Let alone half a year, being fired to such a high position. Once the mood is gone, it must be a situation where the tree fell and the hunger is scattered, and it must be a feather in the end. People who have just chased in are desperate. not to mention that the funds are frozen for half a year and they will miss a lot of opportunities. When the trading is resumed, they may not be able to run away. They will not be able to run after 2 drop limits. Those who chase in are very clear how high the position is. At least a loss of more than 36%. Under the Big A price priority and time priority transaction rule, it is equivalent to letting big funds run first. Retail investors with small funds will basically suffer a 40-meter machete. Those who catch up with the high point will lose 40% with a high probability. Event. As the leader of this wave of emotions, Huituang Technology made a cut. The leader fell and the emotions disappeared. The photovoltaic new energy sector also began to turn cold, and the emotions began to recede. In the following week, they basically continued to fall in shock. Photovoltaic new energy has been smashed for more than a week. Luo Sheng, who has not paid much attention to the capital market, has also heard about it. It is also very helpless. Although Luo Sheng's value has indeed risen, because Star Arrow International it is the largest shareholder of these targets. However, Shengfeng Capital did not participate in the control of the market, because the number of shares held is not many. It is impossible to hit the market, otherwise it will be bloody, and it will not be possible to grab the stock in the secondary market, which will only further push up the stock price. And the market funds are not stupid. Star Arrow International's announcements have all been issued, and the ladder project is also there. Orders and capacity requirements are impossible to get. As long as you dare to throw it, you dare to accept the following capacity. It is of course impossible for Shengfeng Capital and Star Arrow International to do business that makes money at a loss. And it is impossible for those who kill hot money to carry a sedan chair. Then don't care, it's soaring anyway, why not do it? Luo Sheng also feels incomprehensible to the Chinese people's gambling. In just 6 or 7 days, the industry's premium for the next 6 or 7 years has basically been overdrawn. In such a short period of time, the new photovoltaic energy sector has increased by a dozen. A company with a market value of 100 billion yuan, Longjai shares is moving towards 600 billion yuan. It's just like you're going to die when you control it, and you'll be messed up when you release it. However, Luo Sheng did not pay too much attention to the capital market. Anyway, it would not affect the physical plan. With the passage of time, the major projects of the ladder project are steadily advancing, and time is getting closer and closer to the day of the arrival of the solar storm, and there is only less than 2 years left. The next global turmoil is a critical moment to test all mankind. Is only a major test for the ladder project. Luo Sheng is not worried that investors will ask for withdrawal. So far, the actual investment of the ladder project has spent about 45% of the initial budget. No one has the courage to divest. Even on the contrary, the investors would cheer Luo Sheng up and ask him to find a picker to withstand it. What really worries Luo Sheng is whether Europe and the United States will collapse. The country is not worried at all. In order to guard against this superstorm, it has already begun preparations for war and famine. But foreign countries may not be able to withstand it, especially in Europe and the United States. Maybe Mad Max will be staged to survive in a wasteland world. Luo Sheng definitely does not want this situation to happen. He has stocked so many chips overseas, and the assets of companies such as the Blue Coast all over the world. If the real order in Europe and America collapses, a realistic version of Crazy Max will be staged. In the world, at least 70% of overseas industries have to evaporate. V2 Chapter 917 Solar Storm, I can't take it anymore. Latest website. The time has come to early May. In the fitness room of the Science and Technology Complex, Luo Sheng is doing morning exercises. At the moment, he is sweating on the treadmill. He is accompanied by his personal female trainer. Luo Sheng actually wanted to go outside for a run or something, but he was reluctant to be watched every time he went out. He didn't mix with the entertainment circle, but his fame was to crush all the so-called celebrities in the entertainment circle. Now even the aunt at the roadside stall knows that he is the #1 person, and the popularity is evident. This also restricted Luo Sheng's travel. and had to lose some free life. Every time he went out, he had to go through a lot of battles, affecting countless people's hearts. It was wise to make the house bigger. Master, Zheng Tao, Zhang Bowen and Yao Jianhong are calling you at the same time. Okay. Luo Sheng responded calmly when he heard that. The treadmill stopped gradually, took the towel handed by the trainer's sister, and said sternly, "Additional training items will be practiced another day." The coach's sister blushed inexplicably. Luo Sheng glanced at him with a smile, then turned to leave the gym, and threw the towel aside on the exercise machine. When he came to the private office, Luo Sheng poured himself a glass of water, and the video screen lit up, and the images of Zheng Tao, Zhang Bowen, and Yao Jianhong were connected at about the same time. What is going on in such a big battle? Luo Sheng put down his water glass and sat on the sofa, then turned to look at the three people on the video screen. The three of them are the CEOs of Star Arrow International, Blue Star Technology and Azure Coast. The actual steward of the company is still number one. This time, he urgently contacted Luo Sheng's top speaker at the same time. Something bad must have happened, and it was a big deal. But Luo Sheng was very indifferent. "Mr. Luo, just now, a group of authoritative astrophysicists, high-energy physicists, and astronomers in Europe and the United States jointly publicly warned the world in the media late at night that the solar activity is abnormal and humans will welcome it in 2 years. Here comes a cosmic natural disaster that exceeds the Carrington superstorm of 1859. Zheng Tao added solemnly, ESA's Sohoyai solar exploration satellite was lost yesterday, and the last information that came back showed that it was destroyed by an electromagnetic storm. This announcement has 37 scientists co-signed to the world. The warnings are issued by scholars who enjoy a high status in the academic world, and they have issued the warning with a guarantee of personality. The huge influence has spread to the world, and the major media around the world are covering the world. After speaking, the three of Yao Jianhong couldn't help but look at Luo Sheng. The latter was silent for a moment when he heard the news, and finally shook his head with a laugh, and said, "These scholars really didn't put any extra talent on it. Politics. He still has the world in his heart, and a group of cute old men have successfully added chaos to the world. Do you want to scold them for being stupid?" Luo Sheng still couldn't help but cursed in a low voice. ESA and NASA should be disbanded. Nana is a leg. Really think the world is not messy enough? In fact, chaos in foreign countries will lead to chaos, and Luo Sheng really doesn't care too much, but the key is to affect himself. The movie name Crazy Max came to mind involuntarily. Luo Sheng had watched this Hollywood movie set in the wasteland world. It happened that the background of Crazy Max was set this year. "Mr. Luo, it seems that the major stores closed overseas in the Côte d'Azur this year will not be able to open as expected, and will even be more serious." Yao Jianhong said that the popular Sequoia in Europe and the United States after more than a year after tossing and repetition, "Now I finally see an improvement." The Côte d'Azur also decided to reopen the closed offline stores and some sales channels in July this year. As a result, dozens of scientists co-branded such a huge basket. Now it is useless for them to stand up and say rumors. Not to mention that they may not do so. Sometimes scientists are really paranoid and would rather die than stick to their own principles. At this moment, Luo Sheng opened the current news easily. Instead of looking at the specific content, he quickly browsed some news headlines at a glance. Sure enough, as he expected, the domestic side has become a key reference object for the media to verify the authenticity of the solar storm disaster. The 20 trillion yuan of anti-prevention funds passed by the country 2 years ago was turned over by the media. People have almost forgotten it, and no one thought it was. What a big problem. However, at this juncture, it has become a powerful evidence that verifies the warnings of these scientists, and more evidence has been unearthed one after another. It is surprisingly the explosion of the integrated circuit industry in the past 2 years. The bull market found the reason. Some people place orders in a large-scale frantic sweep of goods, and the compound growth rate of global chip production capacity is as high as 57%. However, the demand has not kept up, indicating that there is a serious overcapacity. But some people are spending a lot of money to place orders. The orders from major international chip manufacturers are soft, and many manufacturers' orders are scheduled for next year. All this seems to have an answer. Some people are hoarding chips on a large scale, and some people have known all about this super solar storm early. Master, an urgent call from academician Yang Mao. At this moment, Xiona's electronically synthesized voice responded. And Luo Sheng said directly, take it all together. The three, Yao Jianhong, looked at each other's images and didn't say anything. Now there is no need to hide it. Everyone present knows this. As soon as the video communication with Yang Dimao was established, there were several more images on Luo Sheng's video wall, including the newly established emergency team. Mr. Luo is doing something bad. As soon as academician Yang Mao got connected, Luo Sheng nodded and said, Old Yang, I know what you said badly. A senior leader attending the meeting spoke. Things can no longer be carried away. The Institute of Space Technology has just confirmed that our solar exploration satellites are also vectored. Only emergency plans can be activated. Fortunately, our country has already prepared. Luo Sheng nodded in approval and said, this is good news. It will be messy for a while, but all sectors of the domestic society should soon stabilize and return to normal operation, without hurting the bones. The leader said again, the difficulty is the ladder project you are responsible for, Comrade Luo Sheng. The impact of this incident on the ladder project is probably. Luo Sheng replied very positively, please rest assured, I can stabilize the problem and leave it to me. Leader, well, you can rest assured by saying that. Another participant said, in China, we have prepared for prevention. Major and long-term chaos will not occur. Short-term turbulence is acceptable. Internal problems can be quickly resolved and stabilized. But the unstable ones are external factors. The impact should not be underestimated. There is a huge chaos in the world. You say don't care. There is nothing wrong with it. It is good to take care of yourself. But I really can't care about it. GDP has just reached the top of the world. Some things can't be avoided. They are so big and placed there. If you don't care about them, they will definitely come over at that time. You will still be caught in the end effect. It really caused uncontrollable worldwide turmoil, and the consequences are unpredictable and cannot be avoided. After all, everyone lives in the same global village and has not yet left the village. V2 Chapter 918 Collective Flash Crash in a Novel Network. After the meeting, as the major video images were closed, Luo Sheng turned to say, Xiaona, how is the current public opinion? The main screen immediately displayed two parts. One is the Domestic Public Opinion Index, and the other is the Global Public Opinion Index. Several columns of real-time dynamic bar graphs are panic sentiment, negative news reports related to solar storms, etc. These indicators all resonate and influence each other. One of the most striking is the panic sentiment indicator in the red bar chart. Both domestic and foreign are rapidly rising over time, accompanied by the increase of a large number of negative news content. It shows that more and more people are seeing related negative news at this moment, and then spreading them with panic emotions has caused the expansion of the news to rise exponentially, and the panic is also showing an exponential increase. Similar messages are being forwarded in various group chats and forums, and sometimes it may not be a good thing that information is too developed. Many people in China are eating breakfast. At this time, many people have seen tweets about Sunburst from the news app, and a large number of self-media articles are also being produced rapidly. The Nasdaq futures have crashed into a crash, and the SF main chain futures that tracked Shengfeng Capital also crashed. Finally, V came up to a new high and stabilized. Investors' confidence has also risen. As a result, it directly ushered in a vertical dive. 40%. The 40-meter Soulbreaker machete was cut down without warning, and the corpses were almost everywhere. The FTSE 50 futures index also collapsed without any suspense, and staged a 1-minute dive 7.75%. At that time, the Eastern 8th District time came to 8:48, and domestic investors were already trembling after seeing all this. Seeing the blood collapse of the A50 futures index, the mentality of domestic investors also collapsed. They turned around and sold the limit-up orders of the investment targets in their hands, and prayed that the main force could let them go. At this moment, Luo Sheng tapped a few times on the panel and randomly selected an ordinary young man through the internet to observe. The name of the lucky person was Wang Lin, about 23 years old. A surveillance camera was installed in the living room of his home. Luo Sheng obtained his permission to observe. The permissions including his smartphone and laptop have been intercepted. But Wang Lin didn't know all this, and Luo Sheng would not. What does he do? He is sitting in front of the computer silently watching a new popular science video. First of all, don't panic. This is not a natural disaster such as an earthquake or tsunami. Solar storms will not pose a direct threat to people, so ignore the scary warnings issued by the media. However, the Master of Up still recommends that you prepare in advance, not afraid of 10,000. Just in case. Wang Lin watched the popular science video for a while and then closed it. He suddenly realized that he could indeed prepare for it, and he had even experienced such a disaster. Fuck. Is the survival game Heroes of Skyrim really teaching everyone knowledge? My mother, this game company is not easy. Wang Lin, like his first awakening from a dream, has also played this in a virtual internet cafe. A survival game. It's a coincidence that the background setting of Skyrim Catastrophe is that the solar storm triggers a global disaster. Players must survive the disaster, and in the game, players at home and abroad have taken two completely different paths. Foreign players have played a standard wasteland survival game, but domestic players have completed the production of Self-Rescue. The former continues to involute and the latter continues to open source, forming a sharp contrast. At this moment, the Hall of Skyrim forum has exploded, and new posts are constantly appearing. All players are increasingly convinced that this is definitely not a coincidence. There must be an invisible force driving all of this, and many senior players are madly posting knowledge about how to prevent solar storms from popular science. After browsing the forum for a while, Wang Lin also started to act. As soon as the storm comes, human shortwave communication is basically GG. Electromagnetic pulse interference will generate a large amount of induced current in the electrical appliances and cause electrical short circuits. Even if the power is cut off, it is difficult to ensure the safety of electrical equipment. Wang Lin said to himself, he encountered this kind of thing when he played Hall of Skyrim in the virtual world. This game is very hardcore. By the way, microwave ovens can isolate most of the electromagnetic pulse. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was worrying about how to protect the video, photos, seeds and other data in the mobile phone and the hard disk. As soon as the solar storm came, so many years of knitting work really counted on these savings. Mobile phone hard disks can just be sifted into the microwave oven. Although it cannot be absolutely effective protection, it is better than nothing. Any protective measures are good. So Wang Lin went out to buy a microwave oven without saying a word. Luo Sheng did not follow Wang Lin's perspective anymore. At this moment, the time has come to the opening time. Luo Sheng clicked on the domestic capital market to take a look, and the screen was full of green and environmentally friendly colors. At present, there are more than 3,900 stocks in the total of 5,789 stocks of Big A. They only hit the 20% limit during the early call auction, which lasted until the end of the call auction at 9:25 and finally opened the limit. In the continuous bidding after 9:30, the price limit could not be opened, and the small and medium-sized investors could not even run away. Today's market has fully opened the plus-minus 20% up-down system, and the index has to limit the rhythm. The entire market is not spared. There is no red ticket, and the ticket without the limit is continuing to kill. Yesterday's market was booming. The market sentiment that has been driven by the new photovoltaic energy industry during this period of time has made the majority of long-term investors high-spirited, although the hotspot leader Huichuang Technology has taken the initiative to enter the small black room and let the photovoltaic sector. The degree of enthusiasm fell. However, market funds immediately chose the entire new energy sector to continue the hype: glass, new energy vehicles, photovoltaic silicon materials, and a wave of semiconductors. The long-depressed market directly drove the motherboard to 4,155 points, which really made the village chief very angry. It was originally intended to break through 4,000 points by the end of this year, but it was completed 6 months in advance. However, the black swan that broke out today has once again dried the market to a point, evaporating nearly 800 points in one breath. As time went on, at about 1300 hours, the news that microwave ovens can protect against electromagnetic pulses suddenly appeared on the internet and spread across the internet, causing the entire population to flood into major supermarkets and major household appliances retail stores to microwave ovens. In many cities, those microwave oven appliances were swept away in less than half an hour on the shelves in the supermarket. Online orders have also skyrocketed. Some merchants have sold out of stock in less than 10 minutes. And the group effect has already been overwhelming. The response in the capital market is the prying board of the home appliance sector. The company Laobang Electric, which took the lead, announced the first time that its microwave oven inventory has been sold out. The stimulus of this news caused Laobang Electric to pry open the limit at 1413. The company's stock price was 62 yuan before the market, and the limit was blocked by 20% in the early trading, and the stock price flashed to 49.62 yuan. Just after the news was released, a miracle happened. Laobang Electric became the first prying board among all the stocks with limit lowering in the entire market. From 1415, a large number of buying orders were directly linked to the limit up and sweeping goods, driving the stock price along the way. Punch 18%, 13%, 10%, 3%, plus 2%, plus 11%, plus 17%. At 1419, Laobang Electric closed the daily limit of plus 20.03%, and staged a 40% amplitude board. The market value exceeded 70 billion yuan in one fell swoop. It became the most beautiful baby in the entire market for a while and attracted the attention of countless funds. A little red in 1,000 green bushes is too dazzling. Laobang Electric is too low. Immediately exposed its leading position. It brutally played the trend of the earth and the sky and attracted 90% of the market's attention. But all investors with a little experience know that the new faucet is coming out. No matter how bad the market is, there will never be a shortage of leaders. Now there is no doubt that it is Laobang Electric. The mood is in place. Laobang Electric is in the home appliance sector, so the home appliance sector is the leading sector. The leader has been sealed, and the market capital attracted backhanded it to be the second dragon. So in the next trading hours, the down limit of Xiaoqing Electric was also pried, and it continued to rise all the way, and the board was sealed within 10 minutes. The market value exceeded 40 billion yuan. Long also appeared, and the veterans all reacted at this time. At the moment when Xiaoqing Electronics hit the ground, the entire home appliance sector was brought up, the leader was blocked, and the funds had to copy the bottom of other peers. At around 1442, Magnesium Group, Green Electric Appliances and other big home appliance giants jumped on the ground. When the market closed, they were stunned. The Magnesium Group and Green Electric both changed from the limit to plus 6.84%, plus 2.63% closing. Even Oppo Home, which sells Uber, has opened the limit of the limit, from 20% at the opening to 6.58% at the closing. All this was caused by an article that went viral on the internet about microwave ovens can protect against electromagnetic storms. As of the close of the big A, The public in major cities are still buying microwave appliances everywhere. Whether it is a well-known brand or a miscellaneous brand, the microwave oven can be sold out. Some people don't know it yet, but they see that there are fewer and fewer microwave appliances on the shelves, and everyone is rushing to buy them. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Reading URL of RenRenFiction.com mobile version. V2 Chapter 919 Renren Novel Network. When such a big incident broke out, Luo Sheng's phone number was once again hit by Wall Street, and the entrance of the Science and Technology Complex was blocked by groups of media reporters. When dozens of scientists jointly warned the world about the solar storm, a cosmic natural disaster, the Global Futures Index collapsed in an instant, and the ladder project costing more than RMB 50 trillion was also pushed to the forefront. The door to the headquarters of Shengfeng Capital was also blocked by investors. There were domestic and foreign faces clamoring for redemption of funds. Everyone feels that Shengfeng Capital is out of play and it is about to explode. The butler came to a hall and looked at Luo Sheng, who was standing in front of the French windows, and said, "Mr. Luo, I'm afraid it will be impossible to walk through the door." It was blocked by hundreds of reporters. In addition to some reporters, there are also some investors. These investors have a lot of money. I can tell. Luo Sheng looked down through the window. His position has a good view, and he can see the situation of the main entrance and exit of the building clearly. After a while, he said, "If the ground is not accessible, then go to the sky." Hearing this, the butler nodded and said, "Understood, I will make arrangements for you." About 10 minutes later, Luo Sheng put on a set of good clothes, and then came to the roof of the Science and Technology Complex, left directly by helicopter, and flew to the headquarters of Shengfeng Capital. The reporters and crowds besieged underneath saw this scene and stared. The sky can't be blocked. Suddenly, the tide ebbed amidst a wave of curses, and the helicopter that had left from the top floor of the building was almost always inside Luo Sheng, and there was nothing wrong. The headquarters of Shengfeng Capital. The crowd on the ground also noticed that a helicopter flew to the top of the Shengfeng Capital building. Some people sent the helicopter with a camera to one of Luo Sheng's aerial business vehicles. All of a sudden, the emotions of the media reporters and investors on the ground followed. Ding! Qin Weimu's special CEO elevator rang on the 29th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Luo Sheng and the accompanying secretary and assistant and Kingsu were two people. They just got down from the top of the building and they were going to the place right now. The convenience is in a high-level conference hall on the 29th floor. After a few corners, Luo Sheng came to the conference hall. On the oval conference table, there were a dozen senior management of Shengfeng Capital, including Qin Weimu, Mengku and others. Manager Luo, Mengku and the others couldn't help but get up when they saw Luo Sheng's arrival. The latter let them sit down, and they also came to the original position of Qin Weimu's chief seat. As for her, she took the first seat on the left. Mr. Luo, the current situation is that foreign investors take the lead in demanding the redemption of funds, which is a bit of a joint-forced palace. Mengku said in a deep voice. Shengfeng Capital is now at the center of the vortex storm. The supersolar storm, a cosmic disaster, was smashed out, directly shattering the cosmic voyage dream of global investors. At first, everyone was a bit imaginary, but now it is not reliable. Although the agreement was signed for a closed period, there is a good saying that the purpose of signing the agreement is to tear it up. Now global investors want to unite to put pressure on Shengfeng Capital to be forced to remodify the agreement, renegotiate and get off the bus. At least there is no underwear that will not compensate. This posture is obviously impossible to play. The dream is broken, and you should wake up. Stop loss is the top priority. Luo Sheng thought for a while and asked, at the current nominal value, as of today's data, what is the average floating loss of Shengfeng Capital? The so-called floating loss is the sunk cost of the investment. Although the book is a loss, as long as it is not cashed in immediately, I believe that the future growth space can theoretically be profitable with capital and profit, and even has endless imagination. At this time, Qin Huaimai replied, if the investor cashes in at the current net value, the average loss is 27.88%, that is to say, an investor loses all the previous gains and then loses 27.88% of the principal. The assets managed by Shengfeng Capital reached 70 trillion yuan when its nominal value was the highest, and now it is only 46.2 trillion yuan. It is worth mentioning that the first batch of institutional or individual investors that invested in Shengfeng Capital is still profitable, but the profit retracement is a bit larger. The earliest batch has doubled long ago. The compound interest for many years has even more than doubled, and the large-scale retracement of profits is still more than 40%. This is not a doubling of profits for small funds, but a scale of hundreds of millions of billions of funds at every turn. At the beginning, the entry threshold for investing in Shengfeng Capital was $100 million. At that time, the US dollar was worth more than today. But the most recent investors who came in financing have been miserable. 27.88% of them were averaged by those profitable investors. In fact, the floating loss reached about 35%. The most violent requests for refunds were also these people. On the contrary, the first people who got on the car were not very panicked. After all, they had not lost their capital. But it was painful for the profit to retrace too much, but they would not die. Liu Sheng asked, how much money do you want to withdraw now, according to the current consideration? Meng Ku answered this question. After the consideration, it should be around RMB 12.8 trillion, nearly 13 trillion. Liu Sheng muttered to himself, thinking for a moment and said, okay, don't they want to withdraw? Do you want to admit the loss? Well, I will let them go. What? Except for Qin Huaimai, all the attendees here were shocked when they heard Liu Sheng's decision. One participant couldn't help but said, this. Mr. Liu, I am afraid that once I let go of this opening, it will probably exceed 12.8 trillion. Liu Sheng smiled and said, how much can there be? Foreign capital plus domestic private venture capital accounted for about 48% of Shengfeng's total capital. All of them withdrew only about 22 trillion yuan. State-owned assets will not withdraw, but will enter again. 5 trillion. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of not taking it? My family foundation will fill the remaining gap. Everyone felt that when Liu Sheng said these words, he had unparalleled self-confidence and an aura that was under his control. Liu Sheng smiled and added, frankly, I wish they would withdraw halfway through this time, so that there are fewer people sharing the surplus value. He also helped me carry the sedan chair for 10 years, and then cut the leak they brought home. Not for, this. Everyone looked at each other, and suddenly couldn't help thinking about those who had confessed and cut their flesh and were out of the game. Yu Kansu. If Com sees the bonus of the ladder project start to break out in the future, will it vomit blood? Withdraw now, and if you lose, it is really a real loss. Liu Sheng added, withdraw, promise them to let them withdraw, but the withdrawal must be conditional. Multiply the current net worth by a 4.5% punitive handling fee. If you can accept it, let's go. I don't force it to stay. How ruthless. This comes and goes. The recent batch of investments in the car will face a huge loss of about 38%, not to mention the depreciation of the capital lockup period, the loss of time cost, and the opportunity cost. After calculating this account, the loss is far more than 38%. It is a typical loss of money to make money, and play lonely. Meng Ku said, Mr. Liu, what I am worried about is that once these people are out, without the maintenance of common interests, they may turn around and become enemies with us. This is also the main concern of the participants. Liu Sheng said indifferently, before this year, these words were a bit powerful, and they were indeed a bit daunting. But after this year, the world situation has reversed. The solar storm is a basket made by the Europeans and Americans themselves. There is absolutely no time for him to take care of, so don't worry too much. With that said, the more people felt that it made sense. Since Liu Sheng was calm and determined and worried about what to do, it would be difficult to change the will of his superiors anyway. Basically, The decision-making level has made a decision regarding the current global investors' demand for redemption of funds. Agree to refund the money. Those who are willing to admit that they lose can cash out and leave. The happiest thing is that the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Office, in other words, the 5 trillion fund, was copied to the golden pit. Before that, I had never considered such an opportunity. I originally planned to inject capital normally. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Reading URL of RenRenFiction.com mobile version. V2 Chapter 920 I Want Stud! RenRen Novel Network. After the meeting, Menku and others left one after another. Qin Weimu was still there. Luo Sheng turned his head to look at her and asked, "How much money can the family fund use now?" Qin Weimu replied, "The total assets of the family fund have exceeded the current nominal value of Shengfeng Capital, and the scale is close to RMB 50 trillion, of which about 30 trillion RMB can be used at any time." The family fund used to be the largest creditor in North America and one of the institutions that hold the most US debt in the world. However, it has already been shipped out. At the same time, the family fund also holds a certain share of Shengfeng Capital, the largest single institutional shareholder outside. I hope that those investors who call for refunds can all exit and let the family fund pick up the low-cost chips they throw away. Luo Sheng said with a smile, "The family fund's liquidity funds can undertake all overseas investments, the throwing pressure of the person without pressure." In addition, another thing worth mentioning is that the family fund now has 15 trillion yuan in chip hoarding assets waiting to appreciate, and it invested more than $2 trillion at that time. Since we are going to harvest the leaks of foreign capital, I think it can be delayed and the valuation can be further reduced. Hey, price financing should not be a big problem, Qin Weimu said. Luo Sheng was dumb, and never thought that this woman was more ruthless than himself, and wanted to reap in the middle. This is equivalent to a loneliness with the funds from the latest public offering. Not to mention, an investment institution subscribed for 1 billion and lost blood directly. 5 billion is out. You don't have to delay deliberately, this matter has to be discussed, and it will take time. Now that the announcement of this situation is issued, the capital market will naturally dive down. Luo Sheng said slowly, "Cut him in the middle, the difference is not bad." And King Su flirted with her hair on her lower side, and said, "This time the treatment plan can be called essential-level dishwashing." Those who hate us are estimated to have more than doubled. Luo Sheng didn't care. Isn't there a lot of debts? At 17 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day, Shengfeng Capital held a press conference and invited all the media reporters in the headquarters building to the reception hall. The reporters who had been blocking the gate for a long time were quite excited. When they saw Luo Sheng showing up, all the reporters were even more excited. Sure enough, it is a mobile headline hotspot, and it is a world-class headline hotspot, well deserved. At the press conference, Luo Sheng sat in the middle of the speech table. Qin Weimu and Menku were also in the list, and the leaders of Shengfeng Capital were basically there. Such high standards are basically not seen. Even the disclosures of matters that seem to be quite important to outsiders were mostly attended by Menku. But this time is indeed extraordinary, and Shengfeng Capital is also at the center of the storm. Mr. Luo, relevant reports claim that you have known all about the solar storm event 2 or even 3 years ago, but you have concealed the truth from the world. What is your response to this? The reporter who was selected first asked the question. Luo Sheng knocked on the microphone and looked at the reporter who asked the question methodically. How do you want me to respond? I know there are many things you don't know. There is no law that requires me to know things. Let me announce it to the world. In addition, I will not comment on this so-called related report. But what I want to say is that there are no years in this world, but a group of people are carrying the weight of a group of people. Solar storms are not terrible. What is terrifying is the hearts of the people. This morning an article about microwave ovens can protect against electromagnetic pulses caused the people to rush to microwave ovens. This is obviously an overreaction. Of course, It is indispensable for those who make trouble to sell them, make huge profits. The solar wind will pass after a while. It will not threaten human life, but life is not convenient for a while. The good news is that it is different from natural disasters such as earthquakes. Solar storms give us enough time to cope, to ensure that people's lives will not be greatly affected, and the operation of society will not be suspended. This is not the effort of one or a few people, but it requires the unity of the whole people. Are we experiencing fewer natural disasters? Haven't all of them come? This time I believe it will be the same. Reporter: Mr. Luo, Shengfeng Capital has been criticized by global investors because of the ladder project. They demanded to redeem the funds. How about Shengfeng Capital's response? Luo Sheng responded in a hurry. My phone calls and emails have been blown up by investors. We have specifically discussed this issue. The board of directors has passed a decision and agreed to invest in global investment. Dialogue is also in the process of drawing up an exit mechanism. We are confident, so we don't need to force it to leave the problem and return the option to investors. However, I still recommend that you choose carefully. What a straightforward response. Luo Sheng's words caught everyone in the outside world off guard, thinking that Shengfeng Capital would definitely not let go of the funds, and could even go to court, and Shengfeng Capital would basically not lose. It hit everyone in the face. This is definitely explosive news. Reporter: Mr. Luo, does this mean that the ladder project has failed? Luo Sheng smiled calmly and confidently. The opening of the exit mechanism does not mean that Shengfeng Capital will be liquidated. The ladder project will proceed as scheduled and as planned. A gust of wind will not blow the ladder, even if it is a solar wind. At the press conference, Luo Sheng patiently answered questions for more than half an hour. The entire press conference lasted more than 2 hours, followed by Qin Weimu, Mengku and others taking turns to answer. At the same time, the main SF contract tracking Shengfeng Capital plummeted by 16.28% to show its sincerity without saying anything. It had already continued to fall. Luo Sheng personally announced the proposed investor launch mechanism in less than 10 seconds at the press conference. The SF main company reacted immediately. The Nasdaq futures and the A50 futures index are not nonsense either. One word means a fall. If it collapses, it continues to collapse. Both fell by more than 5 points. On the top floor of the Science and Technology Complex, Luo Sheng got off the plane and his cell phone rang. It was a private call from Liu Wen from the Venture Capital Fund. Mr. Liu, should the Venture Capital Fund also withdraw? If I want to withdraw, I will ask you to settle the settlement with you first. Luo Sheng answered the phone as he walked, and Liu Wenyi at the other end quickly responded, "It's not Mr. Luo." Frankly speaking, the current situation is really impossible to analyze. To be honest, I am anxious, panic and greedy. Mr. Luo, I would like to ask you emotionally, the solar storm will not affect the ladder project. Does it matter? Hearing Liu Wen's reply, Luo Sheng's face showed a silent smile, and the other party's words revealed a panic and anxious, and he was at a loss. Luo Sheng still has an impression of Liu Wen. When Wall Street shorted the Blue Star Technology Group in a high-profile manner, Shengfeng Capital was not as strong as it is today. Money. Mr. Liu, I think you want me to help you make a decision, but you know that the answer I give you must be a very official response, and I think you have already made a decision. So why bother to ask? Luo Sheng replied. He actually understood that Liu Wen's call was more for peace of mind and comfort. After speaking, a sigh came from the other end of the phone, and Liu Wen gritted his teeth and said, I don't want to fall twice in the same place. I want to fall in a new place. So, I did it. Venture capital. The fund doesn't withdraw, and it follows all the way to the black with the results. Luo Sheng smiled and said, Mr. Liu, this decision of yours is equivalent to betting your entire career, and you may even go in. Liu Wen smiled helplessly. I admit that I have a gambling element. But there is no better choice. If the ladder fails, I won't be able to give me extra points. If you are out of the game, you are losing stably. If the ladder is if I succeeded, It would be even worse if I was out halfway. I might as well take a gamble. Luo Sheng, haha, I didn't see that Mr. Liu has turned into an old gambler. Liu Wen was embarrassed. Luo Sheng entered the elevator and smiled. Old friend, I'll give you another news. Liu Wen's eyes lit up, and he straightened his ears for fear that he might miss a word. He suddenly realized that at the moment he had just decided, his destiny had reached a critical turning point. There was no reason, but it was a strong intuition. In the end, Luo Shengyun said concisely, the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Office took 5 trillion yuan to buy the bottom. As soon as the voice fell, Liu Wen's heart suddenly jumped wildly. He didn't even know about this. With such a simple sentence, Liu Wen realized that the ladder project had been injected into the national will. What does this mean? It means that it is impossible to fall, and it is not allowed to fall. A simple sentence contains this extremely rich information. Liu Wen realized that those who are now clamoring about redemption of funds will probably cry in the future. No wonder Shengfeng Capital will agree to amend the agreement at today's press conference. Luo Sheng is washing dishes. Liu Wen suddenly realized it, and felt extremely grateful that if his will is not firm, the venture capital fund may be washed out. When Luo Sheng revealed the news of 5 trillion yuan, Liu Wen basically believed that he had bet half right this time, and said without hesitation on the spot, Mr. Luo, I still have some money in the venture capital fund, about 100 million funds. I want stud. Luo Sheng clearly saw that he gave himself benefits for the sake of betting on dogs and for the sake of years of friendship. This is not a stud. Liu Wen felt that he would never forgive himself after 10 years. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Reading URL of renrenfiction.com mobile version. V2 Chapter 921 The Panic Index bursts out. Close the Black House directly. Rinren Novel Network. Stud? Are you sure? The elevator door opened, and Luo Sheng walked on the corridor leading to the large living room, smiling and adding, Mr. Liu, you can figure it out clearly. After this time, there is no service station if you want to get off on the way. It is one stop. It's the end. On the other side of the communication, Liu Wen, standing in front of the office windowsill, said unswervingly, I'm sure. On the other side, Luo Sheng was already sitting comfortably with Erlang's legs on the large curved sofa in the lobby, and replied, well, I will dare to take as many as you have. Liu Wen smiled and said, grit your teeth, make up a whole number and invest 100 billion yuan. Luo Sheng, no problem, I took it, I hope you can settle your investors. Liu Wen, haha, Mr. Luo, you can rest assured that no matter how my investors can make trouble, they will not make trouble at the gate of Shengfeng Capital. Luo Sheng, that's good. The communication is over. Mr. Liu is also a gambler. But then again, investing in the ladder project itself is a gamble. What are you talking about? If you don't come out, you have to do another 100 billion in. Are you crazy or my ears have a hallucination? At the management meeting of the venture capital fund, the executives who attended the meeting were all dumbfounded when they heard Liu Wen's decision. Liu Wen said with certainty, you heard me right, and I am not crazy. The executive who had just spoken clapped his hands and covered his face, shook his tie, bowed his head and speechless for a while, then looked at Liu Wen's eye and said, Old Liu, investors will definitely kill you if they know about it. The development momentum of venture capital funds over the years has been quite fierce. Although industry peers have laughed at Liu Wen for not having any beautiful record except for betting on Luo Sheng, it can't hold back the abundant returns for investors. There are so many empty heads and brains that are useless and can bring profits to investors more than anything else. This is also a place where the peers are very angry. It is more envy and hatred than ridicule. Many investors are willing to hand over their funds to venture capital. Most of them are wealthy people with substantial wealth. The threshold for investment is more than RMB 5 million, which is not something ordinary people can get. However, these investors could not reach the threshold of Shengfeng Capital, So the venture capital fund won these customers. These people indirectly satisfied the desire to invest in Shengfeng Capital by investing in venture capital funds. Of course, now Shengfeng Capital is no longer the sweetened pastry in their eyes, but a very hot potato, and they are eager to throw it away. Liu Wen said in a deep voice, I already had a phone call with Liu Sheng an hour ago. It was this call that prompted me to make this decision. The colleagues attending the meeting immediately asked, what did Liu Sheng tell you? He won't be fooled by him again, right? Liu Wenwin planned to speak directly, but he choked back when he said the words, inappropriate. The truth is still the less people know the better. Liu Wen seemed very cautious at this moment. Although Liu Sheng didn't deliberately or imply that he kept it secret, he would never make a mistake, at least not from his own mouth. Another reason is that if such internal news spreads out, how can I follow Gojia team to buy the bottom? The value of this kind of information can be calculated in units of billions, which is a sky-high price. In the end, Liu Wen replied, let me sell it, but don't you think that Shengfeng Capital is too abnormal this time? Is it really unable to withstand the pressure of global investors' condemnation and was forced to open the exit mechanism ahead of time? Are there other factors? Everyone at the meeting looked at each other, and after a while, the other party spread their hands and said, Old Liu, we can accept you to sell. But investors don't want to do this. If you really insist on doing this, the venture capital fund investors will also asking to redeem the fund. Shengfeng Capital did not explode and we blew ourselves first. Liu Wen said without hesitation, then lock the position. Venture capital funds and investors have signed an investment agreement in order to protect the rights and interests of all investors. When necessary, venture capital funds can close the fund and lock their positions. During this period, investors are not allowed to redeem fund shares. Do you really want to do this? It must be done. Seeing that dissuasion was ineffective, the executive sitting next to Liu Wen said helplessly, well, I suggest you bring more bodyguards when you go out. Everyone, I'll take care of this alone. It's a big deal to eat more than 10 years of prison food. Liu Wen looked around the crowd and said so decisively that the participants had nothing to say. In fact, Liu Wen knows very well that his future and destiny have been kidnapped with Liu Sheng. He has to do this. The venture capital fund has rapidly expanded from a scale of less than 100 billion to today's scale of nearly 2 trillion because of its tightness. Liu Sheng's thigh. This is where the greatest value of venture capital funds lies. If there is no expectation and blessing of the name Liu Sheng, venture capital funds are actually a mediocre asset management institution. Liu Wen is not the top boss in today's circle, nor there will be 90% of the colleagues who have met Mr. Liu politely. Liu Wen is very clear about all of this. If he doesn't follow Liu Sheng, he will have no future. He can only take a gamble and take a gamble. This shows that Liu Wen didn't want to be a gambler, but had to be a gambler. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. Today, it can be said that there are frequent occurrences. First, the 1,000 share limit fell during the day, and then Shengfeng Capital held a press conference in the afternoon to publicly announce that it would accept the withdrawal of global investors. This is an explosive news that triggered a major earthquake in the global capital market, which further drove the second flash crash of the global stock market. Since Shengfeng Capital agreed to the investors' withdrawal and the investor redeemed the capital share, Shengfeng Capital must be settled. Where does the money come from? Undoubtedly, if you can only be forced to reduce and sell the stocks or other assets held in your hands on a large scale, then all listed companies held by Shengfeng Capital will inevitably usher in large-scale selling. At this time, the three legs of investors holding these stocks are shaking. Under the background of huge panic, they will undoubtedly flee with more funds, which will trigger a stock price crash, and it is a cascading crash. That night, Blue Star Technology Group started a second flash crash before the US stock market. After the market opened, it took the lead and dragged down the entire Nasdaq Composite Index, and then dived with the three major North American stock indexes. Blue Star Technology plummeted 33.62%. After the stock split, Blue Star Technologies market value once rose to $4.2 trillion. Yesterday it plummeted 18.58%. Now it collapsed again. The market value is only $2.269 trillion left in just 2 days. In time, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group has evaporated by nearly $2 trillion, a drop of 45.95%. Almost cut in half. The second crash of Blue Star Technology Group's stock price directly caused the US stock market to trigger the circuit breaker. At the same time in the Eastern Hemisphere at night, domestic investors have given up treatment after seeing the meltdown of US stocks, and an idea came to their minds. There is no way to save, wait for death. The market has no hope at all, and no confidence in it. In this posture, the village chief panicked. The next day, at about 9:10 in the morning, the two major exchanges in Shanghai and Shenzhen issued an emergency announcement that due to the recent huge fluctuations in the external market, in order to protect the rights and interests of investors, the company will target the blue pure electric vehicle market value of 12 trillion and Xunxin Electronics market value of 3.2 trillion. Bosch Technology market value of 1.76 trillion, Huacheng Technology market value of 896 billion will be suspended. Yesterday, the bigger limit was caused by these four companies' collective 20% starting limit, which brought the audience down. Only these four companies lost 4.5 trillion yuan yesterday. Despite the small black house, today's market is steadily eating the rhythm of the lower limit. If the market continues to lower the limit today, it will reach 2,600 points. Coupled with the subsequent inertial kinetic energy downhill, it is a high probability event that the market is hit to 2,000 points. The last time it fell below 2,000 points was in 2014. Before the Black Swan broke out, no one in the world would believe that the Shanghai index could still break 3,000 points. This is already history. It is impossible to return to below 3,000 points. No matter how it falls, it is impossible to fall, let alone 2,000 points. It is impossible to smash it down. But today, it is really possible to be below 2,000 points, and this possibility is extremely high. Once this situation occurs, the entire capital market will be completely necrotic, and the future of bigger will surely enter a bear market for at least 10 years, and it may not be relieved in 10 years. This also gave birth to an unprecedented case for the Big A. In order to prevent the four leading companies from lowering their limit again, they were urgently suspended. In the past, Guangxi High was so high that it was locked in. Many investors have also complained about how to ignore the ticket price limit. Well, here comes it. It is undoubtedly a witness to history. The trading resumption time of the four companies that have been suspended is set for Monday, July 12th, and the good guys closed the small black house for 2 months. All the big funds that are going to flee today are all dumbfounded, and are all yelling at the village chief behind the screen to play tricks. But there is nothing wrong, the arms can't be stretched out of the thigh. Small and medium-sized investors and retail investors also gave collective praise to the village chief. This wave of trading suspension has really saved countless people's lives, because if trading is not suspended, the price priority and time priority transaction rules mean if the funds are large, the transaction will run away first, and the small funds will not be able to run away. Trading suspension means that there is still hope, and there may be a turnaround in 2 months. After all, the village head opened the market. The village head has the final say. The village head has the worst ultimate method. If the entire market cannot be pressured, the market will be closed and all labor and management will be locked up in small black houses. But this is a 7-stroke punch, which is extremely harmful to the financial market. It is not necessary to use it as much as possible, but it can also be used when it is absolutely necessary. The 3,000-point integer threshold is a position that must be unbreakable anyway. Even if it's ridiculous, it can't be broken. Once broken, it will inevitably lead to systemic financial risks, which will be transmitted from the stock market to banks and then to the real economy. with disastrous consequences. There is such a risk that the liquidity of the whole city can only be temporarily frozen, and the market must be strongly intervened. This kind of thing can only be done in China. It is impossible to customize in North America. It is not true in theory. It will only watch the blood collapse all the way. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, reading URL of renrenfiction.com mobile version. V2 Chapter 922 City Protection Action Renren Novel Network. The leading company in the field of new energy vehicles, Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company, the leading semiconductor company Xunxin Electronics, the leading medical equipment leading Huachen Technology, and the leading bionic prosthetic limb Bochuang Technology. These four companies have been responsible for the Big A brand since they went public, and they are also the high-quality white horse stocks that investors love most. They are all given the nickname Four Gentlemen of Science and Technology, all of which have a market value of over trillion yuan. The market value once exceeded 15 trillion. If these four major companies do not come out, the bigger is as stable as an old dog. In fact, it is true. But conversely, when these four major companies sneezed together, the whole bigger would catch a cold, and this time it was not just a cold, and they were all admitted to the equi-intensive care unit. The Four Gentlemen of Science and Technology also became the bigger and four beasts. And now these four beasts were held by the village chief and locked in a small black house. But bigger still can't stand it. As soon as the market opened today, the 1,000 share limit was once again staged. Fierce Beast was closed in a small black house. There were still 1,656 stocks that had a 20% limit, but it was better than yesterday's situation with nearly 4,000 votes. It is still very effective for the Fierce Beast to be locked up in the small black house, otherwise it may be killed today. Judging from the specific situation of the market, the worst area is the concept theme of the Blue Coast, the Blue S-Star technology concept, the Blue Pure electric car concept and the ladder engineering concept theme. Among them, the hardest hit area is the Science and Technology Innovation Board, which is to lie down without any resistance. The four core sectors of the science and technology sector, namely communications, computers, electronics manufacturing, and semiconductors, have closed their limits. Judging from the sales orders that have blocked limits, the entire technology will be tomorrow. The plate has to steadily take another limit. The solar storm, the black swan, directly impacts the fields of technology, electronics, semiconductors, and it hurts the most. The market also dived steadily all the way. The main board opened at 4.5% and soon fell below the 3,200 integer mark, and within 10 minutes it fell below the 3,100 integer mark. Half an hour after the opening, it was about 10 o'clock in the morning. The market has arrived. The net outflow of market funds has exceeded 200 billion, and they are all fleeing like crazy. The 3,000-point integer mark is at stake. At 10:03, the disc changed. Huago Petroleum, whose stock price fell to only 2.01 yuan, suddenly started a large-scale upward sweep of the skid board, and then started a strong wave of earth and sky board. In just 2 minutes, the daily limit rose from 20% to plus 20%. Huago Petroleum rose from the lowest price of 2.01 yuan to 2.81 yuan, and the market value returned to 500 billion yuan, reaching 515 billion yuan. The first pretty boy appeared in the market. The investors are all confused. It really has been a long time to see. Huago Petroleum was able to hit 40% of the ground, and I was strangled, and still in such a brutal way. I have been standing guard here at 45 yuan and 7 mao on the top of the mountain for almost 15 years, and I am currently in a stable mood. Laughs and cries. If you want to get rid of the set, it will rise from today's lowest point of 2.01 yuan to 45.7 yuan. Which means that you have to go up by percent to get rid of the set. It's okay, I'm going to pass it on to my son, and then pass it on to my grandson. There are endless descendants and grandchildren. Holding face. The main fund is really in. Who can even think of pulling this unexistent tank of broken oil? Brothers, petrochemicals have also moved the rocker. What are the 2 barrels of oil doing today? What's going on? What's the situation? Suddenly, crude oil futures are skyrocketing. Which crude oil has skyrocketed from $19 to $43 continuously. It has doubled and skyrocketed by more than 126%, and it is still pulling wildly. Fuck it, the petrochemical company's 5-minute floorboard was sealed, and the stock price rose to 3.3 yuan and returned to the market value of 400 billion yuan. I see, the solar storm is good for the traditional energy sector, and 2 barrels of oil have hit the floor with a 40% amplitude. With the passage of time, around 1020, the crude oil sector continued to rise, and the third company with the daily limit of the Earth and Sky Board also appeared, that is, Shenxing Petrochemical, which pulled more than 20 billion plates in less than a minute. The daily limit is closed at around 1025. Darking Huake, a subsidiary of China Petroleum, was also pulled to its daily limit at around 1030. The coal sector changed, and Huago Shenhua also hit a 40% daily limit on the ground plate. The plate was closed within 3 minutes, and the market value returned to 300 billion yuan. At 1036, Huemai Energy also reached its daily limit, followed by Petrochemical Uva's daily limit. More and more market eyes are beginning to focus on sectors such as coal, chemical, petroleum extraction, etc. Here is setting off a 40% amplitude of the daily limit of the sky, watching the trend of the sky. The time-sharing curve is almost sexier than the 3-dimensional curve of the Peerless Beauty. This posture seems to be one after another and seductive. Peerless Beauty launching a fatal seduction to investors. And it comes every 3 to 5 minutes or so. The regularity is very strong. If you have a little brain, you can see it by observing the handicap changes. At around 1040, the headquarters of Shenxing Capital. Mr. Qin, the hot money has finally entered the market. Meng Ku turned his head and said to Qin Weimu, at this moment, here is a trading floor. Hundreds of traders are trading and performing their duties. Qin Weimu is personally on the scene to direct and Meng Ku is responsible for assisting. Shenxing Capital is defending the market with Gojia team, defending the 3,000-point integer mark. These people don't see rabbits or scatter eagles. Just enter the market. Qin Weimu looked at the time-sharing trend or candlestick chart on the screens in the trading floor. Basically, it is equivalent to sending money and not entering the market, so these hot money won't have to be mixed in this market. Meng Ku smiled. On the main screen is the broad market index, which is now fixed within a narrow range between 3017 and 3036. Temporarily achieving a long-short balance at this position. Although the sell-off is still heavy, it is considered to have stopped falling. Shenxing Capital is using 50 billion yuan of funds to leverage the entire market. Combined with Gojia team's main fund for disk protection, a total of about 162 billion yuan is used to leverage the trillions of dollars in the market. It adopts the trading method of up-limit driving, which can achieve the effect of 4 or 2 shifts. In simple terms, it is to pull the daily limit one by one, and it is pulled every 3 to 5 minutes. There is an obvious law. Not all directly violently promoted. The so-called limit-driven approach is to pull a daily limit on a stock, and then the funds will go to another target in the same sector to continue to do more, attracting fleeing funds from the market and looking for funds to enter the market. Because it's too obvious, it's the welfare of sending money. You only need to find the target purchase in the same sector that has not been activated and wait for it to rise. This is Chiguoguo's seduce those who fled the market capital. Don't run to play, seduce those on market funds from the theater to come in and play. Basically it is a clear sign, and it is full of sincerity. Hot money entered the market quickly to do more, including some super nips keenly aware of the hidden opportunities of the crisis, This is the market is sending benefits. At about 11 o'clock, investors began to quickly watch the handicap changes, and took the lead in ambushing in the unactivated targets, waiting for the main funds of Gojia team and Shengfeng Capital to carry the sedan chair. In the last half hour of the morning trading hours, the traditional energy, coal, and chemical sectors are all sectors that investors have disliked and set off a daily limit wave, and it is a 40% amplitude daily limit wave. Then it smells really good. The headquarters and trading floor of Shengfeng Capital. In the last 20 minutes, the market has shown reversal signal. The long-short equilibrium pattern has been broken. The main board has broken through the 30,173,036 shock range, and the multi-party has achieved a small victory in the early trading. There is a transparent glass wall in the trading floor. In the internal meeting room, the speaker is impressively Menku. Qin Weimu is also in the meeting room. It is now after 11:30. And the morning session is over. It is now entering the noon break stage. Shengfeng Capital, one of the main guards, has also begun to plan for the operation in the afternoon. The main screen of the trading floor shows the closing of the three major indexes, of which the main board closed at 3,047. How much funds did we use? Qin Weimu asked. 22.3 billion has been knocked down, and a total of 37 daily limit bids have been pulled, and there is no exploding target for the time being. Meng Qiu replied. Among them, the 2 barrels of petrochemical oil are used by Shengfeng Capital as the first main fund to enter the market. Pull the daily limit. The black swan of the solar storm has smashed a global stock market disaster, but it is good for traditional energy sources, and these targets are basically at the bottom. Selling is actually not heavy, and more of a more crazy pedal type limit, so it doesn't take much effort to pull it up. Shengfeng Capital only used less than 1.7 billion yuan to raise the stock price of petrochemical, and it directly pulled out a daily limit on the ground plate. Some plates are smaller, such as plates of about 10 billion yuan. 1 or 2 billion can easily pull the daily limit. Technology stocks are really afraid to pull now. Even Shengfeng Capital will not touch it easily. The price-to-earnings ratio is hundreds of times and there is really no bottom. The price limit is closed. The Science and Technology Board is basically a strategic abandonment. Treated. Qin Weimu, continue to go long at midday to guide market sentiment. Today, we will use up all 50 billion funds, and choose another 45 targets to seal the board. Meng Qiu nodded. Understood. Continue to guide the inflow of off-site funds, as long as the temptation is strong enough. Some people will be unable to restrain it. Although the 40-meter machete is terrible, the 40-meter long legs are also incredibly fragrant. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, reading URL of renrenfiction.com mobile version. V2 Chapter 923. The first battle is over on Ren Novel Network. During the lunch break, not only Shengfeng Capital is planning the layout of the next midday trading, but other domestic and foreign financial institutions, hot money or individual investors are also studying the handicap in this 1.5 hour to figure out the intentions of the opponents. The long and short sides are in a silent game, and there is no gunpowder, but the numbers are positive and negative, and the fluctuations in the time-sharing trend of the main board all explain the fierce competition between the long and the short. As time passed by, the time came to 13 o'clock and the market opened on time at noon, entering the last 2 hours of trading today. The traditional energy, coal, chemical and other sectors continued to rise along the inertial kinetic energy in the early trading, and the third barrel of oil and sea oil was also pulled up to the daily limit, but then the market's long-term momentum was a little insufficient. The main funds of Shengfeng Capital and Gojia team have not continued to sell, and the current impulse is the funds that are seduce. At about 13:36, the market's long-term momentum began to fall. The traditional energy, coal, chemical and other sectors were no longer able to pull, and those that should or shouldn't rise have risen. They really can't rise. The result is that it can only fall. The bargaining chip of China National Offshore Oil Co., Limited, which was sealed for half an hour, loosened, the fried board fell back, and the index turned around and rushed down. Just when the index was about to fall back to the shock range, Gojia Team's funds pushed hard and Canuck sealed the board again. On the other side, Shengfeng Capital also attacked again in the intraday market. At 1341, the artificial meat sector changed. The leading company Shuangyue Development pried open the down limit and made a strong upside. The Shuangda Food Pry Board pulled the daily limit in just 2 minutes, and Huabao shares followed closely. Then it turned red. By 1348, all three companies had their daily limit closed. Investors who chased the coal chemical sector were caught off guard. Why did the main force engage in ham sausage? Is this switching between rhythm and hotspot a bit too abrupt? But soon investors half-consciously realized that the big consumer category will inevitably rise. But the big consumer category is too extensive. Real estate, automobiles, financial services, medicine and medical care, tourism and catering, culture and entertainment all belong to the big consumer category. It is not easy to find the main force's intentions in advance, and the current market hotspots are switching too quickly, and now they are switching by the hour. It is almost impossible for ordinary investors to keep up, let alone ambush accurately in advance, waiting for the main force to lift the sedan chair. However, the trading methods of Shengfeng Capital today can be said to be quite bad, almost full of flaws. This ham sausage pulls the daily limit, which is equivalent to telling the market capital that I will go to food processing and manufacturing, these consumer sectors, up. The logic is not difficult to analyze. Once the solar storm hits the Earth, the electronics and semiconductor industries will usher in a heavy blow. But what will soar at this time? There is no doubt that it is food-related that will go crazy. How heavy a solar storm hits electronic semiconductors is just how powerful it is for food consumption. When the time came to about 1352, there was a change in the aquaculture sector. The leading companies in Muayuan and Weng's shares did not have a lower limit, and they did not fall below 10% when they fell the most. Now let's go long and enter the market. Not to mention turning the head and rushing up, once again closed the daily limit. I have to mention an episode that Scallops also came to join in the fun at this time, and Zhangzidao was pulled up to the daily limit to show respect. The Scallops are here to cheer. But this is definitely not the fun of Shengfeng Capital. The main reason is that I can't afford to lose this person. I can't think of playing Scallops. Obviously hot money is participating in speculation. However, at this time, I am not afraid of hot money participating, but also afraid of hot money not participating. The current market needs speculation assistance, and it needs all kinds of red. The more the better. When the time came to 1400 hours, the two main funds of Shengfeng Capital and Gojia Team were almost at the same time From the singular sector stock daily limit wave in the morning, it became the last hour of midday, which set off the plate daily limit wave. Under the crazy seduce of the daily limit driven, market sentiment was driven up, and finally broke the funding divergence and formed a long-term synergy. The agriculture sector, agricultural product processing sector, plantation and forestry sectors, etc. have also moved up strongly at the same time, with an average daily limit of one listed company per minute. After experiencing a sharp rise in oil in the morning to attract attention, after the lunch break analysis and the fermentation of article pushes, ordinary investors all know that the main force is sending benefits for the support. The law of doing more is very obvious. It doesn't matter if the leader of the daily limit has not had time to get on the car. You can find shadow stocks and wait for the main force to lift the sedan chair. If you click 40%, it will be 40 meters long legs a day. The market looked that the funds finally could not bear the temptation and began to run into the market one after another in the last half hour of the trading hours. The jailed market on the market also chose to wait and see. More and more investors withdrew their sell orders because they were afraid of buying on the floor. Go up, If you cut the meat, it will rise, so why not get angry to vomit blood? The huge market pressure was significantly reduced in the last half an hour. This wave of discard operation perfectly achieved the effect of 4 or 2 strokes. With more than 100 billion funds, the large trillion scale market was leveraged. Selling pressure eased, and long-term momentum continued to strengthen in late trading. The index that originally turned around to return to the shock range also went up, rushing to 3,075 points and continuing to rush to quickly regain the 3,100-point integer mark. By this time, Dufang has already won a big victory today. The rhythm has been brought up, and the market has stopped falling and rebounded. This can make investors buried in the technology sector mad. The most irritating thing is that those in the comment area who successfully lurk in the traditional energy, coal chemical industry, coal mining, agricultural products, and aquaculture sectors get 40% of the profit today. Screenshot showing the income. Jealous. Envy. Jealous. Hate. Exclamation mark. Main dad, cuckoo, save the semiconductor, save the Science and Technology Innovation Board. I will have nothing. The entire Scitech Innovation Board is gone, and the wool is saved. There is no way in here now. There is no way to save. Wait for death. The solar storm is bad for electronic semiconductors and new energy, and it is good for food and agriculture. It's so exciting. It's the first time I ate the Earth and Sky board, and I clicked 40% of the profit. Others feared that I was greedy. It's so tempting. The funds are buried in the semiconductor sector and they can't be paid out. There are 2 lower limits on this side, and the 40 centimeters floor is already on the other side. The actual loss and the loss of opportunity caused at least 70%. The above nominal loss. Brothers, please bless me. I have transferred an extra 1 million stud pork and oil from the bank card. I hope that the profits here can hedge against the losses on the Scitech Innovation Board. Semiconductors have been bullish for more than 2 years, and the index has risen by 216%. And individual stocks have multiplied tenfold. As long as it is not made this year, even such a large retracement will not result in a loss of capital. I'm basically sure that I have copied it on the top of the mountain. I just bought 2 lower limits the day before yesterday and lost 36%. I think I have nothing. Covering face. Be confident, brother. Remove the word feel and prepare to be a long-term shareholder. In the afternoon, the Science and Technology Complex. After 1400 hours, the long-short balance was confirmed to be broken. At around 1433, it was hoped that funds were successfully attracted into the market, and the momentum was formed. In the rest area of the large living room, Qin Weimar briefly introduced the situation of the capital market today to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng was holding a tablet and looked at the 3 major indexes that had closed. The main board fell by 10.18% at the most dangerous time today, and the 3,000-point integer mark was almost broken. In the end, the main board closed at 3,203 points, a drop of 4.64%. Today's Klein closed at shape, but today there are still 1,000 companies that have a limit lower. But there are more than 100 companies with a daily limit. There is no doubt that 3,200 points is a very critical point. Shengfeng Capital marked this position when it fell sharply last time. The smart funds in the market know that there is strong support here, and if it is not held, it will become extremely pressure. After experiencing such a brutal downhill yesterday and today, finally holding 3,200 points will undoubtedly make the strong support of this position recognized again. It's not bad, but it's not stable enough. I have to continue to support the market in the next 2 days. Luo Sheng put down his tablet and glanced at Qin Weimar and said, "The capital market is left to you. The market must be protected, and the turbulence and negative effects of the capital market must not be infected with the real economy." Qin Weimar nodded. She has made arrangements for her work tomorrow. Tomorrow, A group of traders under Shengfeng Capital will bring their funds and put on hot money vests to enter the relay race. Until novel.com purpose still attracting our market funds to create more holdups. Shengfeng Capital itself does not want to take a huge amount of funds to take over the market. If the market has to take over, it can only send a set to others, and use 40-meter-long legs to seduce other funds to achieve the purpose of protecting the market. Today's situation looks good. It seems that the market has successfully stopped the decline and recovered 3,200 points. In fact, it is very difficult. It is still possible to protect the four fierce beasts in the small black house. If they have not been shut down, the black house is definitely not protected today. And Luo Sheng and Qin Weimo are well aware that the funds entering the market today are mostly speculative, and they are very profitable. Once the index does not go up tomorrow, these profitable funds will immediately run away without hesitation. They are also afraid and know that this is eating meat from the wolf's mouth. The market at this moment is actually still very fragile, because the solar storm has not yet settled, and the uncertainty risk has not been lifted. But any turmoil will cause large-scale capital flight, and the locked-up funds that originally withdrew the sell order may also will re-enter the order to cut the meat to sell, which will bring huge selling pressure to the entire disk. Barely good news is that international oil prices are rising retrogradely, and the tempeless traditional energy that has been beaten by new energy sources this time can be regarded as a turnaround due to the major benefits of the solar storm. In 2 days, I rushed to $60 barrel in one breath. As the saying goes, the East is not bright, the West is bright, and the technology sector has completely abandoned treatment and lay down. But it is good for coal chemical industry and traditional energy. There are such major positive expectations. It means that the market has the logic and kinetic energy of upsurge, and the unprecedented daily limit of 3 barrels of oil on the same day is a huge expectation. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, reading URL of renrenfiction.com mobile version. V2 Chapter 924 Crazy Buying of Food and Other Necessities Renren Novel Network. Yesterday, the microwave oven was looted. Today, people are rushing to buy food and hoarding a large amount of daily necessities such as firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Luo Sheng, who owns Blue Star Technology and the Blue Coast, can see the big data information of the whole people, and can intuitively see what citizens are rushing to buy through the data information such as the payment list of products. Food and drink are the most snapped up. At this time, everyone is most concerned about the big problem of eating. The food shortage crisis that comes to mind for the first time. Although it is difficult to live without electricity and mobile phones, it will not make you unable to live. But once there is a shortage of food, it is a question of survival. People living in the city are the most anxious, and the phenomenon of arranging grains has been staged. The supermarkets have emptied rice, salt and other commodities, including canned food. Instant noodles and other long-term stored foods are being scrambled. I have always wanted to stimulate public consumption and I don't know what to do. Everyone is unwilling to spend money. Those who want to spend money are not enough. If you have some money, try to save up to be needed. The upper limit of consumption for the rich is there. It is impossible to eat 30 meals a day. The incident of the solar storm has been exposed, but it has greatly stimulated consumption, and those who save money for emergency needs are not stingy at this time. Consumption goes up instead. The country actually has emergency plans in this regard, that is, how to deal with solar storms in advance, how to avoid negative effects, and how to use them to play a positive role. There is no doubt that stimulating consumption is a positive effect of solar storms. After being shaken out by dozens of scientists in Europe and the United States, the emergency response team immediately activated the emergency plan. The food necessities previously stored were all opened at this time, and the country's developed logistics system was quickly operating. A large number of daily necessities such as grain, firewood, rice, oil, salt, etc. were quickly delivered to major supermarkets to ensure sufficient supply. to ensure that the short-term brutal price surge would not be driven by the panic buying boom, and to stabilize prices. This is the result of precautionary preparations. At this time, the granary is opened to stimulate consumption and stimulate rapid economic development, because it is still too early to arrive before the solar storm. Now is the time for the whole people to take their heads. When the craze is over, everyone will not be so impulsive to consume. So I saw the shelves of some big supermarkets in some cities that were emptied yesterday. They are full again today and emptied again today. There are a lot of goods in the warehouse. They will be put on the shelves soon after they are closed at night and will be consumed tomorrow. Visitors entering the supermarket will find that the shelves are full again. The advantage of taking precautions in advance is that you can effectively use the anticipation of solar storms to play a positive role, and bad things can be turned into good things. Companies get more orders. Squeezed inventory is digested, and consumers even looted. Nor is it possible to sweep goods far beyond the actual value of the goods. For example, if you buy 10 bags of rice and store it back, as long as you don't buy it at 10 times the price, but at a reasonable market price, it's all okay, and consumers won't regret it. When consumption goes up, employment goes up, and the economy also recycles. Therefore, we have seen that the whole people are buying and buying frantically, and the relevant departments have not yet come out to intervene, because the prices of food necessities are very stable, as expected, and the panic buying will fade in a few days. As for the price speculation of some products, for example, the price of microwave ovens has risen by 80% a day. This is fine, and does not affect the overall stability. Proper speculation is the lubricant of the economy. Just like the capital market also requires the existence of hot money. The hot money market will not be active, and there will be stagnant water. Master, there are 5 minutes left for the video conference. In response to Xiona's reminder, Luo Sheng also ended the discussion with Qin Weimu on the financial capital market. This video conference was conducted by the Storm Response Team on food issues and economic stability issues. Luo Sheng mostly listened. In the private office, the big screen was lit up after Luo Sheng came in, and the video screens of all participants were successfully connected. The meeting was held on time. The problem of solar storms is not necessarily a bad thing. On the contrary, it greatly promotes the strategy of revitalizing the rural economy. The largest impact of the storm is in the metropolis, where there is a shortage of food. It is necessary to transport food from various places and daily necessities to cities for transportation. Costs will be pushed up, including other costs, including unemployed problems, urban security, etc., which will eventually reflect the substantial increase in the cost of maintaining the operation of the city. The best way to alleviate urban pressure is to distribute the population to rural areas across the country to digest it. The impact of solar storms on rural areas is minimal, or even negligible. Rural households can grow their own food and grow their own food. It won't be significantly affected. At most, there will be less entertainment. The city is very different. The concentration of people, the shutdown of factories, and the large-scale water and power cuts have caused great troubles in daily life. Fortunately, the city is very mobile, and many people have a hometown. At this time, we should encourage everyone to return to their hometowns. Development can not only revitalize the rural economy, but also ease the cost and expenditure of urban operations. Not to mention, when the urban population drops, the transportation cost of food transportation can be greatly reduced. The video conference has begun. The speaker is named Yu Zhenping. He is a heavyweight scholar and a leading figure in the field of rural cultural economics. He is also the research scholar who understands rural economics and culture best in the country. Luo Sheng now basically plays the role of an attendee, and more of them are in the audience. This is not his main area of responsibility. But Luo Sheng obviously also plays a key role in the overall solar storm prevention plan. At this time, another participant said, The migration of the population from the metropolis to rural areas across the country cannot be enforced. The key is to let everyone see opportunities for development in the countryside, so that everyone spontaneously returns home. Yu Zhengping nodded in agreement, and said again, now there are many factors that hinder the development of rural economy. For example, the current social ideology is that he wants you to leave your hometown, and your parents have worked so hard for you to study in college to leave your hometown, get a foothold in the city. Now everyone is making money and doing what? Farming to produce food is the least profitable. And it is also the least profitable or even negative. If you go back to the village to develop, you will be considered as promising. Out of breath with high blood pressure. Talking about Yu Zhengping's helplessness and laughed at himself, everyone at the meeting also laughed lowly. Yu Zhengping continued, the food security issue cannot be tackled alone. Comprehensive measures must be taken. In the past, despite our low productivity level, we rely on organizational capabilities and a complete system to ensure food security. Once the major villages receive the influx of urban population, they must confirm the main body responsible for food security, and ensure that the localized food security must at least ensure the basic food security of their own villages. The basic food and drink problems can be solved without external procurement. In other words, the real storage of grain in the village will not lead to catastrophic consequences of major food security. If a natural disaster or a major accident occurs, it is all waiting for the state to adjust the grain. What if the disaster is a bit more serious? What if the road is blocked and cannot be sent? The people waiting for the rations are waiting to be fed. This kind of thing can no longer be said to happen at any time. The time of the solar storm is just around the corner. Everyone nodded silently, and Yu Zhengping finally added, the other is to mobilize the urban public to participate in agriculture. The society needs hard work. At present, citizens in major cities are rushing to buy daily necessities, indicating that they have this kind of food security crisis consciousness. If this is the case, why don't you plan ahead? Why don't you keep a certain amount of food in your home? If there are preparations in advance, then it will not be a temporary holdover. The rush to buy money may not be able to buy, resulting in a shortage of goods and a series of negative factors. This time, if the country had not prepared for it, I would not dare to imagine prices. How far will it soar? The ordinary people spend more than 10 times the normal price for a bag of salt and a bag of rice. The damage to the economy and the increase in the polarization between the rich and the poor are incalculable. Luo Sheng silently scratched the back of his neck, without saying a word, as if he was the richest man present. The core point of today's meeting is how to solve the impact of the solar storm on the metropolis. It is important to know that if the entire city loses water and electricity for a week in a metropolis, among other things, the paralysis of a sewage system will make the entire city. The smell is so ridiculous that the size of the population in a big city is tens of millions or even tens of millions. The current solution to the solar storm is to reduce the size of the urban population. Where can those who leave the city go? The place where they can receive them is their hometown, the villages with branches all over the country. But here comes the problem. Because there are not too many development opportunities in rural areas, people are desperately squeezing into big cities. Therefore, the core essence of the problem is to make rural areas have a promising future, so as to attract people, especially young people, to return to their hometowns. Naturally, the population will flow back from the big cities, thus solving the operating costs of the big cities and saving the society as a whole. Operating costs. When the solar storm comes, there is no reason to be afraid. But the whole people can calmly look up at the starry sky to see a rare auroral beauty that is rare in 1,000 years. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, reading URL of renrenfiction.com mobile version, V2 Chapter 925 Luo Sheng's Solution Renren Novel Network. The video conference continues. Luo Sheng, who has not spoken much, said at this time, the problem is not single, but systemic. The most fundamental core of preventing solar storms is not the storm itself, The hardest and most difficult point in this battle, to put it bluntly, it is the question of whether there is room for rural development. This is a question of rural economic development. Once the source is solved, everything can be solved. Yu Zhengping nodded repeatedly and said, yes, if the core essential problem is not solved, it will definitely relapse after the radical cure is not complete, and it will recur and even generate more new problems. This video conference was not only set up to deal with the impact of the solar storm, but also involved a real top-level design, with extremely high specifications, and everyone involved is a big shot. Another participant asked concisely, well, since the truth becomes clearer and clearer, the development of the countryside is difficult. What is the problem of young people's reluctance to return to their hometown? Where are the contradictions and pain points? Yu Zhengping said immediately, the biggest pain point is rural finance. After throwing out the conclusion, Yu Zhengping explained to everyone in an orderly manner, we know that a large number of resource-based assets in the countryside cannot be used as collateral. But the financial textbook emphasizes that investment must be mortgaged with realizable things to borrow from you. So this question is almost unsolvable. If you are interested in investigating financial institutions at the county level in various localities, you will find that the more rural areas and counties, the financial deposits are greater than the loans. You can see that the rural areas are not without money. But these financial institutions take a lot of money. The capital of the country is turned into deposits and then used at a very low cost to use outside high-yield places. Because agriculture is not profitable, it is inevitable that capital will flow out of the local area. But there is no guarantee that these traditional agricultural areas are short of funds, so there will be an overinvestment and a shortage of funds. The agricultural districts and counties that have a large amount of deposits are desperately attracting investment because of the so-called underdevelopment, so they must commit to foreign investment. People have high returns. This is a very paradoxical phenomenon. This side uses a very low return on funds to pull out the funds, and on the other side uses a high return promise to attract external investors. Both inside and out are losses. And losses are incurred. Many development zones in rural areas have not prospered. Businesses started to lose money as soon as they entered, and eventually turned into local debts. Such phenomena abound. Talking Yu Zhengping was heartbroken and helpless when explaining the pain points of these problems. Luo Sheng took a cup of water and moistened his throat. He looked at the audience and said, the phenomenon is actually not important. The most important thing is whether there is a new and effective system of using rural local deposits for local development. I want to volunteer myself to toss and toss on this issue. The leaders at the meeting curiously smiled and said, oh, it's good to be young and energetic. I would like to hear more. Yu Zhengping is also quite attentive. Luo Sheng said in an orderly manner, the Blue Coast Group's large-scale employee shareholding and sharing of corporate labor surplus is a good template. I think it can be more thorough and implement a shareholding system. For example, taking the township level as a unit, any person including a foreigner who wants to settle in the locality, his first year of income as a basic equity, becomes a source of income for him as a shareholder, and he is dependent on life, old age, sickness and death. The capital is financed by the township's own organization, which forms a large agricultural joint enterprise. All employees are shareholders, and their capital needs can be solved internally no matter where they are. So how does a village generate income? The value is anchored in its local ecosystem. Professor, you just said that the problem with rural finance is that a large number of assets are non-target resource assets, and they cannot be used. Effective valuation cannot correspond to the financial regulations that require collateral to borrow money. Then we can't blame the bank for snobbery, right? It has to implement relevant regulations. If there is no collateral, it means that the bank has too much risk exposure, and it violates regulations or even laws. After speaking, there was a moment of silence in the conference room, and one participant said in a deep voice, difficult. Very difficult. The biggest problem is how to make use of local resources to monetize. especially to achieve healthy and sustainable development, is even more difficult. Luo Sheng said with a smile, "There are many ways to increase farmers' income. For example, let high-income people leave the city to consume in the countryside. Only then can farmers' income increase. You don't have to sell agricultural products. You can sell local cultural heritage and ecological natural scenery, a lifestyle of selling people and living in harmony with nature. The problems encountered in development must be solved through development, which must be guided by the situation and local conditions." After a pause, Luo Sheng added, "As an external intermediary force, I can also use some of my abilities and schedulable resources to help push it as much as possible. I can establish some in major urban and rural areas. Public infrastructure services, such as small and medium-sized trading centers, should work hard to reduce transaction costs in the logistics area. Logistics leads to price gaps. The richer the area, the more convenient and cheaper it is for people to buy products. The poorer and backward areas, the higher and more expensive the transaction costs for buying things. The richer areas are more likely to sell their agricultural products to the cities. The more remote areas, his agricultural products can't get in or out in deep mountains and old forests. Even many good products can't be sold in big cities. So I want to build such a logistics system across the country to eliminate the two price discriminations that have existed over the past millennia, which has led to uneven regional development. Novel.com. The richer the place, the poorer the poorer. This logistics system can bring commercial success on a routine basis. I do not participate in the profit sharing of a penny, so that the profits remain locally and the local people share the profits. After speaking, the attendees were stunned. After a while, Yu Zhengping praised him without hesitation. "Mr. Luo's words surprised me. I have never seen this world without profit. It is said that the merchants who may still post money, and they may be thankless, unheard of." Luo Sheng smiled, looked at Yu Zhengping and said, "Professor Yu is right. Businessmen are naturally profit-seeking. Does that prove that I am not a businessman? I assume that I am pursuing the fifth highest level of the needs of Marrows. Pursue self-spiritual needs. Now too many people don't do personnel affairs. I want to do some personnel affairs, and I just have some ability and energy." Upon hearing this, another person present at the meeting said with emotion, "If Mr. Luo's words are spread, the business community is afraid that countless people in the business world will be embarrassed." Luo Sheng joked, "Then please help me keep this little secret, or you will hate me." "Wouldn't it be embarrassing to meet in the future?" Ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but roared with laughter, and the video conference started to become lively and relaxed at this moment, and I admire Luo Sheng even more. This level of structure is not a height that ordinary people can reach. Actually, Luo Sheng is both jokingly saying that he is really pursuing the most advanced needs in the needs of Marrows. Apart from that, there is really nothing to pursue. He has become the small group at the top of the human pyramid. People. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Reading URL of renrenfiction.com mobile version. V2 Chapter 926 Pattern. It is a cut. One cut is 10 trillion yuan. The latest website. This is a huge, extremely complex, and systemic problem. Assuming that the rural economy is developing here, what about urbanization? The video conference is continuing, and a research scholar participating in the conference stands by, said, "If people are all running to the country, who will go to the city to buy a house? Then the real estate agent will definitely not be happy. Then they will shout for help and there is no way out." The other participants nodded involuntarily when they heard it. The problem is indeed very complicated. The problem here is dealt with, and there is another big problem there. There is always a place for you to get through. When the urban population shifts to rural areas, the real estate industry will inevitably decline, because whoever buys a house and sells it to whomever has left, then the house built by the developer cannot be sold, and the funds cannot be returned. The huge debt will cause the risk of thunder, which will be transmitted to the bank, which will cause financial turmoil and finally infect the real economy and return to the economy in a big circle. It was ruined again. Real estate developers are heavily in debt, and everyone is robbing people. The most important thing is that the birth rate of the population has plunged year by year, and the population has entered the stock competition, making this problem seem unsolvable. Later, another scholar and professor said in a relaxed tone, "The problem of the housing market is the problem of dealing with junk bonds." Speculation in the real estate market is all about junk bonds. How to deal with this problem? I think it is the same as dealing with bad bank debts. You spin it out and make it into an asset management company and then freeze it there, and then you develop new games in a new field. Won't it be over? After a pause, the scholar added, "What do I want to find a way out for those real estate developers? There is only one way out. After I increase the denominator, the numerator of bad debts will not move. Will the ratio of the whole value shrink soon? The ecological economy is to expand the denominator ratio. How can the speculative capital in the housing market be used to dominate the flow of factors? Isn't this a joke?" In this section of the real estate industry, Liu Sheng's companies or institutions have not been involved, so they do not evaluate it. No matter how to toss the house, their own interests will not be affected. Even if it is affected, it will be a marginal aftermath. Liu Sheng didn't want to go to this muddy water either. The video conference ended after another half an hour. There was not much discussion about the real estate industry. It was so complicated that it was postponed. But the rural development plan was finalized because the solar storm would not give you postponement. At the end of the video conference, Liu Sheng contacted Professor Yu Zhengping, and the two chatted alone for nearly an hour, and finally established the itinerary for the visit to the countryside. The specific date was scheduled in early June. Yu Zhengping has time at any time, mainly because Liu Sheng still has no time to spare and has to deal with the issue of the withdrawal of Shengfeng Capital investors. The next day, after the market opened low, the market moved higher. The food processing, aquaculture, ecological agriculture and other sectors performed strongly, and once again set off a wave of daily limit. Shengfeng Capital brought a batch of admission funds and put on a hot money vest to activate the entire market atmosphere, and seduce a lot of market funds to enter the market to do more. At the same time, it silently reversed and shipped the funds in the traditional energy, coal, chemical, mining and other sectors, placed large orders on the sell, and then used the hot money vest to eat the order, causing follow-up funds to buy, and the sunstorm. The favorable expectation is set, and the trading volume has been steadily enlarged, forming a phenomenon of active trading. At this time, it is easy to attract funds from outside the market to follow suit. Most of the capital of Shengfeng Capital has not only been liberated, but also created considerable profits. The follow-up will be completed by the Buddhist system. When there is a sharp drop, it will quickly pull up, giving investors the illusion of washing the market. In short, give confidence to incoming investors and guide market capital to hold on to this market. Then the liberated funds will go to other sections to seduce new market funds. The main funds for the protection of the market are afraid of falling across the board. Now first stabilize the disk, and wait until the support of the entire disk is firmly established, and then slowly pulling it out. To put it bluntly, is to kill pigs on a plate by plate. After the market closed today, I finally saw a genuine positive wire. The main board rose by 1.85% and closed at 3,262.25 points after the market. However, the Scitech Innovation Board is still stretched, and the entire Scitech Innovation Board still plummeted by 8.22% today. And the limit of the prices in the semiconductor sector. The rise is fierce, and the fall is as miserable. The market for semiconductor super bulls in the past 2 years has also risen very crazy, and individual stocks have risen 5 to 10 times. In the past 2 years, the investment and consumption sector has been ridiculed for not knowing investment at all. At that time, as long as it was investing in semiconductors, you could make a lot of money with your eyes closed. The problem of earning more, earning less. But now, even if you have a bright eye, You can't do it. Don't talk about the gas leader. Buy high-quality stocks such as Reebok Technology and Jingchuang Technology. The food consumer sector is now the darling of the market, and technology stocks are now no matter who buys them. The time came in mid-May, and Shengfeng Capital issued a blockbuster announcement again. After 10 days of time with major investors in Tampa, they finally reached a new consensus and established their new week fund redemption application time window. Investors who withdraw halfway only need to pay a punitive fee of 4.58% to redeem their funds according to the current net value of the Shengfeng Capital Strategic Investment Fund. When this news was announced, the market had rebounded to the position of 3,456 points. If there is enough room to rise, you can kill it down. As the market expected, Shengfeng Capital announced the announcement of the reduction of related investment targets. The market respects the decline without saying anything. The market fell back to near 3,200 in just 2 days. BlackRock Group, Goldman Sachs Group, Morgan Stanley, Norwegian Sovereign Pension Fund, Hillhouse Capital, Linghang Capital, UBS and other 33 top asset management institutions at home and abroad have redeemed 45% of their capital shares. The North American Pension Fund reduced its holdings and redeemed 64.5% of its capital share. In Luo Sheng's office, he sat in the boss chair with his eyes closed and listened quite comfortably, and Kingsu held the folder in her hand and gave him righteous thoughts. What is the proportion of Shengfeng Capital's foreign investment? Hearing this, and Kingsu turned the page on the folder, and replied after a while, it has fallen to about 6.8 trillion RMB, accounting for 14.76% of the total assets of Shengfeng Capital. Luo Sheng took a long, deep breath, opened his eyes and said refreshingly, this wave of leaks is so cool, it seems better not to go abroad in the future. This is both a joke and a truth. The leak routes of institutional foreign investment are almost cut off by him. It is necessary to know that Shengfeng Capital's original foreign investment accounted for as high as 45%. And the highest nominal value exceeded 36 trillion RMB. The proportion of sub-foreign investment has been cut by about 30.3%, which is equivalent to about 10.5 trillion yuan. It's over 10 trillion yuan. Those institutions of Bigua compared with Luo Sheng's failure to go public in the market can be described as complete. And it's really impossible for the big A institutions to harvest once every few months. Luo Sheng spent 15 years to raise pigs. The so-called miracle halo is actually the pig-killing halo. Today, 15 years later, the sickle in his hand will be cut down to 100,000, 100 million. So you are still obsessed with Luo Sheng aura. This is the separation. Luo Sheng believes that these leaks will continue to believe in Luo Sheng halo in the future, because the ladder project will definitely be successful. They can only shoot off their thighs and their mistakes in judgment are washed out by Luo Sheng's dark tricks. Not there is a problem with this halo. He really hasn't failed, but he failed. It's okay. It's almost done. It has been washed very clean, it should be up. Luo Sheng is very satisfied with Shengfeng Capital's current foreign holding ratio of less than 15%. If the ladder succeeds in the future, it will still be able to pay back its costs. But it is impossible to make blood, at least a little bit. For Luo Sheng, this is a perfect result. V2 Chapter 927 Foreign Investment. My Nima Mentality Collapsed on a Novel Network. The time has come to the weekend of May 23rd. Today there is a news that has attracted the attention of many people, that is, a well-known venture capital fund in the industry issued an announcement this afternoon, planning to increase its share of Shengfeng Capital with a capital of 100 billion yuan. The announcement of this announcement directly sent the venture capital fund to the headlines of the day. And then the fund company was blocked by reporters, and Liu Wen's phone number was blown by his investors. All this was in Liu Wen's expectation, so on Saturday, he ran out for a holiday, and the phone was turned off at home, but his investors were driven crazy. This wave of headwind operations of venture capital funds has also been given the nickname the bravest retrograde by people in the world. Many people in the industry are teasing and watching Liu Wen's jokes. Some colleagues even bluntly stated that Liu Wen is a gambler who is extremely irresponsible to investors, and he is not surprised at all of his behavior. Frankly speaking, Liu Wen is relying on tying venture capital funds to Shengxing today, an achievement that can only be found on this chariot of peak capital. Liu Wen can hold his thigh without Luo Sheng, and that's it. The venture capital fund is just a mediocre asset management institution. Incidentally, I feel sorry for his investors. And there is also a lot of gloating, asking you to give the money to the venture capital fund. This is silly. You have been miserable. Liu Wen can only hide now, because he has been scolded by investors, and many investors even talk directly. If they continue to hide, they can only initiate a lawsuit against him. As time passed by, Liu Wen was also suffering. He only asked Shengfeng Capital and Luo Sheng to explode Wang out quickly, and don't drag him any longer. It was not the taste of hiding like this. On Monday, May 24th, the Luo Sheng Family Fund announced that it would increase its share of RMB 3 trillion to Shengfeng Capital. At the same time, under the personal command of Qin Weimu today, it will undertake the sell-off of the Scitech Innovation Board semiconductor sector single low-cost chip. However, it is not a net purchase of 10,000 hands, but a lot of small orders, which are scanned as hot money vests. Reebok Technology, Jingchuang Technology, Rutao Technology and other high-quality science and technology innovation boards the targets are all collecting. At the same time, the funds deployed in the traditional energy, coal chemical industry, mining and other sectors were suddenly withdrawn in one breath, almost directly hitting the market, and they were determined to go without the slightest battle of love. Funds for food processing, aquaculture, ecological agriculture and other sectors are also simply withdrawn. A lot of hot money and big money have been trapped to death, and it is too late to run. Shengfeng Capital can't look down on the bargaining chip of Xiao's. It eats hot money and big money, and these big money and hot money will generally carry out self-help pulls. Taiwan, Xiao-san can get an escape window at this time, and if you miss it, you will really take it. Shengfeng Capital must smash down the energy, mining and other sectors that shouldn't be skyrocketing. These sectors have already over-increased severely. It will soon pull the Science and Technology Innovation Board. If you don't smash them all down, or the Science and Technology Innovation Board will fly together. The bubble in the entire market blows up terribly, and then the market will have its limit down again. It is not that Shengfeng Capital wants to look for it like this, but the limit of the sector is better than the limit of the entire market. The two evils are the lesser of the trade-off. But at this moment, investors are confused. Rubbing, petrochemical and nuke have reached a heavy limit. Oil is also green, and 3 barrels of oil are all green and 2 drops. Is this market over? The main force is smashing the plate and fleeing. All of them are smashed and killed, and they are tricking the gun. Ha ha. A certain hot money tycoon scolded the main dog beyond Weibo. 120 million was covered with 18 points. Ha ha. Nothing is gone. The market is dragged down by 3 barrels of oil, and the consumer and agricultural products sectors are struggling to support it, and it feels like it can't stand it. Sure enough, this wave of backlash is too many cannons. The main force is really in. The Science and Technology Innovation Board has a lot of targets with signs of main attraction. Science and Technology Innovation Board. Who dares to go to that cemetery? Who dares to touch technology semiconductors? You are desperate. Seeing your comment, I went in decisively. When I fell to despair, did it mean that it was going up? But I don't know who the main force will pull. Forget it. Just do a wave of science and technology innovation and 50th warrior. Good luck. Today, the flash crash of 3 barrels of oil once again caused panic in the market. In the end, the ham faucet was also smashed and stopped, and many hot money suffered a 20-meter machete. The entire market believes that the main force cannot protect the market. The so-called positive over the weekend, that is, The 100 billion yuan of venture capital funds that are going retrograde is also in line with the fraud. If the fundamental problem is not solved, the market will still collapse or will find a location below 3,000 points. A big Yinxian of 3.75% was closed in the first session of the week, at 3,080 points. On Tuesday, May 25th, the market opened low and killed, but the Scitech Innovation Board was still not moving. Shengfeng Capital was still in the midst of low fundraising. It reached 3,016 in the intraday, but just before the break, it touched and gave the rebound, went up. The intraday closed red for a time, then fell back to green again, and finally closed down 0.23%, closing a green cross stark line. At this time, a group of smart funds in the market realized that something was wrong. There was a situation on the Scitech Innovation Board, and it started to resume at night and finally found that someone was collecting funds on the Scitech Innovation Board. Dare to collect funds on the Science and Technology Innovation Board at this time. I am afraid there is only one institution in the world that dares to do so, and that is Shengfeng Capital. These smart funds have not analyzed the confidence of Shengfeng Capital, but the inflow and trading volume of funds on the disk will not deceive people. In this way, when the time comes to Wednesday, there are very small batches of smart funds in the market directly pouring into the Scitech Innovation Board to rush to raise. Anyway, Shengfeng Capital is doing things here. Regardless of his reason, Shengfeng Capital will definitely not lose money and leave in this position. It's all done. The result is that the Science and Technology Innovation Board, which has continuously broken out of the negative line, has risen unprecedentedly today. Finally, today, the entire Science and Technology Board has risen by plus 4.35%, and Rutao Technology and Jingchuang Technology have their daily limit. However, the market did not give a good look to the Science and Technology Board and the technology semiconductor sector. This week, the 3 barrels of oil crashed and pulled the crotch to make market investors believe that the main force has issued a set again. This time it is more sinister and even wants to deceive people. Entered the cemetery of the technology sector. So resolutely not follow. On Thursday, after the opening of the market today, Shengfeng Capital has stopped beeping, so it directly pulled up in the early trading. With the daily limit of Rutao Technology, the Scitech Innovation Board was driven by the collective daily limit wave. Yesterday, Rutao Technology and Jingchuang Technology had daily limit, and today 16 companies have daily limit. Since yesterday, Shengfeng Capital has felt that some smart funds can no longer be washed out. It will not be washed out of life and death. If it is washed again, it will only wash away the retail investors. Shengfeng Capital still focuses on eating institutions and hot money. Those smart funds could not be washed out, and Shengfeng Capital saw that the funds were not large, so it tolerated. The next step was the rise of the bull market and the return of value. These targets were obviously oversold too much. On the same day, the Scitech Innovation Board soared 12.26%. 16 tickets had a daily limit, and 43 tickets rose by more than 10%. The 3 giants on the Scitech Innovation Board, Xunxin Electronics, Huachen Technology, and Bosch Technology, are still closed in the small black room. Otherwise the entire Scitech Innovation Board is definitely stronger today. Is the stock investor so bullish? It must be a scam. If you don't follow, continue to watch the show and see nothing. The time has come to the last trading day of the week. On Friday morning, the Scitech Innovation Board opened with a huge amplitude of plus 4.28%. It was a complete mess. Rutao Technology was again a 3-link board with a new word board daily limit of 20%. The stock price rose by plus 72.8% in just 3 days, and it was relatively easy to pull more than 30 billion plates. If the Scitech Innovation Board is currently the most beautiful cub in Big A, then Rutao Technology is undoubtedly the most beautiful cub in the Scitech Innovation Board. The Scitech Innovation Board became popular across the board, and investors who were bearish were confused. Turning around and looking, today the market has reached 3,465 points unknowingly, and it was brought up by the Scitech Innovation Board in 2 days, and it has broken through the recent high, but still insist on the short view, thinking that this is a trick to lure too much. Stick to the original view, continue to be short, not follow, see who consumes the other. However, these bears simply don't know how strong the long-term momentum this time is. Shengfeng Capital is determined to pull it up, and will not even give a chance to pull back, and it will be in place in one step. In the evening, an announcement issued by Shengfeng Capital made short-term investors dumbfounded, and even vomited blood from investors who withdrew halfway through. This news is that the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Office plans to increase its share of Shengfeng Capital by RMB 5 trillion. And the proportion of state-owned assets increased to a record high. The holding share has reached 62.85% of Shengfeng Capital's overall ratio. This asset management institution has become a company under the skin of a private company, has won the Gojia team organization, but the management power is handed over to Luo Sheng. It's uncomfortable, although I don't want to admit it, but it's really gone. This wave of Scitech Innovation Board leader Utao Technology has 3 consecutive boards. Do you dare to chase it? Can you dare to chase, but can you buy it? Inside. There is definitely an inside story. Hope to investigate thoroughly. Old Tai upstairs is so clever. You found all of this. So what then? Haha, no, then, accept the reality. Good guy. It turns out that the ladder project is infused with soul, and 5 trillion yuan has been poured into this knot. It is not only real money, but also a manifestation of the will of the country. Fortunately, I am in Xunxin Electronics. Fortunately, Xunxin Electronics has been shut down in a small black house. Otherwise, I must have cut the meat. Thank you for not killing. The old irons who were locked up in the small black house are relieved. Although they did not make money, they did not lose money. Suddenly heavy. The Archbishop's offshore fund has just announced that it will increase its 3+2 fund share of 5 trillion Shengfeng Capital. 5 trillion is 10 trillion. It's a coincidence that foreign capital cuts more than 10 trillion from Shengfeng Capital. This wave of operations of the Archbishop will definitely be recorded in the history of the global business community. It can be called an epic level Washington. See what a real dishwashing operation is. Fuck, it is definitely a werewolf. Seeing that foreign investment is so miserable, I suddenly feel more balanced in my heart. This wave of harvesting is really ruthless. I have witnessed history. The Archbishop should stop going abroad in the future. I am worried that foreigners will be chased from Wall Street to K Street with a machete. Ha ha ha, foreign capital is going to be stupid. Foreign capital is going to be confused. Foreign capital is going to explode in place. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Reading URL of renrenfiction.com mobile version. V2 Chapter 928 Discussion on the midsize bus latest website, end of May. The head of the venture capital fund, Liu Wen, announced the end of the holiday and his return to work. Mr. Liu returned home with pride this time, and he is full of the momentum of the return of the king. Lao Liu, so old. I sincerely apologize for the attitude I treated you before. I hope you don't mind. I am also very guilty. I shouldn't question you. I am very sorry. At this moment, Liu Wen was sitting on the boss chair in his office, resting his legs on the desk comfortably to answer the call. Hearing a series of apologies from a large customer inside, Liu Wen said with a smile and easygoing, where, I understand. Frankly, I admit that I have a gambling element. But I bet it right. Good luck and good luck. Be humble. I don't believe this is a bet. If you don't say anything else, your friendship with Luo Sheng may be worth hundreds of billions. Why don't others know the 5 trillion inside information, but you know? Hearing this, Liu Wen quickly denied, Mr. Y. You have made a mistake in what you said. I must correct you. I have never heard any so-called inside information. Before that, I didn't know anything about 5 trillion things. You can talk nonsense about this, I can't afford it." The investor who called on the other end of the communicator understood instantly, and quickly responded with a smile. "Ha ha, I'm really sorry, I did miss the word just now." This is just pretending to be confused. "What time is it now?" The blind can see that your venture capital fund must have received inside information. Except for the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Office and Luo Sheng's institutions, other wealthy individuals or investment institutions have more or less cut their flesh. Not only did the venture capital fund not withdraw, but it also backhanded the last bit of wealth. Who would believe this if there is no inside information? However, there are some things that can only be understood and understood. Liu Wen just hung up the phone. Another big customer called, and after the call came a voice, "Mr. Liu, don't say anything. I have 200 million spare cash here. You take it all." You think I don't have any opinion on how to toss it in the future? It's true. Today, I took care of the phone calls from major investors and congratulations from some friends and business colleagues. At this moment, Liu Wen's heart was full of emotions. Before that, there were all evil people around him, but overnight Liu Wen found that there were no evil people around him. Looking at it, they were all good people, and they were all enthusiastic. At the end, Liu Wen put away his thoughts and responded, "Easy to say. Easy to say." It is no exaggeration to say that the venture capital fund and Liu Wen also embarked on the road to the gods in another way. Holding the thigh is also a university. Liu Wen can be said to explain to the world that choices are sometimes true. It's more important than hard work. Some people are happy and some are worried, and the mentality of Wall Street capital collapsed. According to Grapevine reports, the heads of multiple Wall Street investment banking institutions bought a new set of office appliances that day, including computers, cups, folders and even desks. There is also unconfirmed news that the CEOs of 6 well-known European and American asset management institutions have already taken the blame and resigned, and 16 well-known overseas investment institutions have launched an international lawsuit in desperation and sued Shengfeng Capital in the international court. Began a long litigation dispute. Can't afford to lose and start to think that the previous agreement is invalidated. But the agreement in black and white is plain and clear, and all kinds of retention have been expressed in place. It is impossible to win a lawsuit. Use strong. The rabbits nowadays are no longer the same as in the past. It is precisely because of this that European and American capital will choose to fight a lawsuit. Otherwise, with the pissiness of these foreigners, they will definitely not follow the civilized route if they can solve the problem with hooligans. This wave of operations by Luo Sheng can be regarded as a serious injury to European and American capital, and it may not be relieved in 3 to 5 years. The next thing that BlackRock and other top European and American asset management institutions have to face is the anger of their investors. Many investors of asset management trust institutions have been furious, and they demanded to redeem their money. No longer let them take care of. As a result, on Friday night, the 3 major North American stock indexes staged a high dive. In order to settle with investors, some investment institutions had to sell their holdings to redeem them for cash, which led to a stock price crash. Until many years later, people realized that today is an extremely important turning point in the capital market. It marked that from then on, the Big A has stepped out of the independent market, and the global capital market has plummeted and the Big A has been on the way. It is said that today is a landmark time node because from today onwards, the weather vane of the global capital market is no longer the US stock market, but the share market. But no one realizes this yet. But times have changed. Entering June, on the day of June 2nd, Luo Sheng took a special plane to the central and western regions of the country. After leaving the airport, he met with Professor Yu Zhengping. This time, he went out in a local manner and personally led a research team. I came to a set of inland areas to investigate the countryside. At the same time, I also invited Professor Yu Zhengping, a scholar with in-depth research and accomplishments in the countryside, to carry out related work for the company's affairs. Recent major events have been arranged. Lao Jiang, Yao Jianhong, and Qin Weimu are in charge of Luo Sheng. They are very relieved that they can start Cloud Office even if there are important emergencies, and they can start at any time. Video conference to discuss decision making. This time to go to the mainland to investigate is not a whim, but the above approved his idea. Let Luo Sheng select some natural villages in the mainland to conduct a pilot. Let him toss and see if this path can be, if it works. If it proves to work, it will start to promote it nationwide. Professor Yu Zhengping can be said to be the originator of the School of Rural Cultural Economics. I am afraid that there is no second person in the country who knows the local situation better than him. Luo Sheng asked him to investigate together as a heavyweight consultant. Obviously, Yu Zhengping was very excited. He did not expect that a capital crocodile like Luo Sheng, and a big man in the science and technology circle, not only cares about rural development issues so much, he even came off the field to conduct pilot research. This is a very powerful force. Professor Yu Zhengping is very aware of Luo Sheng's energy. He wants to make a name for himself here, and there is a lot to do in the later period. Rural development is very likely to usher in an unprecedented opportunity in the future. June 3rd. On an expressway, several medium-sized buses got off the expressway, and after driving along the way for about half an hour, they entered a mountain village road. Mr. Luo, have you found a solution to the problem of enthusiasm in your full staff shareholding system? In one of the minibuses, Yu Zhengping and Luo Sheng sat facing each other while talking and eating lunch boxes. Luo Sheng held a piece of green vegetables, thought for a moment, and said, "The problem is not big. Whose interests is the one who cares?" The all-employee shareholding system does not mean giving away shares. There is an exercise process for option pricing. You have to buy stocks first, and then you can pay attention to it after spending money. It is a collective. We also allow the participation of foreign capital, but not more than 20%. In the final analysis, it is a question of how to divide the money, so this matter has to be split up. Collective surplus value sharing and labor remuneration. The former is resolved through options, but we transfer most of the surplus value from time and space to labor services. Pay this piece. The sharing of surplus value is to eliminate absolute poverty. Enjoying collective dividends can only guarantee that you will not die from starvation. However, relative poverty will always exist. To shorten relative poverty is the part of labor compensation. You have to struggle to live a good life. If you don't give them a chance to fall in the sky from the beginning, I can't save them. What I can do is to get them to accept the market economy concept of survival through a way. Only themselves can save them. Yu Zhengping listened carefully and said, whether the shares of the collective are paid for non-employed labor, or dealing with farmers on the farmer's site, if they are not hired and included in a company system to agree to manage, how to control the quality of service and cost, how to resolve the interests and contradictions of various parties. After speaking, Yu Zhengping looked at Luo Sheng for confirmation. Incorporated into the same management of the company? Luo Sheng shook his head with a smile, and added, I can't manage it. I will die as soon as I manage it. There is no chance to solve the problem. Seeing Yu Zhengping's puzzled expression, Luo Sheng stretched out his fingers and slowly explained. Is there a problem with working hours? There is a problem with child labor and elderly labor. There is also a problem with social security and labor insurance, right, etc. If it is included in the company, it will not survive a day before the provisions of the law. Speaking of Luo Sheng, he watched Yu Zhengping continue. The farmer immediately ran over to tell you that this place is not safe to sleep and that the work in that place is very uncomfortable. By then, all the contradictions will be transferred to the contradiction between the farmer and the company. It's not a question of service quality and cost. It's a question of how to take care of these uncles. Hearing this, Yu Zhengping nodded silently. It makes a lot of sense. You will die if you manage it. But the problem is that it will be messed up as soon as you put it away. Doesn't it matter that it is a mess? Luo Sheng put down his chopsticks, took a disposable cup and drank, and smiled. As long as he is more than 3 or more, He cannot be a monolithic one. If this contradiction is gone, that contradiction has emerged again. It doesn't matter, it has benefits. Drive. Let them take care of themselves. Yu Zhengping curiously said, "Oh, I would like to hear the details." Liu Sheng explained, "I bring customers and consumers to the local area and also bring market competition. For example, a farmer has contracted an orchard. There are several links in it, from fruit saplings to results. One link restricts a link. Farmers have no sales channels and no external bargaining power. At this time, the collective role can give full play to its advantages, which is equivalent to uniting all farmers in external negotiations. Whether it is buying fruit seedlings or selling fruit, they will have better bargaining power through collective bargaining. Farmers are capable of selling the fruit to the collective or finding channels by themselves. The payment for labor services is directly settled here. It is a cash transaction. Whoever goes wrong will bear the loss, and it will not affect the core profit of others. This is also not enough. Some people in the collective stocks have a choice, but for the farmers who have invested in the collective, they are of course willing to sell them to the collective. First gets a portion of the money, and the remaining value of the collective income can also be divided by shares, and repaid save worry and effort. Similarly, a village collective is a larger overall unit, and there is also competition between villages and village collectives. This is a process of layered restraint and close correlation. I can bring them customers, purchasers, and consumers. In addition, I can also establish small and medium-sized trading centers at major nodes to help them reduce transaction costs, and I can also provide them with interest-free loans. But whether it can be truly sustainable development still depends on the competitiveness of the products. On their own, the introduction of no more than 20% of foreign capital also plays a protective role to a certain extent, which is equivalent to having a long-term relationship to establish a cooperative relationship, giving your products a priority procurement advantage. But in the final analysis, it still depends on the quality of products and services. In the middle of this process, allow them to have a process of producing defective products and raising prices. It doesn't matter. The market will correct them and allow financial leverage to solve the quality and cost problems. In the end, Yu Zhengping listened to Liu Sheng's description and thought nothing. After a long time, he couldn't help but nodded, and couldn't help but applaud with a smile. There is a doorway here. V2 Chapter 929. What are you talking about? The richest man came to our village. Rinrin Novel Network. The front is Shinjakan. In the medium bus where Liu Sheng was, a staff member accompanying him came to him and asked, "Mr. Liu, are we going to enter the village?" "Let's stop in an open space nearby. Don't enter the village first. I don't want to be watched by the whole village," Liu Sheng said, causing Professor Yu Zhengping, who was sitting next to him, to laugh. The outside world did not know his itinerary when he went out for research this time, but he is quite well known now. Don't think that no one in the countryside does not know him. Now the countryside is not as closed as in the past. Basically all of them are connected to water, electricity, access, and the internet. The young people in the countryside are safer to the outside world than it was 10 or 20 years ago. And language. A few minutes later, the accompanying medium-sized buses left the concrete road in Murakami and stopped in an open space nearby. "Professor Yu, please." Liu Sheng put on a pair of sunglasses and a peaked cap, and simply covered his face, because many local villagers who were working in farming had already noticed their group of outsiders who ran over without saying hello. Moreover, the battle was relatively large. More than half of the number 70 or 80 of the 3 minibuses were accompanying security personnel. However, they all dress as they do in the countryside. They are not the kind of unsmiling image in suits and sunglasses, but they are also very eye-catching for the people in the village. I believe that this kind of thing will spread throughout the village soon. After getting off the bus, Liu Sheng and Yu Zhengping did not enter the village, but headed towards the mountainous area in the village. It was already around 1600 hours in the afternoon, and the strongest sun had passed, but it was still very hot, this summer. After walking for about half an hour, Luo Sheng and others came to the foot of a mountainous area. When they looked around, they noticed that there was a pond in the far side of the mountain. It came out of groundwater in the mountain and irrigated the foot of the mountain, a farmland nearby. But at this moment, Luo Sheng saw that there were several children playing and swimming in the pond. He shook his head helplessly and said to a staff member who was accompanying him, "Send 2 watery people to stare at those children in secret. Don't let them have an accident." Good manager Luo, even if you haven't seen this kind of thing, you should take care of it when you see Luo Sheng. After the episode, everyone will continue to investigate along the trail. When he came to the middle of the mountain, Luo Sheng took the initiative to stop looking for a shade of trees to take a short break, mainly to take care of Professor Yu Zhengping. Although he had a strong body, he was an old man in his 60s or 70s. During the rest, Professor Yu Zhengping looked down on the mountains and rivers of Xinjiakan through a good view from the mountainside and said, "Our country itself is a landform with 7 mountains, 1 water and 2 fields. 70% of the land area is mountainous, neighboring, plateaus, etc. Many people say that going to the mountains and the countryside will not engage in agriculture. Why do you go to the mountains and the countryside? Who says that you must engage in agriculture when you go to the mountains and the countryside?" After that, Yu Zhengping signaled Luo Sheng to look at the landscape environment in front of him and continued, "The more complex the mountainous terrain in the countryside, you may not want a real farmer to grow crops in such a complex terrain that is not suitable for him, but for a large number of people who go to the countryside, this is precisely the best place to keep healthy." Luo Sheng looked around the surrounding scenery, took a deep breath and said in approval, "The natural environment of Xinjia village is really beautiful, with beautiful mountains, clear waters, blue sky and white clouds. And the metropolis really can't enjoy such natural scenery." Yu Zhengping went on to say, "In the past, if we said that in the industrial age, we only occupied plain resources and everyone rushed to buy land, it was plain resources. But today when we are talking about ecologicalization, it will make a lot of ecologicalization in this era. These resources that were not used as factors in the past have become productivity factors. Mountains, paddy fields, forests, lakes, grasses, ice, and snow are all productivity factors." After pointing to the environment of Xinjiakan, Yu Zhengping turned his head and looked at Luo Sheng and said, "Well, if you are a farming industry, isn't this beautiful, green mountains, white clouds and blue sky a factor of productivity? If you are a natural education industry, are they not productivity factors like butterflies, dragonflies, frogs, and birds? If you can provide these services, parents in the city must have brought their children here, so consumption will bring them." Luo Sheng agrees with this point. In the previous video conference, he said selling ecology and nature, selling lifestyles, and so on. Yu Zhengping said, "So when a brand new concept of ecological civilization occurs, when we talk about citizens going to the countryside, to a large extent it is no longer the pursuit of the flat resources of the industrialized era, but an extremely rich and diverse ecological environment. Resources, these are the best areas for us to develop entrepreneurship, especially small and medium entrepreneurial entities. That's why we said what was needed if the factors were not counted or priced in the past. We need to get the opportunity to restructure, and then connect with external citizens. As small and medium investors, we must cooperate with rural areas instead of combining with each household. It is to integrate with the village collective so that the citizens can go to the countryside relatively smoothly, which is the real integration of urban and rural development. Time passed by, and at about 18 o'clock, Luo Sheng and others also came out of the ravine. The landscape and landforms of Xinjia village are very original, and many wild animals were encountered along the way. From the perspective of optimizing the situation and adapting measures to local conditions, I think it is appropriate to set up a hunting ground as a basis for development. Luo Sheng concluded that Xinjiakan has many mountains and little land. It is difficult to develop, and there are very few farmland. It is also a relatively poor village, but the ecological resources are very rich, but it will not be developed, and it is not included in the productivity factors, and it is not attractive. Foreign capital investment. Hunting ground? Yu Zhengping asked curiously. Not bad. Liu Sheng nodded. Firstly, there are not many hunting grounds in China, and secondly, it will not destroy this excellent natural ecology. Thirdly, the value-added services provided by hunting grounds can drive the development of this village. Of course, it depends on what Shenjiakan thinks. This village is one of the pilot projects selected by Liu Sheng. Just as everyone was going to visit the village, a group of people came toward the medium-sized bus stop. You should be outsiders. Don't you know what to do when you come to our village? A man in the lead came forward and asked. He is Shenmode from the production team of Shenjia village. The people who came with him were all village officials and some few villagers. Liu Sheng soon had a staff member approaching him to talk to him. After a while, Shenmode was puzzled. Institution investigation and research, helping our village development? Wouldn't it be a liar? How could there be such a good thing in the world? After finishing speaking, Shenmode re-examined Liu Sheng and the group of people. The big show was something he had rarely seen before, and it was indeed not an ordinary person. However, the communication was still caught in the dilemma of trust. Liu Sheng took off his hat and sunglasses and walked forward. Before he had time to speak, a young man in his 20s and 30s beside Shenmode saw Liu Sheng's face. The whole person was stunned. After rubbing his eyes, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. Quickly patted Shenmode on the shoulder and whispered, "Don't doubt old Shen. It is definitely true. The richest man in the world has come to our village." "Look, what are you talking about? They are the richest people in the world. Has the richest man come to our village?" Shenmode blurted out in shock. Liu Sheng was helpless when he heard that. He put away his thoughts and immediately looked at Shenmode and smiled. "Everyone knows me, and the uninvited guests still look at Heihan." Shenmode and the others were astonished. A closer look was indeed the man who often appeared in the TV news. The real cannot be faked, and the fake cannot be real. When Shenmode saw Liu Sheng take the initiative to reach out, he quickly stretched out his hands and shook hands, said, "Oh, I'm serious, Mr. Liu. Why don't you say hello to us when you are here? We are also ready to entertain you so as not to let you hang on the side of the road. Welcome." "This is not a place to talk, Mr. Liu. It's too early. Go to the village and talk about it. Then bother. We're not to disturb or disturb. Ha ha, please here. Please." Shenmode was very enthusiastic, and immediately turned to a villager next to him and said, "Makai, you go and make arrangements for the pig that I raise. Kill it. Wait, kill both ends." "Okay." The young villager named Shin Makai turned his head and trotted towards the village. The more he ran, the more energetic he got. At this time, anyone with a little brain knows what the present-day richest man in the world personally came to Shenjiakan means to this village. What's more, people from Liu Sheng who have just heard directly come to investigate Shenjia village and help the village develop. Ever since, in less than an hour, the world's richest man came to Shenjiakan for investigation in person and everyone in the village knew. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Reading URL of renrenfiction.com mobile version. V2 Chapter 930. Let you earn first, I will earn later on Ren Novel Network. The Shenjia village is very lively tonight, and every household is talking about the richest man's coming to the village. Shenmode's house is obviously the most lively. Right now, the entire yard is brightly lit. Liu Sheng has nearly 100 people here this time, plus some people in the village. Tonight, there are more than 30 tables set up directly beside the road outside the yard. It was a table, and I also took the light bulb temporarily. Most of the children in the village are left behind children, and the noise is extremely lively. The courtyard of Shenmode's house also temporarily installed a few large stoves, and called the best teachers in the village to cook. On the other side also handle the 2 pigs slaughtered. Many places have been banned from raising poultry, but Shenjia village is relatively backward. Every household basically raises some chickens, ducks, dogs and 2 pigs, and they are not eating pig feed. absolutely original ecological pork. There was a large table in the courtyard of Shenmode's home. Luo Sheng and Professor Yu Zhengping sat at this table with Shenmode and others. Some peanuts, Luo Hango, melon seeds, tea, etc. were placed on the table. Shenmode, who was sitting next to him, made a whole cup of tea for Luo Sheng and said, "Mr. Luo, we are all bitters who have never seen the world, ha ha, the poor hospitality makes you laugh." Luo Sheng smiled and said, "Well, I am flattered with such kind hospitality. I am the one who caused you trouble." After a few polite greetings, Luo Sheng also talked about business in the small chat. "Mr. Shen, we are here this time to start a pilot development in your village. It is an inspection and of course the consent of the villagers must be followed." "Agree, of course agree. How can we disagree if the richest man wants to lead us to wealth?" Shenmode said hastily. The villagers at the same table, including those sitting at a few tables next to each other, all raised their ears and listened to the conversation here. At this point, everyone is overjoyed. Luo Sheng methodically said, "We intend to plan a sustainable development path for the big guys to get rich according to the existing conditions in Xinjiakan." At this time, the villager Shenmakai couldn't help asking, "Luo's richest man, how can the village develop without much?" Shenmode turned his head and glared at him, then yelled softly, "Why are you talking about Mr. Luo, both big and young?" Luo Sheng smiled and said, "Along the way, I saw that Xinjia village has basically built new homesteads. Every family has a house, a yard, and labor, and this great natural ecology of green mountains and green waters, but the most important thing is the folks are not afraid of suffering and suffering." Shenmode, holding a teacup, said with a smile, "Afraid of suffering and suffering? If farmers are afraid of suffering and suffering, they would have starved to death. The dirty work in the city is not all done by our migrant workers." The villagers nearby also joined in. Luo Sheng nodded, "That's good. So I will have more confidence in the development of Xinjia village. Our plan is like this: according to the existing ecological conditions in Xinjia village, we will make full use of them. Let's start with the collective, the shareholding system. Everyone joins this collective by way of equity participation. Now is to talk about the general plan." At the end, Shenmode said with a hesitant look, "Set up a hunting ground in the mountains and forests of the village." "Mr. Luo, is it illegal?" Luo Sheng smiled and said, "There are also many places in China that operate legal hunting grounds, and the formalities and documents are all required." During the day, we went to the mountains and forests for a few hours. The ecology of Xinjia village is very good. The beautiful scenery cannot be destroyed. This is where the greatest value of Xinjiakan lies. We operate a hunting ground, and then provide many value-added services to customers who come to consume with it. People come not only to enjoy hunting, he wants to eat and live, right? Shenmode, oh, that would cost a lot of money. Like building a hotel or something. Luo Sheng shook his head and said, "What hotel to build? Daxing civil engineering is a mess. I think the newly built houses in the village have 2.5 stories. I believe that most of them are vacant. The second floor is renovated and rented to visitors. Hunters live on one floor by themselves, and the price is affordable. Residents who go to the countryside can also experience the atmosphere of farm life. They are tired of staying in hotels. They have to take advantage of their strengths and avoid weaknesses. Building a hotel in the village can be comparable to a star hotel in the city to give full play to your own advantages, as long as you are clean, tidy, enthusiastic, hospitable, and do not slaughter customers. Good public praise is mutually beneficial and win-win. The richest man is the richest man. Ha ha ha, how come we didn't expect it?" Shenmode nodded to praise, and after a while, he scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "But Mr. Luo, I'm afraid that this is a hunting ground. It is also a considerable investment. Most people in Xinjia village are not wealthy. After building a new house, they don't have a lot of money. The remaining money may not be enough for the wedding gifts of the younger generations. I am afraid that the group will not be able to make up the start funds." Luo Sheng said, "It's okay. I will help you get an investor to invest in the village collective. occupying no more than 20% of the share. The villagers have no money. I am about to set up a support fund to provide the villagers with no more than 50,000 yuan, a 5-year interest-free loan, but the money can only be used for equity participation in the collective, not for other purposes. Shenmode stayed in a daze. No interest for 5 years. Mr. Luo, you are making an idea, paying for it and paying for it. Isn't it a big loss? Hearing this, Luo Sheng said in an easy-to-understand and down-to-earth way, haha, as long as Shenjiakan can get rich quickly, I won't be able to lose money. In the future, big guys will develop and improve their lives. You can buy our company's Smart Eye can make money with mobile phones, tablets, and robots. You get rich first, and then buy our company's products. You earn first, and I earn later. There is such a statement. This made Shenmode and the others stunned. Luo Sheng said this is the most appropriate. The heart is like this, you kindly help a person, if the other person feels that you can't get any benefits from him, it always feels a bit false, unreliable and unreliable. Luo Sheng is actually right. His corporate organization is too big, and looking at the problem from a higher level, it is of course that the prosperity of the whole people will benefit his company. You don't need to use robots, you have to use mobile phones and computers. Okay, you don't need washing machines and air conditioners. There are semiconductor chips and smart homes in it. How can Luo Sheng's companies share a little bit of profit and surplus value? And the little bit of it will be the ocean. With the passage of time, it was finally time for dinner, and the food and everything were ready, and bowls were delivered to the tables. Shenmode was bleeding heavily today. He slaughtered 2 fat-bodied pigs. The 2 pigs cost at least 20,000 yuan at the current market price. Moreover, this kind of free-range pigs grown up eating wild vegetables is more expensive, plus other expenses, which is not a small amount for the Shenmode family. His wife actually blamed her husband for being so generous, but she hid her distress in her heart, did not oppose her husband but supported her silently. But Luo Sheng still saw it in his eyes, but couldn't hide it from him. From Shenmode's speech and behavior, as well as this dinner, Luo Sheng basically confirmed the trial of Shenjiakan, and let him represent the village collective relatively most suitable. After dinner, Luo Sheng, Shenmode and others continued to chat about the development of Shenjia village. Finally, they stayed at a family in the village for one night and did not go to the county hotel. Originally, the villagers were worried that the richest man in the world would not be used to a living, not sleeping well, and afraid of being negligent. They were very worried. But when I woke up early the next morning, I found that the worry was more than that. I also found that the world's richest man was very down-to-earth. He had a breakfast with the family where he was staying and left, met with Professor Yu Zhengping, who laughed and said, I checked the morning news today. The news of your arrival in Shenjiakan spread out from the village to the township like wings last night. It spread to the county, and then to the local media, and then it appeared in the hot news bulletin this morning. I think Shenjia village will be more lively today. Luo Sheng was helpless. However, he didn't resist it. Shenjiakan was the first pilot he chose. It was not all bad for him to use his fame effect to help the outside world focus on this village. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Reading URL of Renren Fiction Network Mobile Edition. V2 Chapter 931 Chip hoarding was exposed, and there was another uproar on Ren Novel Network. In the morning, Luo Sheng and Professor Yu Zhengping walked and chatted after meeting. The latter said, a walk in the village this morning is very different from the landscape in the city. Luo Sheng was curious, which is different? Yu Zhengping said, people living in cities and villages have completely different reactions to the solar storm incident. Taking this Shenjia village as an example, I haven't seen anyone panic about how big the solar wind is, nor have I heard of anyone go grab some living supplies and the like. Luo Sheng nodded and said, I have experienced this in the past 2 days. There are many villages like Shenjiakan all over the country. I dare not say a paradise, but in short, it is a very natural state. I have seen people growing in the yard, planting some flowers, and cultivating one's character, as if they became a living body that organically merged with all kinds of outside life. Speaking of this, Liu Sheng overlooked a rare flatland scenery in Xinjiakan, and sighed, "The city has been rushing for a long time. The people in this village don't care whether he has any dealings with the outside world. Farming the land, the vegetable growing the vegetable." Professor Yu Zhengping added, "Yes, no matter how you step back, rural areas basically still have a certain degree of self-sufficiency. Therefore, the people in the rural areas are not in a hurry or panic. They integrate with nature and return to natural formation to create a sustainable society that is friendly to nature. I think this is the best strategy for us to prevent solar storms." Liu Sheng said, "I will support it. This pilot is only the beginning. I intend to provide a 5A individual with an interest-free loan of no more than 50,000 yuan for the newly established support fund to rural areas across the country for 1.5 trillion yuan, and invest about 500 billion more to establish small and medium-sized trading centers across the country and further improve the logistics system to the countryside to reduce transaction costs." These words undoubtedly lifted the spirit of Professor Yu Zhengping, who has been dealing with rural economic research all his life. "I finally hope that a powerful force will promote this matter." In a sense, solar storm events may not be all bad things. I hope so. After 10 o'clock in the morning, Shenjia village became more and more lively, and a large number of outsiders began to come in. What Liu Sheng didn't expect, the first batch of people who arrived were some outdoor celebrity bloggers, which made Liu Sheng dumbfounded. "Mr. Liu, your itinerary has been exposed on a large scale, and the safety factor here is also drastically reduced. It is time to leave." The bodyguard responsible for Liu Sheng's safety issues came to him and said, "The situation here will change soon. It's complicated and changeable. We don't have enough manpower. As time goes by, we may not be able to guarantee your absolute safety." It's no wonder that his security team is so nervous, because there are not too many people who want Liu Sheng to evaporate. Apart from anything else, the global capital of RMB 10 trillion was harvested just not long ago. There are tens of millions of people wishing Liu Sheng would die immediately. Now that the outside world already knows his itinerary, he appeared in Xinjiakan. What makes Liu Sheng's security team very disturbed is that there are too many sniping points in this mountain village, which is impossible to prevent, and insufficient manpower. The best way is to withdraw as soon as possible, so as not to have more dreams at night. Liu Sheng didn't make his security team embarrassed. After all, he knew how much he was hated now, so he quietly withdrew. The key is that fate is yours. Some media organizations, including the leaders of the township and city, and some outdoor celebrity bloggers who want to consume Liu Sheng, who are chasing fame and fortune, are all here to play in Xinjiakan. It is not ruled out that there are killers here, but few people realize that the moment Liu Sheng's trip is exposed, it means that the trip is over. At about 10:20 in the morning, Liu Sheng left along the road of Shenjia village by taking an ordinary car. It just so happens that there are more and more foreign vehicles. As for the medium-sized buses that arrived, they still stopped at the village. On the other side, naturally you can't leave in these vehicles, otherwise you will find Liu Sheng running away when you see it. On this road, I saw a lot of foreign vehicles driving towards Xinjiakan from time to time. Liu Sheng was also quite helpless. For the sake of safety, he could only play peekaboo with them. "What did you say?" "Mr. Liu has gone." The media reporter who rushed to Xinjiakan non-stop was a little dumbfounded. He originally thought that the action was fast enough, but Liu Sheng didn't expect that Liu Sheng could run faster than the rabbit. So he let him run away and fell lonely. "But I can't go home empty-handed, so I have to interview some local villagers to see if we can unearth valuable information." Liu Sheng ran away, but left Professor Yu Zhengping here and let him deal with the outside world. He would definitely not be targeted. Liu Yu accepted it happily. After all, doing research on the economic development of local culture has been dealing with this all his life. Xinjiakan became famous overnight, and more media began to report this incident. What the outside world didn't expect was that, as the most well-known world-class technology tycoon in the contemporary era, he went to the countryside to play in the mud. Luo Sheng left Xinjia village and settled in a hotel in the local county to rest for one night. At the same time, he also arranged work here, including several other selected village pilots. The introduction has been thrown out from Xinjiakan, and let the people below do it. It is obvious that Luo Sheng can't experience all the work personally, and his time is also precious, and there are too many things to deal with. However, after Luo Sheng went to the village to play in the mud was exposed, the capital market took a closer look. Oh, there are topics, hotspots and stories to manipulate. The show operation will be arranged immediately. The concept of related topics in the agricultural sector has risen sharply today. It has already been called back almost. It can be said that it is just right. The time node is accidentally stuck. So today there is a listed company called Ziyue Agriculture that is engaged in agricultural machinery. It closed the daily limit of plus 20% for no reason. By the way, the uncapped concept became popular. 2 billion plates. Don't pull it up too easily. Mentalnovel.com. The next 3 consecutive days will be the daily limit, and the 4th day will be opened at the daily limit and then directly fried on the board to play the floor for 1 minute, becoming a 40. The machete of me fell, but then in the last 5 minutes of the day's trading hours, there was a sneak attack to pick up. Suddenly a large amount of funds swept upwards, and the price limit was rushed by the prying board. The market sentiment changed from disagreement. Unanimously close the daily limit, not too exciting. The stock investors who watched stared at them with big eyes, and for a moment, the bigger was about to be ruined by speculative capital. In the following period, a continuous and new world daily limit was staged. For 10 consecutive trading days, the stock price reached a cumulative increase of 59.17% in just 10 trading days, and the market value rose from 1.89 billion to 11.7 billion. Its prosperous demon wind has become a well-deserved hotspot leader. When the hot money saw that the village chief didn't even send a letter, I didn't know if it was because the plate was too small and he didn't notice it or something. If he didn't send a letter anyway, he could continue to be a demon. In fact, the outside world doesn't even know what Luo Sheng is going to do in the village. So far, there are no important things announced. But speculative capital means that I don't care if you have it or not. If you have it or not, it's bullish. Just as Luo Sheng was working on rural development in order to prevent solar storms, an incident related to him was exposed at this juncture and caused an uproar internationally. This incident is surprisingly that Luo Sheng spent $2 trillion to hoard various integrated circuit chips. Now the buyer behind has finally been investigated and confirmed. All answers are directed to the Luo Sheng family fund. It is Luo Sheng. Do this round. End of this chapter. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Reading URL of Ren Fiction Network Mobile Edition. V2 Chapter 932 Negotiations. The world's attention. The latest website, Science and Technology Complex Building, Luo Sheng's office. One by one, the video images were successfully connected. Qin Weimu, Zhang Bowen, Yao Jianhong, Ding Ping and other big-name figures came over by video, and they were all people who were shaking 3 times in the field. They are also the core decision-making figures of the huge business empire created by Luo Sheng. At the moment, any of them is a pivotal existence. The hoarding of chips has been exposed, and now the mainstream media in the world is full of firepower and lashing out. The negative news that is unfavorable to us accounts for the vast majority. Yao Jianhong took the lead in speaking. This incident was exposed, but the Europeans and Americans were half dead, especially Laum, who was only cut 10 trillion by Luo Sheng. And it was so cold after another crop. What I am worried about is whether the Europeans and Americans will completely tear their faces with us. It may not end well if the trouble is really to the point. Zheng Tao, the first executor of Star Arrow International, said worriedly. His worry is not unreasonable. The main reason is that Luo Sheng's sickle fell to the ground, and the cut was so hard that he couldn't stand it anymore. Imagine that the foreign capital had just left the market in the middle of the mountain, and immediately rushed up within a few days, so that they did not even give a buffer time. This gap was changed and no one could accept it, and it was very sad for the hurdle in my heart. What's terrible is that the operation of hoarding chips is another act of cutting leaks. Now it is a sensible person who can see that it is a strange product to live in, and then the price will be charged. Luo Sheng smiled with a relaxed tone. It won't be enough to tear your skin off. Shengfeng Capital still has a foreign investment ratio of about 15%. This is not a small amount. The ladder project is completed, and foreign investment is still if you can recover the blood and make up for the loss. If you really tear your skin apart with me, everything is really gone. The Lao Jiang and others who attended the meeting were embarrassed. They understood in a flash, and suddenly realized that Luo Sheng had already put all these cards on the ground, making the harvested foreign capital dying and dying. They clearly wanted Luo Sheng to be here on Earth. Evaporation, but on the other hand, there is hope of making a small profit, like a straw for life. This time is obviously very tangled, and it is undoubtedly painful to make a choice between rationality and sensibility. Tens of thousands of rationality can't kill the net, because doing so will completely lose. Although there is no winner, it can at least guarantee that there will be no loss. Needless to say, foreign capital, especially Wall Street capital, will definitely not miss Luo Sheng 10,000. Second reason, Luo Sheng said calmly, cut them 10 trillion, but leaving 15% is to let them not make too much of the movement, just make trouble, and still make some money. It's all like this. Do you call it an emotional disturbance? Everyone at the meeting rolled their eyes. The general direction can be determined. The trouble will definitely cause trouble with you, but things that completely tear your face will not happen. You have a good idea, Luo Sheng added. Zhang Bowen and others nodded. Carefully sort it out. Indeed, the controllability of the big boss looks like dancing on the tip of a knife. In fact, it is as stable as always. With this certainty, the worry is much less, and the fear is to completely tear the face. This way, whether it is Blue Star Technology or the Azure Coast, or Star Arrow International, Shengfeng Capital, Azure Pure Electric Vehicles, internationally business can't be done. Strictly speaking, the matter of hoarding chips has nothing to do with the companies on the Riviera, because it is the plan executed by the Luo Sheng Family Fund, but if something goes wrong, it will definitely be transmitted to these companies. Because of all the core, the orientation will eventually be anchored to Luo Sheng. The big boss has already come to a conclusion directly, and everyone can do their job with peace of mind. The next day, a wave of overseas business negotiating delegations traveled far and wide to meet with Luo Sheng in person to conduct face-to-face communication and negotiation on the issue of integrated circuit chips. This is a major event related to the reconstruction and recovery of modern industry after the solar storm. In today's era, without chips, many advanced manufacturing and industries can't play well. Semiconductors have brought global technological breakthroughs and have driven global economic growth. Since the 1990s, semiconductors have been a key factor in driving the continued upward growth of the global economy. In the foreseeable future, entering the AI era of digital transformation, whether it is a virtual world, self-driving cars or Industry 4.0, the revolution of this world cannot be separated from the iterative update of the semiconductor industry. The venue for this meeting and negotiation was set at the Hyatt Hotel in Sioux City. Its luxurious lineup has attracted the attention of the global media and can be described as a lot of attention. The Hyatt Hotel has been surrounded by media organizations from home and abroad this morning. Today's meeting and negotiations can be said to have affected the heartstrings of global capital. Whether it is the North American stock market, the Asia-Pacific stock market or the European stock market, the major global capital markets are now staring. Kai Hotel, practitioners in the technology industry are all paying attention. As long as there are any disturbances here, the capital market will definitely react in the first time. How strong is the team that came to negotiate this time? The North American Semiconductor Industry Association (SIA), the European Union Semiconductor Industry Association (ISIA), the Japanese Semiconductor Industry Association (JITA), and the Korea Semiconductor Industry Association (KSU) all came together at the same time. Mobile app of this site, Mimi Reading, and those who came along were all well-known international semiconductor manufacturers in this industry, such as Intel, ST Microelectronics, Panasonic, Toshiba, Samsung Electronics and so on. Basically, the global semiconductor industry has parked with Luo Sheng. Countless people are waiting for the result. At about 14:30 in the afternoon, Luo Sheng's motorcade drove into the Hyatt Hotel and stopped on the red carpet at the hotel's entrance. In seconds, almost all the media footage on the scene was attracted. Seeing Luo Sheng getting out of the car, the media present finally met the boss who was still playing in the mud in the countryside the other day. People present, different people have different attitudes when they see Luo Sheng. Some people hate him, foreign media reporters mostly, and some people admire him, domestic media mostly, especially the general public in China. Luo Sheng is now a godlike existence in the minds of the public. The operation of harvesting 10 trillion yuan of foreign leaks has made many people in the country feel excited, as if they had earned the money. As the public, it is of course also worthy of joy, because the wealth remains in the country, more or less the whole people will benefit from this, not to mention anything else. Now, as soon as the ladder project is rolled out today, many companies' orders will be scheduled for 4 to 5 years went. This is what is actually happening. Money is not completely left in the financial capital market to play the game of making money, but is flowing into entities on a large scale. If someone in China now says that they can't find a job, it must be their own problem, not the problem of the overall economic environment. The current good domestic employment situation has made countless foreigners jealous. However, Luo Sheng came out of the car and walked slowly along the red carpet towards the interior of the hotel without any hindrance. The reporters of various media could only take snapshots on both sides and could not come forward for interviews. The security staff made the arrangements clearly. Today's meeting has extremely high specifications, and the security forces deployed are also very large, fully escorting this major meeting. As time goes by, members who want to participate in today's negotiation meeting have successively arrived, and Luo Sheng, the current head of Xunxin Electronics, and others have also been present. The lineup of foreigners is very strong, and Luo Sheng is not weak. The domestic semiconductor industry chain that has taken more than 10 years of hard work is now growing, compared with the international semiconductor industry chain. The difference between the two is the foundation. The time came to 1500 hours, and the meeting was held in a conference hall in the Hyatt Hotel. The negotiation were conducted behind closed doors, and the media will not be disclosed during the negotiation. V2 Chapter 933 Threat. The latest website, Mr. Luo, it's too unnatural for you to do this. Young people are immoral and disregard the interests of all mankind for their own interests. You will know about the super solar storm tomorrow morning, but you will not stand up in time to warn the world. Use this for personal gain. In the conference hall, the negotiators from both sides sat in a clear and distinct manner. John, the co-CEO of the North American Semiconductor Industry Association, who was present at the meeting, came up and began to question Luo Sheng repeatedly. John then added with a sarcasm: "This is what you mean looking at the world and serving all mankind?" Luo Sheng, who was sitting opposite, replied calmly, "Mr. John, who is also in trouble, if I don't make some money, how can I fill the capital hole left by the ladder project after investors withdraw their capital? It's okay if I don't say this. I said it at this time to make the foreigners who are present at the meeting feel very angry." Hearing the unusual harshness in their ears, a foreigner here whispers to the person next to him, "That was deliberate." Dua mentality. Luo Sheng's words were heard in their ears, and it was undoubtedly a mockery of Kaigyuogo. It was too much to smash it. Those investors who withdrew halfway, especially Wall Street capital, are now almost turned into laughingstocks. Luo Sheng's record is how brilliant they are. How ashamed they are. At this moment, Luo Sheng saw that the other party was angry and did not immediately answer the conversation, and calmly continued, "Take a step back. There is no law that requires me to stand up and warn the world. Maybe you still think I am spreading rumors. This is not the focus of today's negotiations." John took the conversation in a nonchalant tone. "Let's talk about the main point. Our request is very simple. You must transfer the remaining chip orders or cancel the order. The current situation is that Europe and the United States have fallen into a great passivity. Luo Sheng smashed a $2 trillion order contract 2 years ago and placed orders and sweeps wildly at major semiconductor manufacturers around the world. At that time, all semiconductor manufacturers were crazy. 4 years after the order was fully booked, it had to expand the production capacity by 30% before it was possible to complete the delivery according to the contract. It also directly stimulated the global semiconductor industry. In the past 2 years out of the super bull market, semiconductor-listed companies all over the world are skyrocketing. At that time, what was the concept of placing a $2 trillion order in almost one breath? Calculated by the purchasing power of US dollars at that time, the current global chip industry market size is less than $500 billion US dollars. In other words, Luo Sheng's layout 2 years ago had already arranged the order for the 4 years just before the arrival of the solar storm, during which all the surplus production capacity in the world would be given priority to him. Then the problem is coming. During this period, the chips produced by the chip manufacturers have to be delivered to Luo Sheng. If European and American countries want to reserve chips in the last year or more, it means that there is no time window. 1.5 years after the latest batch was delivered, the solar storm hit and produced a hammer. By then, it was not an output, but a problem of reconstruction. For Europeans and Americans, the problem lies here, and here is also the passivity. The effective time window is completely occupied by Luo Sheng. Additional expansion of the production line, big deal to avoid Luo Sheng's list. This seems to be an effective solution, but in fact it is absolutely impossible. How could Luo Sheng leave such a big loophole for them to take advantage of? Chip technology is characterized by rapid iterations, Neanderthal fire differences, and the current chip technology is close to the physical limit. In order to supply Luo Sheng's orders, major semiconductor manufacturers around the world have expanded their production lines. The problem is here. If you want to expand production capacity, these semiconductor manufacturers will absolutely not agree, and they are absolutely unwilling to do so. If they do so, they will face unpredictable risks. Expanding production capacity is an act of losing money. When the solar storm blows over all of them, they will be scrapped, and the cost will definitely not be recovered. Both inside and out, it is a blood loss, and the risk of company bankruptcy is extremely high. Do the European and American authorities give these semiconductor companies subsidies? Sorry, no money. Lam didn't have any money to spend it. Issuing debt is not worth it now. She didn't receive the offer and was severely cut by Luo Sheng with a sickle. As for Aozu, let alone. It seems that these semiconductor companies can breach the contract, but these semiconductor manufacturers do not have this obligation. Even if they are conscious of breaching the contract, it means paying a huge amount of liquidated damages to Luo Sheng. Not only is the expected profit lost, but also a lump sum money. The shareholders of these semiconductor companies agree. However, the expectation that the solar storm will inevitably cause huge losses has not disappeared. This time, the company will cause the risk of breaking the capital chain and trigger a chain reaction. The storm may go bankrupt at any time. This is something that major semiconductor manufacturers cannot afford, so they can only be forced to form a group to negotiate with Luo Sheng. When John made the request, Luo Sheng spread his hands and said readily, "No problem. The transfer order will be delivered and settled at double the price. If you cancel the order, Just follow the contract. What are you talking about? Double, a member of the European negotiating team on John's side, said angrily. You are taking advantage of the fire, Mr. Luo. I advise you to do it yourself, not to go too far. Luo Sheng was as calm as ever, and said, in business, I just quoted a reasonable price, and the goods in my hand meet the expected premium brought by the solar storm. At the same time, I replied in my heart, I was right, I was taking advantage of the fire. At this time, the person in charge of the business negotiation team in North America said with a cold face, I have to remind you, Mr. Luo, that we are here to negotiate with you with sincerity. Please also show some sincerity. I have to tell you, according to the federal law, the chip materials you reserve in North America are entitled to emergency requisition under special circumstances. It's the same to beat the league. The notebook and the stick did not speak. Obviously, the words of the Europeans and Americans are full of threats between the lines. If it doesn't work, you will directly requisition. Your goods are not offshored in China, but are sealed in Europe and North America. If it's a big deal, it'll tear my skin. If it sounds good, it's emergency requisition. If it sounds bad, it's just grabbing. The negotiating team on the European and American side thought that this could scare Luo Sheng and force him to compromise and retreat. After all, he spent real money to smash in, and it was an astronomical figure. It was nothing but the gains outweighed the losses. Luo Sheng looked down at the manuscript on the table in front of him and smiled silently. John and the others on the opposite side of the negotiating table looked at each other, wondering what medicine he sold in the gourd. At the end, Luo Sheng looked up to the opposite side, still speaking in a calm tone without any waves. I also have a sentence to tell you that in accordance with our country's constitution, in order to maintain the country's security and stability under special circumstances, have the right to make emergency requisition of all resources on shore and even nationalize them if necessary. As soon as this was said, John and the others at the opposite side of the negotiating table seemed expressionless, because Luo Sheng used Chinese for the dialogue, although he could speak English. After their translator listened to Luo Sheng's words intact, the face of John and others changed drastically. At this moment, Luo Sheng bowed his head and drank a sip of hot tea, then looked up and smiled. I'm fine. The person across the negotiating table was irritated to autism. The people on Luo Sheng's side all showed contemptuous sneers, thinking that the person on the other side was quite funny. If the big boss can be scared by this kind of fright, can he cut you 10 trillion? Can there be today's achievements? Hurt each other? Come on, you read to see who has lost the most. There is still about 15% of the Shengfeng Capital Ladder project left. If you dare to engage in the so-called emergency expropriation, then dare to take this leftover. The 15% of the share under the government is nationalized, and this asset alone is already an unbearable loss. What's more, the investment of European and American capital in Greater China has increased significantly in recent years. The old My Dear Pension Fund has made a lot of investment here. Even though the investment in Tanti project is basically cut off, the investment in Greater China is still not a small sum. If you dare to break the most basic rules of the game, don't want to move these assets offshore, the result is not difficult to foresee. It may evolve into building barriers to each other, stopping trade, and continuing to deteriorate may get out of control and even trigger a hot war. At this time, the person in charge of the negotiating team on the Japanese side saw that the two sides were unable to come to the stage at a stalemate, and decisively stepped forward and spoke with the character of the mud. I propose to adjourn the meeting for 1 hour, and then talk again in 1 hour. V2 Chapter 934 Thinking that the boss is on the 3rd floor, but actually on the 9th floor. At the suggestion of the representatives of the Japanese business negotiating team, the two parties agreed to adjourn the meeting for 1 hour before discussing, and their respective negotiating teams also went to other lounges in the hotel. The various media reporters outside the venue did not know what happened in the closed-door meeting inside the hotel. and they were all waiting for the results. But some people with contacts have already known some internal news and the progress of the negotiation in advance, and it has spread among a small group of people and learned that the negotiation is in a stalemate. There is no impermeable wall in the world, but there is no evidence for the internal information obtained. Because the closed-door meeting does not have any video equipment to keep the meeting on file, we can only trust or distrust the person who passed the message. But for people who can transmit this kind of information, the relationship between the two parties is naturally extraordinary, or there is a community of interests between each other. The result is that the global futures index suddenly dived, but it did not jump too much. It was still horizontal before. Obviously, all of them are watching the progress of today's negotiations. These funds are extremely sensitive. And they are all horrible. As long as there is something wrong, they will run away immediately. There are also some speculators who make long-short arbitrage. However, 99% of the people in the outside world do not know the reason for this wave of diving, or they did not react. And most of the funds did not react. There is a time gap in the transmission of information. There will be more and more people who react, but time will continue to lengthen. And the group of people who reacted the fastest has already taken advantage of the situation. Meanwhile, inside the Hyatt Hotel, during the adjournment at this moment, the negotiating teams on the European side and North American side are swearing in their respective rooms at this moment, but they are helpless. They are not afraid of threats in the face of Liu Sheng, and they have been thinking for a long time and cannot come up with a good solution. To check and balance originally thought he would talk about martial ethics, but he didn't expect that Liu Sheng would be like them, to behave like a gangster. He was more ruthless than them and didn't speak martial ethics at all. At this time, I finally understood that Liu Sheng would do things like gangsters, and he had done it a long time ago. If you dare to forcefully carry out the so-called expropriation, most of the investment capital in the Greater China region will also be expropriated. This will not only make you lose money, but even lose money even more. Apart from anything else, the 15% share that Shengfeng Capital currently has is an astronomical figure, and many international investment institutions that cut meat expect it to pay back. At least not the worst. Facing a rogue opponent who is even more rogue than them, whether it is European or Laum, they all swear directly. On the other side, in the lounge where Liu Sheng is located, his negotiating team members also surrounded him to discuss what to do next. The negotiating deputy asked, "Mr. Liu, what should we do next?" After every minute and a second, consultations will begin again in about half an hour. All parties are now internally discussing the next measures. Liu Sheng thought for a moment, and said, "The opponents seem to be united to pressure me, and they are coming fiercely, but they can't be monolithic." Essentially, the opponents are competing with each other. Everyone nodded their heads involuntarily when they heard it. The deputy moved in his heart, looked at Liu Sheng and said, "You mean to divide them?" Liu Sheng nodded and said bluntly, "Yes, the strategy of differentiation ignores the fact that they must be batched. But to differentiate them, they must first have a basic judgment, who can win and who must fight." Hearing that, another person who assisted in the negotiations couldn't help but said, "The sides that is fighting must be the old beauty. You don't need to think about it. As for the side that draws in, the Eurozone is overwhelmed. The role of the Waltao, this time, it is at best to support the scene. The right to speak is not large, and the regional listing belongs to the category of East Asia, and it is most affected by the radiation of the Greater China Economic Circle." The negotiating deputy continued, "You can win over Han, and the carrot stick greets you to level the two easy to balance. Let the Eurozone see it and shake it. Then strike the iron while the iron is hot, and then isolate the old beauty." Everyone also nodded unanimously, agreeing with this strategy very much. Just when everyone thought Liu Sheng would agree to this implementation, he shook his head and denied it, which greatly puzzled the people present. Liu Sheng methodically said, "Alliance with the weak will lower the limit and increase the difficulty. We should make alliances with the strong. We can think that their professional think tanks will not be able to think of it. This is tantamount to exposing our intentions, but will make them more united. Resistance is not desirable. The deputy subconsciously said, so how to fix it? Liu Sheng said, of course it's a different way of thinking, the opposite, and the alliance with the strong. Of course, this is a false alliance. The real goal we want to achieve is to win over Korea to isolate North America, but in terms of implementation, it is necessary to reverse the operation to win over the United States and create an illusion that the strong are uniting and squeezing the persimmon. Think about it, what will the Japan-Korea negotiating group think when it sees it? What will the Eurozone negotiating group think when it sees it? Everyone was taken aback, staring at each other and looking at each other. After a while, the deputy was surprised and said, it's wonderful. The reputation of Laum has fallen apart in the past 4 or 5 years. As a result, the two horrors of Yu and Han must be very afraid of becoming victims when they see it. They will definitely be jealous, so they will inevitably save themselves. From the standpoint of these two parties, neither we nor Laum are good things. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help laughing. The deputy smiled and added, then we can only choose a reliable team. Even if we are bad, we still talk about credit, rules, and have a bottom line, but Laum has a history and has no bottom line. It has always been used to achieve the goal by any means. Teammates can sell anything at any time. If I were the opponent's decision maker, I would rather choose to cut with Laum. Another person present also went on to say, yes, then it is not that we go to win each other, but the other person in turn begs us and they let them go. That is completely different. If we take the initiative to win, we must throw an olive branch for benefits. They will bargain, but the other party comes to beg for mercy. We are in a condescending posture and raise our hands. Instead, they want to be grateful. If the two sides are settled, they will inevitably be transmitted to the negotiating team in the Euro area. They will inevitably be affected. Their mentality will also undergo huge fluctuations. Our fake alliance with the United States and the United States will be in the eyes of the Euro area. Immediately judge that you are the position of fish and meat. Of course, the mentality at this time is very angry and frightened. When the Euro area sees us raising a hand and saying, Korea, the mentality of the Euro area will change again. They will think, or we will also can you beg for mercy. The people present nodded their heads and walked away to Liu Sheng's various praises. This is the master operation. I thought I was already on the 3rd floor, but the scene discovered that the big boss was already on the 5th floor. Is the big boss? It's no wonder that he is the first thing to talk about, not without reason. Just as everyone praised the boss, another person who assisted in the negotiation weekly said, well, I have a question that I don't know if it is inappropriate. Liu Sheng, speak. I saw him sort out. This deduction seems to have no logical flaws, but all of this is based on the premise that Laum is willing to cooperate with us, and the other party will definitely not cooperate. What I am worried about is this problem. As soon as these words came out, the people who had originally praised Liu Sheng's wonderful strategies gradually calmed down, and no one responded immediately. Is not unreasonable. Everyone looked at each other, but no one was the first to speak, because this was tantamount to denying Liu Sheng's plan. The boss would be more or less faceless, and they were all human beings. However, Liu Sheng smiled faintly when he heard it. You are right. Laum will definitely not cooperate, but what I want is that the other party will never cooperate with me. On the contrary, the cooperation made this strategy completely useless. Why? Someone couldn't help but ask, and suddenly it burned their brains. Everyone could not help quietly looking at the bottom of the big boss. Human heart. Liu Shengyan said these two words concisely. People's hearts. When everyone was thinking about it, Liu Sheng added, we will play the prisoner's dilemma lato.mtlnovel.com and chat with Laum alone, but don't have any private meetings with the beaters, Japanese, and Koreans. And don't bluff around when chatting with Laum, just tell their people that I want you to join hands to harvest other people. Whether Laum agrees or refuses, it doesn't matter. I guess the other party will most likely believe that I am giving he got off the hook, so he might go to his allies to explain after meeting. Liu Sheng smiled and said, it doesn't matter to me. If you don't explain it, his allies will be jealous. If you explain, they will still be jealous. His allies will think that your old beauty is so eager to explain. You must be trying to stabilize. Living with us, under such a mentality, will Wu and Han wait for death? No, so they will choose to take the initiative. At this point, Liu Sheng sighed with a smile. Human hearts, once you become suspicious, the seam will only get bigger and bigger. At the end, everyone couldn't help but glance at each other. Many people secretly glanced at the big boss who was drinking tea with their heads down, and the look in Liu Sheng's eyes couldn't help but create a sense of awe in their hearts. There are routines in routines. And there are routines in riding horses. You don't even know which one is the deadliest routine. Everyone was surprisingly unanimous in their hearts that they were fortunate to be with Liu Sheng. It was really hard to play with such an enemy, and they didn't even know that they would be played in the palm of one's hands if they were accidental. I thought that the big boss was already on the 5th floor, but he was still too young. In fact, the boss is already on the 9th floor. V2 Chapter 935 Successful Challenge. There is still half of the time to disappear, and there will be a second consultation. You take a few people to get in touch with the old American people, and tell them directly as I said. Liu Sheng looked at the time and immediately assisted. Said the negotiating deputy. Understood, I'll take care of it. The deputy nodded, then nodded a few people to leave the room, and then rushed directly to the lounge where the American negotiating team was located. The next interesting scene happened. Liu Sheng sent someone to meet with the negotiating team of the United States in private. This incident was first seen by the people of the Eurozone negotiating team. What did you say? Are you sure you are not mistaken? Are you sure it is not a Korean or yourself? In the lounge where the Eurozone negotiating team is located, Harris, the head of the negotiating team, suddenly looked at the reporter vigilantly. I am quite sure that it is Mr. Dowdu from the Chinese. I saw them enter the room of the Magnesia, but I don't know the specific purpose. It is impossible for him to know. Damn. Harris grinned, an inexplicably uneasy feeling in his heart. At this juncture, Liu Sheng's people suddenly met with the Magnesium people in private. At this moment, the people of the Eurozone negotiating team became more and more uneasy. They wanted to know what they had conspired with, and whether they did something shameful. Transactions. Uneasiness and fear come from the unknown. At this moment, not only the people on the Eurozone side are very upset, but also the negotiating team from Japan and South Korea, because they have also seen this scene. It is not difficult. All parties have their own eyes and eyes. Negotiations. There is a contest between the table and the negotiating table. Japan and South Korea are even more disturbed, because in this negotiation and confrontation, they cannot play a decisive role. The core is still the game between Liu Sheng and North America. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and when there were less than 10 minutes left before the second negotiation, Harris received a secret phone call from the Magnesium. Ha, does this Magnesia take me as a fool? Harris laughed back. He had just finished the conversation with Magnesia and had a conversation with the snake. The communication was cut off and his face changed in seconds. Harris growled and roared. The people of Magnesium can't believe a punctuation mark. They absolutely constitute a dirty transaction in private. Magnesium wants to stabilize us. Then what shall we do? Never stand still. The phone call just now did not exceed Liu Sheng's expectations. Sending someone to chat with the people of the Magnesium country really made Lam angry. Facing Liu Sheng's alliance proposal, he refused without hesitation, and insisted that it was Liu Sheng. I gave them a set and wanted to break through this point, so he mercilessly blasted the people he sent out, and immediately called his teammates to explain the matter. Don't get me wrong. However, at this juncture, things will only get darker and darker. The seeds of suspicion have been planted. The United States blasted the people sent by Liu Sheng to the Eurozone negotiation team, Japan and South Korea negotiation team. It doesn't seem to be proof in his eyes, but he's acting for them. There are 5 minutes left before the second consultation meeting. Harris took a few people and hurriedly left their lounge. took the elevator to the upper 3 floors of the hotel, got out of the elevator and passed 2 corners to the lounge where Luo Sheng and his negotiating team were located. But at this moment, I happened to run into the other 2 groups of people. They were the people from both Korea and Korea. What a coincidence. When the 3-party negotiating team saw each other, they were all stunned, staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes, shouting in each other's hearts. There really was fraud in it. The security guard at the door said in fluent English, "Everyone, what's the matter?" The heads of the tripartite negotiating team responded surprisingly and unanimously, "I want to see Mr. Luo." "Everyone, please wait a moment." "Mr. Luo, it's really amazing." "Ha ha." The people from the trilateral negotiating team of the Assault, Japan, and South Korea are clamoring to see you at the door. The deputy came to Luo Sheng excitedly to report the matter. The people present, they were all surprised, looking at the big boss eyes slowly in awe and worship. I just followed the script of the big boss, and the arrangement was clear. Luo Sheng looked around and said, "Be more natural after a while and manage your facial expressions a little bit. Go and invite them in." Understand? After a while, people from the trilateral negotiating team of Assault, Japan, and South Korea entered the gate one after another. They were invited to the living room of this suite, and Luo Sheng sat on the sofa. "Oh, what is the wind blowing you all? Sit down, please. Sit down and watch tea." Luo Sheng put down Erlang's legs, with a smiling face, and gestured. Harris and others were not welcome. They were all seated on the other sofas. The accompanying people were standing behind him. The tripartite personnel also both are very clear. When everyone heard this, they were contemptuous and cursed continuously. Luo Sheng was just a hypocrisy. Several staff members brought a few cups of tea, but no one touched them. At this time, Harris took the lead and said, "Mr. Luo, I'll be straightforward. Your behavior is too much. The people of Magnesia have already explained to me." "What do you mean by this?" "Negotiations are just a cover, right?" People also called us. Japan and South Korea also mentioned in passing. The 3 parties went straight to the subject without concealing it, because at this time concealment didn't make much sense. Running over to meet Luo Sheng explained everything in itself, and pretended not to know that it was a deception. "What else do you mean?" "It's just making a decision that suits our interests. Nothing more." Luo Sheng also admitted this matter directly and frankly, so directly that surprised the other party, and for a while, he was speechless. "Correct." After a while, Luo Sheng added, "There is no end to a weak alliance, but it is quite surprising that you all came to see me." Harris and others once again expressed contempt. "You just continued to act." I almost believed it. Regarding Luo Sheng's remarks, they are also clear in their hearts that it must be much easier for 2 strong men to squeeze the persimmons together. The 3 parties of beating, Japan and South Korea, are indeed relatively weak in this matter. It's just that Harris and others can't accept being a pinched soft persimmon. Because of this, I firmly believe that the so-called explanation of the call made by the Magnesium people just now is to try to stabilize them. After receiving Luo Sheng's personal recognition and the logic of the facts, they can no longer believe the words of the Magnesium people. Time is running out. Don't talk nonsense, Mr. Luo. Let me be honest about the purpose of this. How can I make you give up? I believe that there are no conditions that cannot be negotiated, and nothing cannot be discussed. Harris endured his heart. Aggrieved said this sentence. The delegations of Japan and South Korea also followed closely. I can only come over and talk to Luo Sheng. This is no way. The chip is in Luo Sheng's hands. As for Magnesium people, who cares? At this moment, when Luo Sheng's subordinates heard the other party's words, they already gave the boss's admiration to the 5 bodies. They clearly intended to draw these 3 parties to isolate the old beauty. Under normal circumstances, they would throw olive branches to these 3 parties, is to pay a certain price in exchange for it. As a result, the other party took the initiative to come over and ask for perfection. As expected, the love could not be kept. Only the routine was popular. The second consultation is extended by 1 hour. On the North American side, John was surprised when he heard the content of the subordinate report, and immediately asked, "What is the reason for the postponement?" www.mtlnovel.com As far as I know, the Chinese are currently negotiating privately with members of the EU, South Korea, and Japan tripartite negotiating team. What? Hearing this, John's whole person is not good, and after a little thought, he suddenly roared on the spot, "Holy shit! We have been caught by that Luo Sheng, this insidious and cunning bastard, made Faga." At this moment, the word "to be finished" came up in John's mind. If he doesn't understand it at this time, his life will be in vain. Finally awake like a dream, Luo Sheng never thought about joining forces with North America to cut and beat the fish, Japan, and South Korea, but to join forces, Japan, and South Korea to isolate North America in turn. Everything is done for you. It was seen by the three parties. At this moment, the North American negotiating team finally realized the seriousness of the question and realized that it personally pushed the three teammates into the arms of the opponent. John wanted to shoot his thigh angrily. At that time, Luo Sheng's people should not be allowed to enter this door. They should be blasted away directly at the door. It's too late to say anything. Even with 10 mouths, I can't explain it clearly. The three teammates will never believe it. They have all rushed to Luo Sheng. This has been fully proved. The intestines are all regretful, and John never expected Luo Sheng to play a 1000-layer routine, which is impossible to prevent. Don't mention how frustrated it is now. John feels bitter. V2 Chapter 936 Talk about collapse. The second consultation was postponed for an hour and proceeded as scheduled, and John led the North American negotiating team into the negotiating conference hall again. Of course, I also came over with a stomachache. Luo Sheng had already been waiting here. After the people of Magnesium came in, the door of the conference hall was closed immediately. This scene made John look back and immediately turned to Luo Sheng. "Mr. Luo, what does this mean?" Luo Sheng stretched out his hand to make a sight in motion, and said, "It's not interesting, Mr. John. The next meeting will be for both of us. Now that the personnel from both sides are present, we can continue the meeting." "What? I don't understand what you mean." John and other people from the country showed shocked expressions. "The three parties of the assault, Japan, and South Korea have not yet arrived. How can we talk about it?" Luo Sheng said faintly, "Oh, I almost forgot about it. If Mr. John didn't say it, they won't come, because we have reached a private memorandum of understanding with them not long ago. So they didn't continue talking. It's necessary to go down. Maybe I'm ready to go back home now." John heard this and glared at Luo Sheng. After holding back for a few seconds, he couldn't help gritting his teeth. "You despicable bastard. Did you send someone to see me before?" Anyway, it was a closed-door meeting. Everyone was talking on the table. The gentleman's demeanor was worthless on this occasion. Luo Sheng bluntly said, "Mr. John, I meant to be in alliance with the strong, but you directly blasted my people out. You forced me to be forced to join the weak." John furiously said on the spot, "It's purely fart." Luo Sheng, don't be too proud. You can give them the benefits you can give them, and I can give them. Do you think you have a chance to win? Don't be too proud. Suddenly, the intensity of the smell of gunpowder in the conference hall suddenly soared. The atmosphere became extremely tense, and the personnel of both sides watched each other closely. Maybe it's yelling, slapped on the table, stationary cups, and greeted the opponent's faces small. Maybe they will fight together. Luo Sheng calmly said, "Don't talk about it. I can give them the benefits. You really can't give it. Don't believe Mr. John can give it a try." Luo Sheng added, "Can we discuss business matters?" John snorted coldly, "Do you think it is necessary to talk about it?" Luo Sheng was puzzled, but in John's eyes, he was so angry that he wanted to go straight up and get him. After a few seconds of calming down, he took the North American negotiating team and left the meeting room directly. After an hour's postponement, The two sides met within 5 minutes and broke up. After watching the people of Magnesia leave, the deputy who assisted in the negotiation looked at Luo Sheng and said, "Mr. Luo, this is just a matter of collapse. Will the people of Magnesium make a rush to jump over the wall? I'm worried that things will become big. It's uncontrollable." Luo Sheng said solemnly, "Doesn't rule out this possibility, but the probability shouldn't be high. Don't look at the same when they withdrew from the market. It looks like a unified team. But in fact Wall Street and North American semiconductor giant groups may already be. I have made a plan. I don't believe that they will give up their lives for righteousness, otherwise they won't be surnamed as capital. Let's just sit and wait for their internal conflict. I heard that the big boss is all under control. The worries in everyone's hearts have been removed a lot." Off the court, John led the North American negotiating team out of the Hyatt Hotel. The reporters of various media have been guarding from early morning until now. Seeing the people of Magnesia come out, a group of reporters surrounded them, and there was no fatigue on their faces. "Mr. John, how is the meeting going?" "Mr. John, Mr. John." However, John refused to accept any interview with a blank expression. After the accompanying bodyguard forcibly opened the road, he got into the special car and left the Hyatt Hotel. This scene made all the reporters present realize that the high-profile meeting had a very unpleasant result. Although John did not get a personal statement, the action has already released a clear signal. There are too many people paying attention at this moment, especially global investors. The Nasdaq futures were out of the Hyatt Hotel in John for less than a minute. It seemed to be infected with the negative sentiment, and it went sideways for several hours. Suddenly, 90-degree diving. Investors' pessimism towards the market outlook is at a glance. When the reporters on the scene tried to interview the North American negotiating team to no avail, another news made them turn around and flooded into the Hyatt Hotel, because it was just announced that a temporary press conference would be held. In a multimedia lobby of the hotel, people from various media organizations at home and abroad filed in. In about 10 minutes, the major media saw a scene that surprised them. Luo Sheng and the leaders of the three-party negotiating team of Wu and Korea appeared at the same time. This scene caught the people off the court a bit by surprise. Luo Sheng should have been in the position of John. After reacting, he seemed to understand something. A reporter whispered and communicated with his colleagues. "Good guy. No wonder the people of Magnesium will be angry and leave." "You said, what happened?" "Is it unclear?" Lam was pried into the corner by Luo Sheng, so she left angrily. "It's really like this. It's a bit crazy." This time, the people of Magnesium not only lost their face to the world, but they also exposed the West's separation of morality, and the real time that each family has swept the door. At this moment, the noisy, low-pitched discussions in the hall continued. Following the voice of the microphone, he coughed and tried the microphone, and the discussion on the spot gradually disappeared. Luo Sheng's voice resounded throughout the audience. "Thank you for your support from the media and your attention to this meeting and consultation. In the past few hours, we have had a friendly conversation and exchanged one. The meeting was beneficial and we were also satisfied. Progress. The solar storm is an unprecedented cosmic-level natural disaster that all mankind has to face. You, Japan, and South Korea are willing to abandon prejudice, help each other, win-win cooperation, and overcome time together. It's difficult to work together to deal with the recovery of modern industry and economy after the disaster. Before the launch of the Ladder project was confirmed, we had already predicted the solar storm, and we still decided to do so. The confidence stems from the fact that we have made all the preparations and made a comprehensive plan. The natural disasters of the universe will not prevent mankind from looking up at the stars. The advent of the great maritime era is unstoppable. The following is a question session for reporters. The reporters at the scene all felt something was wrong. Luo Sheng didn't mention anything about the people of Magnesia all the time, as if he hadn't come at all. This is exciting. You know, North America is one of the main players in this negotiation. It's not too big to see the excitement, and I suddenly became excited, as if I saw the rhythm of a big melon coming out behind. While the European, Japanese, and Korean futures have soared, The A50 futures also started a violent upsurge, and they all followed the North American market before the press conference. But the US stock market has plunged more seriously. The only beautiful landscape is that the SF main company that tracks Shengfeng Capital has opened a situation where many parties have been pressed to the short side. The trend of SF main contract futures is opened, and most people dare not touch it easily. The volatility of this thing is so great that even crude oil futures are embarrassed. I was abandoned by investors a while ago, and now it has become a favorite of investors. V2 Chapter 937 The conflict heats up. No one had expected that this negotiation would appear in front of all parties with such a result. North America really lost its face in the Western Pacific this time. Came with domineering arrogance, resentment soared away, and for a while became an international laughingstock. After that day, various media reports came out one after another. The European and American media evaded reports about it and wanted to skip it as soon as possible, but the domestic media carried out overwhelming reports on this. Domestic netizens who eat melons also followed to celebrate. This was indeed a victory that they did not expect. Although the Western media has deliberately played down this matter in public opinion, all parties have seen it, but they did not expect North America to lose so badly. It is really embarrassing. The situation seems clear, but in fact, the outside world not only did not breathe a sigh of relief about this result, but was even more worried, especially the capital market. Luo Sheng doesn't talk about martial arts so much, and the old beauty can't come to Taiwan, and the younger brother has jumped in a sense. Can the old beauty bear this tone? It turns out that I can't bear it. 2 days after the meeting, the Science and Technology Complex. Master, I intercepted an important piece of North American intelligence information. Luo Sheng stayed in his office by himself, and Xiona's voice responded at this moment. Come here. Luo Sheng immediately looked at the computer screen. It was surprisingly a secret decision made by the North American side on the hoarding of integrated circuit chips. In order to avoid frontal conflicts and even trigger uncontrollable hot wars, Luo Sheng is not given an excuse here, so in addition to frontal confrontation, other means can be used. And this time, Lam's plan is to destroy and rob Luo Sheng's chips that have been sealed all over the world over the years, but it uses the banner of terrorist and includes other banners. Anyway, it cannot be related to the North American authorities. The first step of its plan is to unplug the people from Horizon Security. The chip storage center established by Luo Sheng has been protected by people from Horizon Security for a long time. This is a powerful force. But the actual controller of Horizon Security is not a member of the country, but Inaozu. Therefore, the first step for the United States is to put pressure on Europe to stop Horizon Security from providing security services. This will make it easier for the CIA people to do things behind the scenes, so as to expand. At the same time, they promised the euro area, and everyone secretly divided the chips. Not only can you get 40% of the goods, but you can also clarify the relationship. This is a huge temptation for the Eurozone. Originally, Europeans are now very unhappy with Luo Sheng, but they have to compromise with the situation. In the final analysis, I still can't get the money now. I can grab it for nothing without paying. This can beat the old traditional arts in Zaozu. Seeing these intercepted confidential information, Luo Sheng suddenly showed a faint silent smile. The other party was afraid that he would never dream of this Horizon Security company but his person, and he is an absolutely loyal tool person. At the same time, there is also a public opinion war. This is also one of the main methods used by the United States in order to separate the relationship and guide the people to do it. After all, the law does not blame the public. I dump the pot, then investigate under the banner of justice, to recover the loss for Luo Sheng. But when will it be recovered? Whether it can be recovered, or even whether it can be found out by investigation, there is a lot to do. Investigate yourself. This is not a joke. After reading the intercepted information, Luo Sheng turned to the web page to track the current international public opinion, especially the public opinion in North America. Sure enough, It has already started. The mainstream media in North America are all publishing inflammatory remarks, leading the American public to continue to increase their hatred of Luo Sheng and his company. In terms of public opinion orientation, Lam is indeed playing tricks. Almost overnight, Luo Sheng's image plummeted to a negative number in the impression of local people in North America. The North American pension fund was cut and lost miserably. The explanation is that Luo Sheng reaped the pensions of the American people in a brutal and rude manner. The major media cited Luo Sheng's businesses that took away more than $200 billion of wealth from North America every year. It was Luo Sheng who made everyone unemployed. And it was he who took away the jobs and employment opportunities of magnesium people. Now, I still want to let the whole United States enter the life of primitive society. In short, all the pots were thrown on Luo Sheng's head, and the pots thrown over were so many that they could not be picked up. The implication is that you go to Luo Sheng to settle the account. Almost overnight, Luo Sheng's personal setting in the hearts of the American people became the Satan villain. At this moment, a new message popped up. Luo Sheng clicked in to open the list. It was Ohio State University that released a research report on the subject of the view of the people in North America on Luo Sheng on the eve of the solar storm. The report claims that a large-scale sample survey data analysis has been conducted in 50 major states across the United States. The results show that Luo Sheng's image in the eyes of the general public in North America is extremely negative, and this proportion exceeds 92.8%. Some people saw that the local mainstream media in North America said that they would not drive Luo Sheng out. Then Christmas will not be possible after next year. This group of people began to hate and oppose Luo Sheng. Most of these people are local women, targeting some farmers. The local media described Luo Sheng not wanting to use chips for North America. After the solar storm, the big machine could not operate and was almost scrapped, and the farmers also turned against Luo Sheng. In short, there are all kinds of messy reasons, all sorts of strange. They are all given specific descriptions for specific groups. One party can really say it, the other can really believe it. Corona. How about the public opinion feedback from North America? Luo Sheng closed these consultation pages and turned to inquiries. The so-called survey reports released by Lam must be exaggerated. But Luo Sheng also knows that his image in North America will definitely not be much better, but he still needs more precise information. Fortunately, he has enough big data for analysis. After about 2 seconds, Xiono responded. The data shows that % of the general public in North America is obviously dominated by the negative senses of your image. The recent data increase has reached 475%. Simply put, the magnesium people who hate the host have been rapidly climbing. Luo Sheng couldn't help being stunned for a while when he heard this data. Huh? Close to 70%? So many? There are so many people, which surprised him. At the end, Luo Sheng immediately made a decision and immediately said, Xiaona, immediately inform the management of the family fund in my name to let them leave Vancouver overnight and go to Europe for temporary work first. Today, the Luo Sheng Family Fund is the world's most well-known financial investment institution. It is headquartered in a large estate in Vancouver, Canada, and has no more than 30 employees. It basically follows the model of the stock Berkshire Hathaway. The current situation makes Luo Sheng worry that there will be an accident in Vancouver, causing the family fund to have an accident. North America is now accumulating hatred of him. The family fund's office is in Vancouver. Mentalnovel.com. Things have been exposed long ago, which also means that it will bring potential hidden dangers. At the same time, it was late at night local time. After receiving Luo Sheng's notice, the management of the family fund chartered a flight to Europe overnight, and destroyed all the core information, leaving only some security personnel and housekeeping staff. This manner is actually worthless. Luo Sheng's concerns were confirmed the next day. Protest marches against Luo Sheng broke out in various parts of North America. The front foot had just left. Thousands of people on the back foot crossed the U.S. Canada border and came to Vancouver and broke into Luo directly, the office manor where the Sheng family fund is located. The entire luxury manor was in a mess. The gates were demolished, and what was happening was spread to social networks, either in pictures or videos. At the same time, major media in North America also reported on this matter. The occupation of the office manor of the Liu Washing family fund has become a great victory in the eyes of the Auntie Liu Washing Group, and it was celebrated with a grand celebration, and the United States was all over the country for a while. The occurrence of these conflicts also caused drastic fluctuations in the capital market, especially the SF Main Company contract, which led to an electrocardiogram. And this Auntie Washing Group decided to continue to expand the results, so they advanced toward Menlo Park, California, and targeted the North American headquarters of Blue Star Technology Group. Without any cover, the leader directly disclosed the matter, and the result was the stock price of Blue Star Technology that immediately plunged more than 30%. Recommend the new book of City God Loshi, V2 Chapter 938. The chaos intensifies, and the epic gate opens. Boycott Blue Star Technology. Boycott the Blue Coast. Give me back the job. The North American headquarters of Menlo Park, California, Blue Star Technology, and the Côte d'Azur are all located here. Right now the North American headquarters of the two companies are in a state of enthusiasm. 5 to 60,000 protesters gave the headquarters of the two companies to surrounded. On the Côte d'Azur and Blue Star Technology, a large number of security personnel were hired at a high price to establish a defensive front to isolate the demonstrators. The employees in the headquarters building looked out through the window from time to time, and then cursed. The unemployment rate in North America now far exceeds that during the Great Depression, but Blue Star Technology's employees have not been affected. Instead, their salaries have been steadily increasing. Of course they are not happy after such a disturbance. The local media are also reporting on this. Suddenly, Liu Osheng has become the public enemy of all people in North America, and it has also attracted the attention of the world. Blue Star Technology's stock price plunged again by more than 28% today, and its market value has been slashed to only $1.76 trillion. Wall Street's capital predators, politicians, and Silicon Valley's high-tech giants are now gloating at this good show. Liu Osheng and his business technology empire has almost become the public enemy of the major interest groups in North America. He died. The chaos at the moment is indispensable for them to push the flames behind them, wanting to borrow a knife to kill. At the same time, it was late at night in the Eastern Hemisphere. Liu Osheng, wearing a nightgown, came to the private office for the video conference most of the night. Zhang Bowen, Yao Jianhong and others were all present. The trouble in North America is getting bigger and bigger, said Zhang Bowen, who attended the meeting. Liu Osheng watched the live footage broadcast from Menlo Park, California, on the big screen in front of him. The roads near the company's North American headquarters were overcrowded with signs and chess pieces on the scene. Not to mention, more than 5 people were present to protest and demonstrate. This posture gives people the feeling that they are determined to drive Liu Osheng out of North America. The domestic media are also paying great attention to the situation. Domestic netizens are also paying attention to the development of the situation. Facts have proved that North America really started to retaliate. No one does not believe that what is happening right now has nothing to do with the negotiations in the past few days. None of this is the most important thing. Now the world's most concern is how Liu Osheng will deal with this crisis. Fortunately, the data centers are sinking to the bottom of the sea. They won't jump into the sea and be smashed. Liu Osheng smiled faintly, as if he didn't worry about the current crisis. It is worth mentioning that the large-scale data center of Blue Star Technology in the North American market has been upgraded over the years and has basically moved to the two coasts of North America's east and west. This is the most valuable thing. The offline stores on the Côte d'Azur have not opened for business until now, and some goods are almost transferred, or they are almost sold through online shopping platforms such as Amazon. Mr. Liu, what should we do next? Zhang Bowen asked. Pull the gate. Liu Osheng's words are simple and concise without hesitation. Lao Zhang and others couldn't help but stunned. Liu Osheng went on to add, Lao gave me this set, then I will treat myself as a human being. If you don't want to live a good life, then don't live it. Zhang, after the meeting, you immediately notify the North American Operations Department to prepare for the suspension of all Internet services under Blue Star technology, and beware of cyber attacks, whether it is BV Video Network or Blue Space International Edition. Remember, all Internet service platforms, including the cloud computing service platform, all will be closed next. What? Hearing Luo Sheng's decision, Zhang Bowen and others were shocked. An executive at the meeting hurriedly said, "Mr. Luo, do you really want to do this? Would it be too dangerous? I did it. The entire North America, there will be a vacuum in the internet market immediately, and competitors are likely to seize this opportunity to occupy market share." The others also nodded again and again, which was too thrilling. Luo Sheng said calmly and surely, "People have been doing you like this. I want to chase you out right away. Didn't they want me to leave? Then I will walk to them and see if they can lose me. My judgment is number. Once I close all service facilities, the North American economy will lose hundreds of billions of dollars a day in the next time. Enterprises will face a wave of bankruptcy, and a large number of IT SMEs will suddenly die in a short period of time after being hit by the fish. With the 20-year history of Blue Star technology, they can find a replacement in a short time. Who can replace Amazon, Google? Take a step back and say that when they stabilize, Lao America's economy is also rotten, and with the blow of Sequoia, it will be good to recover in 20 years. And there is a high probability that civil strife will be the first step. If it can disrupt North America, the world is turned upside down, and if you quit, you quit. It's worth it, and you have earned enough for more than 2 decades. Luo Sheng has never lacked such courage. His greatest confidence is that his focus has been placed on the ladder project, in the wider universe of cosmic navigation, compared with the value brought by the opening of the era of cosmic navigation. The 10 Blue Star technology groups and the 10 Côte d'Azur combined seem insignificant. As long as it can open the top 10 doors of the universe and navigation, rebuild 10 Blue Star technologies and 10 Azure coasts, it is easy. In fact, in Luo Sheng, whether it is Blue Star technology or Azure coast, standing at a higher level, these companies are primitive accumulation tools for the stars and the sea. For more than 20 years, I have earned enough capital to build a ladder. By the way, it can't be shut down directly, because the server was paralyzed by a large number of hacker attacks. Luo Sheng emphasized again that when everyone heard him say this, they knew that the boss had decided to do so. Everyone has a feeling of retaliatory pleasure on the sensibility, but they also retain concerns about this rationally. I am really afraid that doing so will make this already uncertain world situation even more uncertain. Mr. Luo, this is a bit like there is no silver in this place. There is a law in the United States. Any large-scale network damage to the North American internet will be regarded as a nuclear attack. Should we consider the long-term plan? Zhang Bowen. In the end, I couldn't help but want to persuade Luo Sheng not to fight like this. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. I want to make a fake show. You ask the North American Operations Department and the Global Operations Department to make a backup of the relevant core data, and prepare for the restart. This time I will personally check the safety of Blue Star technology. The system carries out cyber attacks, and it is necessary for Blue Star technology to cause actual losses, not only to shut down North America, but also to allow gradual transmission of infections in other regions such as the Eurozone to frighten them. Luo Sheng said that, I heard everyone's heart stunned. The big boss is so ruthless, and he is so ruthless to himself, so Blue Star technology will also bring hundreds of billions of economic losses. At the end, Luo Sheng finally made a final decision, so that even if Lam knew that I did it, she couldn't find the evidence, and she became obscure. He can only find the cyber attacker to convict and fight back. The big boss made such a decision, and everyone stopped talking about it. After the meeting, Zhang Bowen immediately convened a global emergency meeting of Blue Star technology executives to inform the person in charge of major markets to be extremely prepared for emergencies in the recent period. Of course, He cannot directly tell those people the caller's true thoughts, but inform them to do a good job. Routine security protection may face severe network security threats in troubled times. This is a normal action to take precautions, and there is no excuse. 10 minutes after the meeting, Liu Sheng, sitting in a chair, closed his eyes and said, "Xiona, it's up to you to act next. Let's engage in cyber sabotage." But Blue Star Technologies' global losses are controlled within 135 billion. The loss is too great and it is not worthwhile. Xiona, understand, the virus data is being uploaded. 1 hour later, Menlo Park, California, North America. At the scene, a protester was using this as your smartphone to log into the international version of the Blue Space account to post news. He took a few pictures at the scene and planned to upload them to his personal account. Novel.com edited a paragraph of text at the same time. We are about to achieve a great victory. But just when he was about to click send, the page suddenly got stuck and could not be redirected. He chose to launch the app and reopen it. The result showed that the system was malfunctioning and could not log in. Another person on the scene was recording a vlog video with BV Video Network, and found that he could not log in when it was uploaded. The people who were on the live video broadcast were also interrupted. A user who is watching a drama on the BV Video Network found an error on the page. I was visiting the Reddit forum and someone found that the web page could not be opened. People who are listening to music on MusicSpace find that they can't listen to music normally. I can't publish news when I am working with Microblog. Was using the cross-platform chat application War app to connect with friends and found it disconnected. The cloud computing service Nebula Star Cloud also cannot provide services normally. In less than half an hour, the internet products under the Blue Star Technology Group entered a state of downtime one after another. Tens of millions of North American internet users in North America feel that they have been isolated from the entire world. All Blue Star Technologies services cannot be used normally, as if the entire internet is paralyzed. This makes them at a loss for a while, and they have no idea what to do. V2 Chapter 939 Concealed Play, Conflicts Heat Up. The head of North American Films of Blue Star Technology Group held a temporary media press conference at noon local time, and reporters from various media who came to Menlo Park poured into the press conference hall. Just 43 minutes ago, our company's security system issued the first alert. Subsequently, our group's internet products were subjected to unidentified and malicious cyber attacks, which led to widespread paralysis of the company's network service products, causing immeasurable major economic losses. The media reporters who came to the scene heard the news from the spokesperson. There was an uproar in the press conference hall. The camera in the reporter's hand kept flashing. At this time, a female reporter with a sign suddenly raised her hand and asked, "Your company's security system is known as the second in the world. No one dares to say that it is number one. It even claims to be far superior to North America's most outstanding National Defense Network security system." It is true that there has not been such a large-scale cybersecurity incident in the past 2 decades, but at this moment, it has suffered such a serious cyber attack and is helpless. It is unavoidable. How does the spokesperson respond to the outside world questioning whether this is your company's self-directed and self-acted behavior? Thank you. You have to ask the attacker, of course, if you can find them. At present, no organization or individual claims to be responsible for this attack. The network engineers of our group company are urgently responding to this sudden and malicious network. The attack incident has been reported to the police. I don't want to make any meaningless excuses here. Everything is waiting for the police to announce the results of the investigation. On the spot, the press spokesperson responded loudly. A temporary media conference was held in the lobby on the first floor of the company. But at this moment, the reporters on the scene were attracted by the crowds pouring in from the gate. A reporter from a domestic mainstream media organization stationed here saw a sudden influx of people. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was not the same group, but 4 groups. When the reporter saw the uniforms they were wearing, he couldn't help but exclaimed, good guys. National Security Agency NSA, Zhongyang Intelligence Agency CIA, FBI and Homeland Security DHS. The four major intelligence agencies gathered at the same time. This formation is not an ordinary one. It really gives Blue Star Technology the treatment. This situation is even better than making Hollywood blockbusters. I don't know if Blue Star Technology can withstand it. It's hard to say. Things are getting worse. If this cyber attack is really the first-hand director of Blue Star Technology and is investigated, the consequences will be disastrous. It is impossible for Lam to give Luo Sheng a chance to come back. Up, Menlo Park, California, the scene being staged here at the North American headquarters of Blue Star Technology was spread to all parts of the world through various media for the first time, triggering a collective onlooker and discussion from all walks of life around the world. The vast majority of people are watching this year's most exciting melanating drama. They never expected that the conflict between Luo Sheng and North America would intensify. Most of them are just like everyone else. However, there are still a small number of people in this world who look at this matter in their hearts, including the North American authorities. They also know that Blue Star Technology's network security system is powerful, and the only thing that can break defense is Blue Star Technology itself. So Blue Star Technology itself is the first suspect. Is the first suspect after all, and only if evidence is found to prove the suspicion and the crime, can Luo Sheng be brought down. Unexpectedly, Mr. Luo would dare to take such a dangerous war. I am ashamed of this courage. Liu Wen? I am afraid that only such a person would dare to spend tens of millions of billions to build something like a space ladder. Liu Wen, the head of the venture capital fund sitting in the office, is also paying attention to the latest developments in this matter. He must also care, and every investor in Luo Sheng is now very concerned about the progress of the situation. Venture investment fund, let's not talk about it. Shai Shura bet on Luo Sheng's ladder project and still holds 2.29% of the shares of Blue Star Technology, has always enjoyed a position of director in the group company. The assistant standing next to him asked curiously, Mr. Liu, do you think this is Blue Star Technology? Is Mr. Luo instigated? Liu Wen glanced at the assistant and said, does this still need to be considered? Is this something unclear? Just leave it in suspense. If Luo Sheng did it, who else would do it? Lam does it herself. Are you kidding? Europe, Lam Ozi. Who would dare to do this? Who would do it? Can you find a second person on Earth besides Luo Sheng? The assistant was speechless for a while, suddenly said, oh, Mr. Liu, what did you say? The people of Magnesia must be exploded. Maybe the situation gets worse and worse. Liu Wen said, from the moment this cyber attack occurred, people have already exploded. But the pot is covered. It depends on whether they can prove that it was Luo Sheng. You can't find evidence and you can only blow up your lungs. At this level of competition, both parties in this game have evolved to the point where they are playing with hidden cards. It is not hidden by any means other than hot wars. It's so close. The assistant nodded thoughtfully, and after a while he couldn't help asking, Mr. Liu, who do you think will be the final winner? Luo Sheng. Liu Wen did not hesitate to say, it must be Luo Sheng too. He can't lose. If he loses, the venture capital fund will have to go paralyzed. At least, this is not just Luo Sheng's battle alone. Another projection of high-level confrontation. Speaking of this, Liu Wen suddenly thought of something and turned his head to change the subject. By the way, where is the current stock price of Blue Star Technology? The assistant immediately replied, Mr. Liu, two words are blood collapse. Blue Star Technology's stock price has fallen below the $1 trillion mark. Not only is Blue Star Technology's blood collapse, this time the global stock market has collapsed again. The global stock market disaster caused by the second ladder project incident was even more serious. Nowadays, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group has plummeted to $928.6 billion, compared with its peak market value of $4.6 trillion. it has plummeted by as much as 80% in the past few days. As the largest heavyweight stock in the North American market, Blue Star Technology has fallen like this. Not only the Nasdaq Composite Index cannot hold it, but the three major North American stock indexes cannot hold it either. This is a real fairy fight. Mortals suffer. It triggered a global stock market fuse. The world's major trading markets have fallen by more than 7% today. On the contrary, gold is skyrocketing, and funds are clearly seeking hedging. At the same time, the military technology sector in major markets has skyrocketed against the trend, and global investors are worried that it will lead to greater conflict. What's interesting is that www.mtlnovel.com, the stock prices of North American military industry companies have fallen alone, because once the fight really starts, if the rabbits get rid of some high-end weapons and equipment of Eagle Source, the magnesium equipment is the world's first. The myth is shattered, and this will have an unprecedented impact on North America's global defense trade. UN side, the black swans of the past 2 years have really appeared frequently, which fully reflects the increasingly turbulent situation in the world. Assistant answered, no, and they're basically related to Mr. Luo. UN pondered in his mind for a while. After checking the time, the Hong Kong stocks are still trading. Suddenly he made a decisive decision: notify the trader under his control and immediately buy the bid of Blue Star Technology. Go to H shares to copy how much current the company has liquidity. All funds are stud. Assistant stunned. Huh? President Liu, this time to copy Blue Star Technology? Stud? He wants to say something to his boss. Are you crazy? Liu Wen turned his head to look at the assistant and said, do you understand the pattern? Do you understand the big things? At this time, the most important thing is to figure out who your surname is, and then don't forget. Okay? And I always have a strong instinct. This time, Sheng will still win. He always wins, then I always lie down to win. What are you still doing in a daze? Go. Huh? Oh, yes. The assistant muttered boss stud monster in his heart, and immediately left the office to convey the boss instructions to the traders under his control. Recommend the new book of City God Loshi, V2 Chapter 940. Hegemony. Unknowingly, 3 days have passed since the major products of Blue Star Technology went down and paralyzed, and normal operations have not been restored so far. Internet users in North America have clearly felt a great discomfort. It is no exaggeration to say that Blue Star Technology itself is as large as the Internet. If all its products disappear overnight, the entire Internet world will seem to have no soul. In this regard, Internet users in North America have the most say in these 3 days. They can't use it, can't use BV Video Network, can't use Blue Star's browser, can't use microblog. It seems to have lost external communication window. Even if I want to spray someone, I can't open the Reddit website, and I'm very angry. The competitors of Blue Star Technology are all laughing now. Internet companies such as Google are happily splitting. Various large-scale users of Blue Star Technology are urgently acquiring some social products or forming product teams to develop them. Want to replace Blue Star Technology? MySpace is still alive so far, and the number of users has skyrocketed in the past few days. Obviously, it was the social users of Blue Star Technology who came to register their accounts. But in fact, these transferred users are not used to it at all, resulting in huge not adapted. They have long been accustomed to Blue Star Technology products. Old users over 5 years have already formed muscle memory. However, a large number of users and the surge in visits have caused MySpace to go down. Blue Star Technology is a fake downtime. MySpace is a real downtime. This has also led to a great reduction in the goodwill of users who were unhappy about MySpace. However, despite this or that problem, the market value of MySpace has soared by about 300% in just 2 days, reaching a total market value of $126 billion. Obviously, investors believe that MySpace may eat a piece of fat from the Blue Star Technology crisis. and even has the ability to ban Blue Star technology to a certain extent, because there seems to be no other Blue Star technology in North America before MySpace. Competitors can beat it better. Recommended. The novel app I am using recently, MicRead app www.mimread.com. Both Android and iPhone are supported. Among the major internet companies in North America, companies that have a relationship with Blue Star technology as a competitor have seen their stock prices rise sharply 3 days later. Prior to this, they were all dragged down by the stock price crash of Blue Star technology and dived together. The global stock market crash 3 days ago was not spared. But today it seems that the decline has been too violent, triggering a wave of revenge. Anti-drawing is also a logical expectation of sharing Blue Star technology. However, this is only for Google, Microsoft and other giants. Most of the small and medium IT companies actually collapsed, without any rebound. The loss of Blue Star Technology Group's internet product downtime strikes to the North American economy is increasing by a large and thrilling number. The BV Video Network has made thousands of video app owners directly lose their source of income, and various webcast hosts, people or studios such as internet celebrities who rely heavily on Blue Star technology to survive have all suffered. As the so-called immortal fights, mortals suffer, and Chu is far more affected. There are also independent music creators, film and television entertainment practitioners, and more than 48% of the tertiary industry in the United States has suffered varying degrees of impact. A large number of companies from all walks of life have lost their big data services, data analysis, and customer information due to the paralysis of the Blue Star technology Nebula Star Cloud. This is almost life-threatening for small and medium-sized enterprises. The loss is not small. In just 3 days, it is proving the fact that Blue Star Technology Group can have no North American market, but the North American internet cannot be without Blue Star technology. To drive Blue Star technology out is like taking away the soul. In a building on the west coast of North America, the heads of the 4 major intelligence agencies and related departments gathered in a room in this building, all because of the downtime of the major internet platforms under the Blue Star Technology Group. This is a report on the preliminary investigation results of Blue Star Technology. A staff member brought several paper documents to the heads of major departments, and everyone looked through them casually. After a while, the person in charge of NSA said, "Did you find the evidence?" The staff member who sent the information said, "Sir, there is no evidence that Blue Star technology internally attacked its security system." The head of the CIA immediately said, "This is impossible. There are always some clues. Is the other party not cooperating?" The other party replied again, "Mister, in fact, they are very cooperative and all the processes are very smooth." The 4 departments launched an investigation together. There is no evidence that Blue Star Technology's cyber attack was caused by Blue Star Technology internally. There is nothing to find any problem. The NSA chief suddenly growled in a sullen tone, "No problem is the biggest problem in itself. Blind people know that this matter has a great relationship with Blue Star Technology. The more actively they cooperate, the more they are responding in another form. We are demonstrating and mocking." The person in charge of the DHS department said, "As long as the Blue Star technology cannot be grasped in the procedures, cannot be effectively prosecuted, cannot be investigated, seized, arrested and other actions, as long as there is insufficient evidence in the procedures." Blue Star technology is the biggest first victim of this cyber attack. Is ironic, isn't it? But this is the situation our door is facing. Science and Technology Complex Building. Master. Latin America, Canada and Europe are ready. You can open the gate at any time, just waiting for your authorization. Xiona's voice came into Liu Sheng's ears. The plan has already been prepared. It is not only the North American area of Blue Star technology being attacked, but also the gradual radiation to the surrounding area. This is in line with the dissatisfaction and anger of the attackers towards Blue Star technology. How other people guess this is someone else's business. You have to use evidence to speak. The plan will not change. The process should go. The spread of cyber attacks outside the North American market is just to scare and frighten Europeans. Other markets will not cause the same level of destructive power as North America. Luo Sheng did not give authorization instructions immediately, and instead asked, "How about the economic losses in North America?" Xiona responded, "The average direct economic loss of $125.6 billion per day was caused in the past 3 days, and it is gradually expanding. Today's loss is estimated to exceed $150 billion. The more time is delayed, the greater the loss will be. The first batch of small and medium-sized enterprises that can't support it for a day will be the first to suffer. Over time, more and more small and medium-sized enterprises that rely on the internet and big data will not be able to afford it. This wave of blows is a blow to North America's virtual economy. The economic loss will be a divergent expansion. The closure of enterprises will lead to an increase in the number of unemployed groups, which will trigger social unrest, which will be transmitted step by step. Luo Sheng just wanted to see who couldn't stand it first. He knew very well that the confrontation hadn't happened because Lam couldn't stand it first. The other party had just been tossed to death by the Great Sequoia epidemic. Com can stand too much toss. How much did Blue Star technology lose? Luo Sheng asked again. The loss reached $39.2 billion in 3 days. Xiona responded. Hearing this, Luo Sheng nodded silently. The loss of no more than 40 billion is completely acceptable. Then continue to consume it. Luo Sheng is now sitting firmly on the high platform, waiting for the old and beautiful people to come and beg for peace, and after a while he authorizes, pull the gate, control the loss. Xiona, good drop, obey. Luo Sheng made this decision. The biggest purpose is to knock the mountain and shock the tiger, to deter the euro area. If you dare to do dirty transactions with the United States behind the scenes, sanction the euro area through the internet and big data. With Luo Sheng's authorization order, Xiona officially began to launch cyber attacks on Blue Star technology in the Eurozone market, Latin America market and other regions. Half an hour later, Blue Star Technology Group issued an emergency announcement through its official website that its major internet service products are being continuously attacked, and the virus is in danger of spreading from North America to Europe. The main content of the announcement is that in order to protect data security, Blue Star Technology does not rule out the possibility of temporarily shutting down services in other regional markets, so they are psychologically prepared. European? At this moment, the whole world realized that Luo Sheng had actually mastered the global internet hegemony. V2 Chapter 941 Furious Ola. When the Blue Star Technology Group issued an emergency announcement, server downtime had already occurred in some areas of Aozu. Internet users in the area found that they could not connect to the BV video network or log into Blue Star's internet products such as microblog. The Meng Committee immediately set up an emergency team and connected to the Blue Star Technology headquarters late that night. Zhang Bowen received them. They wanted to start a dialogue directly with Luo Sheng, but the Archbishop did not want them. Mr. Zhang, it is necessary for me to warn you seriously. You are carrying out cyber hegemony behaviors unscrupulously. I advise you to do it yourself so that neither side will be able to end it. We absolutely do not allow such hegemonic bullying. In the room, the head of the team named George gave a stern warning to Zhang Bowen on the video screen with a sullen face. Internet supremacy? What kind of cyber supremacy? I don't understand what you mean, Mr. George. Zhang Bowen was puzzled, and the drama went online every second, as if his face was written sincerely to solve the puzzle. The expression made the Aozu people here want to cross the network line to beat Lao Zhang. George took a deep breath. Don't deceive yourself. Everyone knows that this so-called cyber attack is a self-directed and self-acted drama inside you, who cannot see it. Okay, Step back and talk about it. I'm not interested. You and the people of Magnesia are not interested in struggling. But what does it mean to spread the shockwave to the Meng area? At this moment, George, who represents the Eurozone, is screaming injustice between the lines. However, Zhang Bowen doesn't want to buy this kind of painstaking plan with a knife. He has already received some news from his boss Luo Sheng that Europeans have met with the people of Magnesia privately and wanted to make a shameful peace transaction regarding the chip hoarding gate, although the people in the previous negotiations took the initiative to ask for mercy. The two sides also reached a memorandum of understanding and signed an agreement. But I still want to get the chip without paying a penny, and want to play a gangster with the people of Magnesia. At the end, Zhang Bowen's expression suddenly faded away from doubt, and turned to a serious expression and responded with a solemn tone, "Mr. George, please pay attention to your words. Your absurd remarks will bring a huge blow to the reputation of Blue Star Technology. I now solemnly declare in the name of the global CEO of Blue Star Technology Group that you can provide evidence and basis to prove you. If you don't say anything, please apologize immediately, otherwise I will use this as a basis and choose a day to initiate a lawsuit against the assault committee. I will give you 3 minutes to consider." Lao Jiang must use this angry attitude to deal with it, otherwise he would admit it indirectly, so this is a painful plan with a knife. Otherwise the content of this video conference will be the most fatal blow of Blue Star Technology. But he also jumped George from his seat on the spot, and pointed to Zhang Bowen on the video screen. What is the most irritating thing? This kind of backlash is the most irritating. Out of the camera, the colleagues who attended the meeting were winking at George, making silent words, and shaking their heads, reminding him to calm down and not impulsive. The other party's failure to speak martial ethics is secondary. The key is that we don't have any flash, so be sure to endure it. The angry George saw the dissuasion from his colleagues, and gradually calmed down, thinking carefully in case Blue Star Technology sued the assault committee for slander. If you can't show evidence, you will be really passive, but they will find an excuse. When sanctions are imposed, there will be misery. If North America is now in fact difficult to leave the companies in Luo Sheng, the Eurozone will only have it. Humanity is at the door of the fourth technological revolution. Technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, and cloud computing are the vanguards of this technological revolution. The pain point of Wu Meng's problem is that there is no company in the internet that can compete with it. If Luo Sheng's company is smashed, going out means rejecting progress and embracing it, and you have to face the inevitable passivity and weakness in the negotiation. Is now a typical passive and weak, and today's Eurozone economy is also very dependent on Luo Sheng's investment. Economically trapped. If we had a complete quarrel with Luo Sheng, the impact on the Eurozone would only be worse than the current North America. Slowly speaking, in fact, all this in George's mind was only a flash of less than 2 or 3 seconds. After a while, I saw him holding back his aggrieved heart, apologized with a fake smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. Did I make a mistake just now? I am deeply sorry for that." On the other side, Lao Jiang, who was sitting in the president's office, saw George's expression. Of course he knew that the other party's apology was fake and could no longer be fake. But it's okay. Bowen Zhang is still very useful. He finally knows while Luo Sheng likes to face hard steel with Europeans and Americans. It is really cool to watch these proud Europeans and Americans lower their heads and watch them apologize. The appearance is indeed very happy. Lao Jiang immediately replied, "You can eat rice but you can't talk nonsense. I hope this will stop here, and we don't want to pursue too much. It is urgent to deal with this bad cyber attack. This is for both parties. It's good." A participant on the side of the assault committee quickly responded, "Yes, that's right. This episode is over. Let's talk about business." It is clear that both sides know what card the other side is holding, but they still have to pretend not to know, and play the card game seriously. It's uncomfortable to beat the people in Zhaozhou and have to hold back. Another participant said, "Mr. Zhang, how does your company plan to respond?" Zhang Bowen on the video screen had a contemplative appearance, and George and the others had to stare at the screen coldly and sit and watch the other party's performance without saying a word. Zhang did not feel any discomfort or embarrassment. As long as you don't feel embarrassed, the other person is embarrassed. In the end, Lao Zhang said solemnly, "Our company hopes that the Eurozone can provide some assistance. When necessary, we will close the corresponding network facilities to prevent the loss from expanding. It is also to prepare for the restart. The worst plan must be made, but this is not the best option. It is the key to catch the real culprit behind this cyber attack." People from the emergency committee of the assault committee dealt with Zhang Bowen while watching Lao Zhang's video screen on the other. In the eyes of George and the others, Lao Zhang's face seemed to have the words "the murderer" behind the scenes clearly written on his face. Lao Zhang's words are like those of Cai Guogo. The connection time between the two parties is about 15 minutes. After the connection is over, everyone feels relieved, and finally they don't have to go with the other party, otherwise they will really be crazy. I found out that the Chinese people are absolutely amazing when it comes to shamelessness. That could say these words so blushing and not beating. There was no waves. The most ridiculous thing was that I had to pretend not to know. Stay with him nonsense. God, the ghost knows what I just went through. After the video communication was cut off, a member of the emergency team of the assault committee grumbled on the spot with a face full of collapse. The matter of contacting Blue Star Technology is to follow the mistake and take its own humiliation. Another participant cursed, and the 15 minutes of connecting with Zhang Bowen made them feel a great humiliation. One more minute is suffering. Okay, don't talk about it anymore. Isn't it embarrassing enough? What do they mean? One participant said. In the old Chinese saying, they are knocking the mountain and shaking the tiger. George, who hadn't spoken much, analyzed at this time. They must know a little about the issue of creating chaos and dividing chips with the magnesium people. They are forcing them. We have to demarcate the border with North America in reality, otherwise, it will not be a cyber attack in some areas, but will spread across Europe. What? A member of the meeting replied. Aren't they afraid that things will make the world an enemy? Are they isolated by the whole world? Another participant said, Liu Sheng, that lunatic. Do you think he is like this with the people of Magnesia, like a scared lord? George let out a long sigh, and said, don't understand? Under normal circumstances, of course they dare not risk the world's enemies, but only a year is left until the solar storm strikes. It's been 03 months, maybe even shorter. Speaking of this, George looked around and asked the members of the group, not to mention that gathering the power of the world is more difficult than reaching the sky. Even if you really unite the world to declare war on the other side, how sure can it be in 1 year? Will they be conquered within 3 months? They cannot be conquered, and once the storm strikes, the Chinese who have been preparing for a long time will be the first to quickly resume industrialization, and will far exceed our estimates. Time to restore industrial capacity. At that time, the entire world will be like the strength of steam civilization against a country in the 4 great industrial and technological revolutions. It will be crushed by absolute power. At that time, maybe the global village will really become a village chief. The global village. Upon hearing George's words, the attendees suddenly realized it's no wonder that the other party dared to be so strong. I am afraid that they have already prepared for the worst situation. It really happened. As long as the storm comes after more than a year, they will quickly distance themselves from the whole world with their powerful recovery ability and become the world, the only one pole. Then the entire world will be unable to contend with it, and all forces that are enemies with it will face its frantic revenge. This is Yang Mu. George, what should I do? What else can I do? Leave this to the Supreme Committee to trouble your brain. V2 Chapter 942 Eagle Source. After all, one person carried everything. Global monopoly of technology. Find the latest chapter. The Assault Committee is discussing countermeasures, and at the same time, Liu Sheng is dealing with the work of Star Arrow International, counting the possessions at hand. The number of rocket reserves has basically guaranteed the minimum demand, and it is still in the mass production reserve. Including the launch of backup satellites, Liu Sheng is responsible for rebuilding the communication network and the smooth restoration of the Internet during this solar storm. Communication is undoubtedly a very important core link, and keeping the communication system open is the key to overall planning. Master Auguste Franz sent back the latest news. He received a secret phone call from a European. Xiona's voice passed into Liu Sheng's ears, who put down her work and said, "Send it to me, take a look." Immediately he looked at the work computer next to him, and after waiting for a moment, a message list popped up on the screen. Liu Sheng silently glanced at the content. After reading the content, he couldn't help but mutter to himself with a smile, "After all, the Europeans have compromised." The bionic person Auguste Franz is the CEO of Horizon Commercial Security Insurance Company, which is invested by Wall Street on the surface. But the actual controller in name is Europe, and Horizon Security is also a European company. The real behind-the-scenes controller is Liu Sheng. Previously, the United States and the Eurozone conspired to ask the people of Horizon Security to remove the security entrustment from the major storage centers where Liu Sheng stocked chips, so that the CIA people can do things more conveniently. Originally, Liu Sheng was still worried about how to deal with this matter, which seemed very tricky. If the Europeans and the magnesium people cooperated, Horizon Security would not follow the arrangements of the European and American parties. It would very likely be exposed. After all, compliance with professional ethics for the so-called reputation and performance of the company is too false and illogical. As an international security company in Europe, Horizon Security has no reason to directly compete with both Europe and the United States. This is logical. The above simply doesn't make sense. If the investigation goes on, if it is revealed that it is a minion extended by Liu Sheng, it will be difficult not only in Europe and America, but also in the domestic side. What does it mean that you have deployed such a powerful security force overseas? This incident once put Liu Sheng in a dilemma. It is really better to blow up the hoarded chips, and not to expose the secrets with Horizon Security. Well, now, the Europeans' compromise perfectly helped Liu Sheng solve this problem. Liu Sheng said immediately, "Respond to August and ask him to follow the arrangements of the Europeans." Xiona, okay, the instruction has been sent. This time you can rest assured that August and Horizon Security are not the old and beautiful people, and you can also rest assured that they will directly conflict with the old and beautiful people. The other party will never doubt Liu Sheng, but will only think that the Europeans suddenly turned their faces. The result of, Liu Sheng added, in addition, cyber attacks on the European side have gradually slowed down and contracted. Xiona, understood. The Europeans contacted August and Horizon Security, apparently tacitly acquiescing that the intelligence of conspiring P transactions with magnesium was intercepted by Liu Sheng. So they simply used Horizon Security as a link to send Liu Sheng a signal of compromise and weakness. Liu Sheng naturally understood it too. He didn't intend to fight with the Europeans at all. He just frightened them. Honestly, don't think about working with Lam all day. The next day, the major servers of Blue Star Technology Group in the Eurozone market were not continuously infected by the virus, and some of the service areas that were paralyzed by the virus attack have also returned to normal. This surprised the media and people who don't know the truth. The Europeans were relieved to see this situation. At the same time, they were basically sure that this cyber attack was a self-directed and self-acted handwriting by Liu Sheng and Blue Star Technology, which basically confirmed that Liu Sheng and Blue Star Technology actually own the internet, the fact of hegemony. But what can I do if I know it? It is still not procedurally proved that he did it. I can only break my teeth and swallow in my stomach. The internet, big data, artificial intelligence, cloud computing and other emerging technologies have formed a dependence on Liu Sheng. Not to mention the other party's strategic intentions have been roughly understood through deduction. I really started to tear my face to declare war and fight a hot war, and as a result, I lost the final war and naturally did not dare to take risks. For the Europeans, It was not dangerous and did not cause too much loss. On the contrary, it was a little fortunate. But the little book and the little stick stayed and watched the big guys here. The result was to change quickly. Holding by thigh. The new slogan is ready. Dongya is Dongya of Dongya, Dongya, and family. Just wait for the rabbit to give a hint. As long as he receives the hint, he will run over to the dock in seconds, and recognize the new eldest brother. No, he will recognize the new dad. With the passage of time, North America has gradually entered a state where it is difficult to sing alone. Damn Europeans, greedy for life and fear of death. Are you scared? At this moment, the head of the CIA is roaring in his office. Just received the information. The Europeans have repented and have already cut off contact with North America. The decision made him very upset. The other side also got a tip. Europe did do so. The CIA learned of the intelligence news that the Europeans were approaching Horizon Security. Not only would it not withdraw Luo Sheng's entrusted business, even if the Magnesium Nation sent people to do things, it would follow the rules. Work, sir, continues to stand in such a stalemate. I am afraid that the White Gong side may not be able to hold it. The subordinate reminded him that the economic loss caused by each day's delay is an astronomical figure. The Blue Star Technology Group is now in a state of overall strike, which is equivalent to the paralysis of half of the internet in North America. On this day, the economic loss caused by this in the United States has reached a new high again, reaching a huge amount of $175.6 billion. The two sides have been deadlocked for 5 days. As a result, North America has suffered direct economic losses of more than $700 billion. If the evaporating market value of the stock market is included, that is a huge number. Collate the information and make a copy, and I will personally send it to the White Gong. The CIA didn't dare to make decisions without authorization, and resolutely handed it over to the next higher level to make decisions that were bothersome. If something went wrong, it didn't have to take the main responsibility. 2 more days passed. North America finally couldn't handle it. The heavy industry of the two sides stuck in a deadlock for a week. The 4 major intelligence agencies in North America never grasped the handle of Blue Star Technology, and finally could not withstand the huge pressure of economic losses. Choose to compromise. In this short week, the North American economy lost nearly $1 trillion. This is a direct loss. The indirect loss has not yet been counted. There are only 2 choices in front of Laum. One is to turn the table completely and the other is to compromise. Obviously, Laum didn't have the determination to overturn the table. The little brothers around her began to brow at the enemy. No one was reliable. The probability of over 80% of completely lifting the table would be completely lost. But this stalemate will sooner or later be consumed. Enterprises are closing on a large scale. The unemployment rate is soaring, and the economy is hit hard. If you don't deal with this situation, you may be overthrown by your own people. V2 Chapter 943 The Stars Plan Action Global Monopoly of Technology. Find the latest chapter. Star Arrow International Headquarters, CEO Office. Mr. Luo, the planning for STARS is now ready. I will report to you on the work situation today. Zheng Tao came to Luo Sheng's office and handed a copy of the information. Luo Sheng took the information and asked casually, "Are all the satellites built?" Zheng Tao nodded, "Yes. 15,000 deployment satellites and 5,000 backup satellites have been produced and have been sealed up. They will be launched after the storm for global deployment. The so-called Stars and Arrows project is the satellite internet project of Star Arrow International. These satellites are all miniature small satellites. The launch vehicle can carry 1 or 200 to be deployed to orbit along the way at a time. The entire Stars project needs to deploy 15,000. Satellites are deployed in 3 orbits. That is, 1,750 satellites are deployed in 560 kilometers, 4,800 satellites are deployed in 1160 kilometers, and the remaining 8,450 satellites are deployed in low orbits of 355 kilometers. Zheng Tao smiled and said, "After the solar storm, My country will formally establish an unshakable global dominance in 5G communications and the Internet. Luo Sheng's company is not involved in 5G, but domestic friends are doing it. The solar storm is a reshuffle of the global communications landscape. Foreign communications equipment vendors are basically unable to rebuild, which means a vacuum in the global market. However, Huaguo's communications companies have the ability to rebuild, not to mention Luo Sheng's company's strategic partners. At that time, it will quickly occupy the global market share after the storm. It is worth mentioning that there is no competitive relationship between Star Arrow International's STARS program and the 5G communications of its partners, and many scenarios can become complementary. The application of 5G to today is undoubtedly the general trend. This is a consensus that no one will refute. The unfolding smart city, artificial intelligence, and virtual world all need 5G support. The STARS project will be deployed globally after the storm, and Blue Star's internet hegemony will undoubtedly be further consolidated in practice. Today, the probability of this situation occurring in the future is even smaller. At this moment, the phone on the desk rang, and Luo Sheng said, "Go ahead and leave the materials." Zheng Tao nodded and left the office. Luo Sheng answered the phone. "It's me." The person who called was Zhang Bowen, the CEO of Blue Star Technology. "Mr. Luo, the old American sent someone to fight the outpost just now. Their people contacted me with hints. If you want to see our attitude, they will send people come over to talk again, and to put it bluntly is to beg for mercy." Hearing that, Luo Sheng couldn't help but smile and said, "After all, I still take it." Lao Jiang also laughed and said, "If you refuse to accept it, the losses are over 1 trillion yuan. No country in the world can withstand such economic losses." This group of Magnesia people are all thinking about the Jedi comeback when they are here for this. Lao Jiang, you should deal with fooling him. Didn't they imply? You also hinted that you should be careful when dealing with Laum. Don't I was accidentally overcast? Luo Sheng reminded. Since Laum has compromised, it is not right to go to Zhang Bowen. Lao Jiang is now the CEO of Blue Star Technology. Lao Mei's move is obviously with the idea of a comeback. If you can catch the handle of Blue Star Technology and lead the old Jiang out, theoretically, you can make a comeback. Zhang Bowen thought for a moment and understood, and immediately replied, "Understood. I'll contact the old and beautiful people later, suggesting that he is coming to you." Luo Sheng nodded. "Go." If the United States wants to seek peace in good faith, it should directly accept the reality on the chip hoarding gate incident. As long as a consensus is reached on this issue, Blue Star Technology will soon resume normal operations in the North American market. After Lao Jiang finished the telephone contact with Luo Sheng, he turned around and met the people of Magnesia again. Now the two parties are meeting informally, and the formal meeting will only start after confirming their attitudes. Laum didn't want to run for nothing a second time, and went back to Dinji. 2 days later, North America once again sent a business mission to the other side of the ocean to talk to Luo Sheng again about the timing of the chip hoarding gate. The news was just reported by the media. At the same time, the US stock market had not yet opened, but the stock price of Blue Star Technology surged before the market. The market opened with a gap of plus 15.35% that day, and then violently went up all the way. The members of the North American business group are still flying over the Pacific Ocean. The stock price of Blue Star Technology has soared to the sky. The market closed that day soared by plus 46.58%. The total market value not only reached the $1 trillion mark again, but also reached $1.317 trillion. Not only that, but it also regained the top position in the US stock market. Today, the world's largest listed company by market value is Blue Pure Electric Automobile, which has a market value of close to $4 trillion. This is because of the appreciation of RMB, which is actually in the big A. The market value of the company remained at around 13.5 trillion yuan, but dropped by 1.5 trillion yuan. In the impact of this cyber attack gate incident, the market value of Blue Star Technology plummeted by 80%, while Google surged by about 50% during the same period, reaching the top of the US stock market for the first time with $1.087 trillion. Prior to this, it had been dominated by Blue Star Technology for 10 years. When Google climbed to the top, it was a timeless scene. After all, it ended the long-term feat of Blue Star Technology, which was naturally a close-up report of a big book. At that time, everyone believed that Google would become one of the biggest winners, and it was also recognized by the capital market. Otherwise it would not have soared by 50% in less than a week. However, for this number one throne, Google was kicked by Blue Star Technology without even covering the heat. The capital market is also an incomparable reality. On the day of Blue Star Technology's skyrocketing, Google's market value crashed www.untilnovel.com and was ruthlessly abandoned by capital. Funds basically flowed into Blue Star Technology. Many retail investors are in a state of perplexity. Lau Milai and Liu Sheng are talking about the chip hoarding gate. What matters to you, Blue Star Technology? How come such a brutal rise suddenly? Even with Liu Sheng's bond, it would not be so exaggerated. Ordinary Xiaosun did not react for a while, but the big funds and smart funds in the global market will know the answer when they see the actions of the North American Business Group. For them, this is a bright card. On the surface, the chip hoarding gate incident and the cyber attack gate incident are completely irrelevant, but the foresight people feel like a mirror. The North American Business Group flew over for the second time, and the signal behind it is inseparable from the fact that Blue Star Technology and the chip incident has landed. So will the cyber attack. What's more, Blue Star Technology has plunged 80%, almost at the bottom of history. If the bottom is bad, it will be good. Naturally, it will be short and long. At this time, the short side forces do not take the slightest thoughts, knowing that the general situation is over. Short-selling funds go long backhand. The skyrocketing stock price of Blue Star Technology drove the Nasdaq Composite Index soaring, which in turn caused the three major North American indexes to rise across the board, which affected the collective recovery of major global stock markets. On the second day, when the North American Business Group arrived at the Hyatt Regency Sioux City for rest, the global stock market started a retaliatory surge on the same day. Blue Star Technology jumped again today and opened higher today. It rose by 51.86% that day, shocking countless people. Human chin. On the first day, it rose to the $1 trillion mark, and on the second day, it reached the $2 trillion mark. Such a huge volume rose by 122.5% in just 2 days. Investors once again witnessed the madness of US stocks. V2 Chapter 944. Suddenly, the storm strikes in advance. Global monopoly of technology. Find the latest chapter. Domestically, in addition to the second resumption of the North American business delegation, the other hot topic is venture capital funds. To be precise, a public offering fund under the venture capital fund was given by domestic foundations. Top searched. Venture capital funds are only well known in the capital market, and they were not well known to the public before this time, but this time because of its CDI fund called Venture Capital Global Technology Pioneer Optimal Hybrid, it got out of the circle. This public offering fund is exactly what Liu Wen wrote. It was less than a week after its establishment, before and after Blue Star Technology broke out the network attack gate incident. At that time, it triggered a global stock market crash, and major markets have staged high dives one after another. However, Liu Wen tried his best in a venture capital fund to buy the bottom of Blue Star Technology, including this tech pioneer optimal hybrid public offering fund. At that time, the fund's plate was only about 2.8 billion. The top 10 holding stocks allocated by the fund are Blue Star Technology, 10.62%, Azure Pure Electric Vehicle, 9.28%, Xunxin Electronics, 8.66%, Reebok Technology, 8.28%, Bosch Technology, 6.09%, Pure Leaf, 5.34%, Alibaba, 4.97%, Jingdong, 4.89%, Pinduoduo, 4.82%, Blue Star Pictures, 4.81%. The top 10 holdings of technology pioneer Optimal Mix accounted for 67.76% of the total. These 10 companies are all large domestic internet companies, semiconductor technology companies, high-end medical device companies, and e-commerce giants. Among the stocks that have not entered the top 10 holdings, basically the Blue Star Technology concept, the Blue Pure Electric Car concept, and the Blue Coast concept. Some are listed in Hong Kong, some are listed on the domestic market, and some are listed on the US stock market. The growth is mixed. The reason for the hot search on the top is Liu Wenfeng's God-level bargaining, not to mention the private equity bargaining. The outside world has no way of knowing how much it earned. This one must be a blood profit, but as a technology pioneer in public funds Optimum Mix in just 2 days, the yield has skyrocketed by plus 51.89%, and private equity must earn more. Blue Star Technology, which is listed on the Nasdaq, rose 122.5% in 2 days, and Pure Leaf, a visible light guide wireless communications research and development company listed on the New York Stock Exchange, rose by 176.88% in 2 days. The Blue Pure Electric Car listed on the domestic main board, it rose by 32% in the 2 days. Bosch Technology, Xunxin Electronics and Reebok Technology closed the daily limit for 2 consecutive days, and the increase reached 44%. Mr. Liu Wen, who is in charge of the venture capital fund, used an alternative way to enshrine the gods in people's minds this time. The reason for the entitlement is that what he said became a golden sentence: as long as Liu always wins, I will always lie down to win. Isn't it right? Since the early development of Blue Star Technology, Mr. Liu has been lying and winning all the way to today. However, Mr. Liu's bottom hunting finally left the industry speechless. There is no inside information. No one dared to buy the bottom. But Mr. Liu bought the bottom and gambled Liu Sheng to win. Under the circumstances at the time, who would dare to copy the Blue Star Technology? Therefore, Mr. Liu was also given the nickname Liu Gambling Monster by the people of the rivers and lakes. It can be said that the stud is cool for a while, and the stud has been cool. Mr. Liu is now full of spirits, and he is very disappointed. This has to make many investors feel suspicious of life. If you really follow Mr. Liu, it is equal to lie down and win. After the technology pioneer Optimal Mix under the venture capital fund was searched by the top, the purchase boom became extremely popular on the same day. This fund is open-ended trading, and the minimum entry threshold is only RMB 100. A large number of Christians bought frantically, but in less than a day, they were bought by the domestic Christians. The plates soared from 2.8 billion to 30 billion. As a result, the fund company was forced to close the subscription channel on the same day, and only open for sale. The foundation can sell but cannot buy. Because there is too much money, it is difficult to allocate positions, otherwise you will have to be forced to chase high to buy, or it will be stored in the bank, which will cause the overall rate of return to be greatly reduced. But the current situation is that the current price of Blue Star Technology is still underestimated, and there is still a possibility of doubling. The newly incoming funds are also hurriedly scanning orders and holdings in proportion. On the second day, the technology pioneer Optimal Mix rose by 28.55%. This is when the fund has soared to this number, which shows how the individual stocks are going crazy. Blue Star Technology has soared by 47% on this day, and its market value was once close to $3 trillion. Global capital is accelerating to enter the market. Most of the investors and citizens are stunned. The market value of Blue Star Technology has accumulated in 3 days. It has soared by 232.6%. which can be called frenzied. My Neema's thigh broke, and I missed an opportunity to get rich in just 3 days. Wall Street is too terrible. This is not to give us a little bit of soup at all. I can't wait to pull it up one day. It feels like a dream. I feel that Blue Star Technology fell below $900 billion yesterday. When I look back, Neema was $3 trillion. I came up without paying attention. It's too cruel. No matter where this tomorrow is retaliatory, it's a monster. Wrong billion. I rushed to this position all at once, and now I dare not chase. Facts have proved that your uncle is your uncle after all. This golden pit is too invincible. Every time Blue Star Technology hits this kind of sinkhole, which time is it not a golden pit? Almost every 2 or 3 years, a pit comes out. Understood? Wait for the next time you smash a hole and sell the house to buy the bottom. I cut it on the floor, and I have my heart to die. Tell you not to believe in the Archbishop, and follow you gamblers to learn what is the pattern. As long as the Archbishop wins, you will always lie down and win. Don't ask too much. Ask the stud. President Liu Stud is weird. By the way, when the venture capital funds Pioneer would like to open up buying, I want to use 10,000 yuan to raise this chicken. This world is so crazy that novels dare not write like that. Archbishop, always drop God. National Academy of Space Technology. A young research assistant in his 30s flew to the studio where academician Yang Mao worked. Lao Yang. The Kaiyun 2 detector has completely lost contact. Yang Mao could not help sighing when he heard the news. Kaiyun 2 is gone. So now only the Hongyan 3 probe is left to monitor solar activity. The ISA and NASA probes all lost contact last month. The research assistant hesitated for a moment and said, Lao Yang, the Hongyan 3 probe has also lost contact, which means that since now, all mankind has lost the monitoring of solar activity and is completely blind. Yang Mao was shocked. What are you talking about? Hongyan 3 also lost connection? It's too late to launch a new satellite. There is no time window. Forcibly launching it will take as long as 1 year to get into orbit. The research assistant said again, Lao Yang, there is even worse news. Mentalnovel.com. This is the last data from Kaiyun 2 and Hongyan 3. The solar activity has intensified. The intensity of the solar storm has increased and the time window for reaching the Earth has shortened. Yang Dimao's heart jumped, and after stabilizing his glasses, he asked, how long is it in advance? The research assistant replied with a solemn tone, before and after the beginning of winter this year. Yang Dimao muttered to himself, Lidong, on January, February, March, November. Is it coming in 3 months? The research assistant nodded silently. At the same time, at the Hyatt Regency Sioux City, Liu Sheng is currently having a second closed-door meeting with the North American Morning negotiating team on the chip issue. Outside the door of the conference room, a man rushed to the door and shouted, I want to see Mr. Liu, immediately, in a hurry. 2 minutes later, the meeting door suddenly opened, which caused the two parties who were talking to each other to stop arguing, and saw the man walk towards Liu Sheng in small steps. The American business negotiators present were puzzled. Liu Sheng leaned slightly to the left, and the man bent over to the side and whispered briefly to him. In an instant, Liu Sheng, who had a calm face, had a subconsciously unexpected expression that was rare, and then turned to look at the man and whispered, This year's Li Dong. The man whispered in his ear, Yes, it has already been passed on. You must rush to the capital tomorrow to attend an important emergency deployment meeting. Liu Sheng nodded and did not answer. The man who entered the meeting room also left the meeting room under the curious eyes of everyone. In the end, the conference hall fell into silence. No one spoke, but everyone looked at Liu Sheng, who was covering his mouth without speaking. Intuition tells them that there has just been a major emergency that even Liu Sheng was surprised by. V2 Chapter 945 Eagle Sources Last Stubbornness Global Monopoly of Technology. Find the latest chapter. After seeing the conference room door closed again, Liu Sheng retracted his gaze and turned to look at the North American Business Negotiation Group sitting opposite. Everyone, I just received a bad news that the solar activity has intensified and the storm has come early in November this year. That is to say, there are only 3 months left. By then, we will enjoy an epic picture. The aurora scene of the country, even in the equatorial region." Hearing Luo Sheng's words, everyone present was shocked. Luo Sheng continued, "So there is no need for this negotiation to be consumed. For the remaining order contracts, all companies will not be able to complete the delivery on time. Default is inevitable." When the representatives of several major North American semiconductor manufacturers sitting opposite heard this, everyone shook his heart suddenly. If that's the case, it's over. The heavy debt burden and the bad debts caused by the solar storm will become a hole that major semiconductor manufacturers cannot fill, and they may face the risk of bankruptcy and liquidation at any time. Of course, it is impossible for North America to let its own semiconductor industry die, but it is impossible to save everyone, because it is hard to protect itself, and there will be more industries to be saved by that time. Mr. Luo, the play you arranged is quite clumsy. If I can tell you the truth. John from the North American side chuckled sarcastically. Believe it or not. Luo Sheng put down his cocktail legs and merged all the files on the table in front of him, saying, "The verbal content that has just been discussed or that has not been reached is now invalid. I re-announce our new conditions. We will abandon the prosecution of your company for breaching the contract and will not take advantage of the fire, but the premise is not only not the price will be lowered. I want to purchase all kinds of chip stocks that I have sealed, and double the price based on the price that was not reached last time." After speaking, Luo Sheng stood up from the chief seat of the negotiating table, and the other coordinating staff saw him getting up, and all packed up and got up. Seeing this posture, John stood up subconsciously on the spot and quickly asked, "The solar storm is really early? Are you really framing us?" Luo Sheng glanced at him and said, "To tell you this news is already very humanitarian. My conditions have been clarified, and the results will come out today or not." After speaking, Luo Sheng left the meeting, and the others followed the big boss to leave the meeting. The North American business negotiation team also hurriedly stood up, all overwhelmed by the unexpected incident. John quickly ran to keep up with Luo Sheng's pace, and shouted with trembling hands anxiously, "Mr. Luo, are you still taking advantage of the fire? Double it again. That is 6 times the current market price. You can't do this." Regardless of the identity of the person involved, and looking at the matter from the standpoint of a third party, Luo Sheng still sympathizes with the old man John. He is very old, and has repeatedly rushed for a beautiful country. Now he ran to a man who was in his 40s. The young man begged and pleaded behind his ass, just to fight for a cheaper price. The scrupulous tone of anger was more like the only remaining stubbornness of the beautiful country. Has this beautiful country ever suffered this kind of anger? But the times have changed, and you have to hold back when you are angry, and you have to stay away from anger. The solar storm hit ahead of schedule, but in a sense it is beneficial to China. It is an unprecedented opportunity, because now the world is not ready except for China, and all other countries are not ready. When Luo Sheng approached the door of the conference room, the 2 security guards guarding the inner door were preparing to open the door. At this moment, they stopped and turned to look at the old man John who was chasing him. "Mr. John, the early solar storm caused a sudden change in the market, and it also caused me to lose more than a year of orders. This is a loss of day volume and there are fewer goods. The doubling of the premium is in line with the current market trend. I can't afford it. It is humane enough to sue your company for breach of contract. We are negotiating business, not carrying out free humanitarian assistance." Luo Sheng said and glanced at the heads of several major North American semiconductor manufacturers who happened to be following. When talking about this, Luo Sheng didn't forget to put his heart on the other party again, saying, "Frankly speaking, fortunately, you left the meeting last time. If you signed the contract at that time, I would have suffered a loss. Today just make a decision. Maybe the market price will rise tenfold in a while." When old man John heard this, His eyelids twitched and he was too heartbroken. Luo Sheng was like a shrimp and pig heart. The young man did not speak martial arts at all. Looking at it now, it's almost regrettable. Not only did it fail to get a little bit cheap, but the conflict between the two sides caused by the chip hoarding gate incident also created a cyber attack gate incident, which caused more than 10,000 in just 1 week. $1 billion in direct economic losses. Now, under the circumstances of suffering such a heavy loss, not only the price has not been negotiated, but it has also been doubled, and there is blood loss inside and out. If he had to bear a sigh of relief at that time and signed the contract, not only would it not give Luo Sheng the opportunity to raise prices all over the sky, the cyber attack gate incident would not happen, and it would not cause trillions of dollars in economic losses. But now everything is an afterthought. Old man John looked around for a moment, looked at Luo Sheng again, grabbed one of his arms and said, "Mr. Luo." In this situation, John played a tragic card, which shows that there is nothing to do. Everyone looked at Luo Sheng. The latter paused for a moment and turned into a long sigh. After thinking about it, he received, 17% reduction, 5 times the price. Seeing that old man John wanted to speak, Luo Sheng stopped him and said, "Old Mr. John, the price is doubled out of respect for you, and people outside the province will say that I am at the negotiating table. Bullying the elderly is 5 times. 5 times. If you don't sign, then wait 3 months for us to sit down and raise 10 times the price according to the market." After speaking, Luo Sheng patted the hand of the old man holding his arm. After the opponent released him, he did not make any stop, and took the people on his side to leave the conference hall first. Soon there were only members of the North American negotiating team left in the hall. You read for a while, and the old man closed his eyes and sighed as if gritted his teeth and choked. "Shame. Shameful!" Exclamation mark. Everyone looked at each other, staring at each other without saying a word. On the other side, Luo Sheng and his negotiating team hurriedly walked out of the Hyatt Hotel. A large number of domestic and foreign media reporters have been squatting here, and they were illuminated by the flash of countless cameras as soon as they came out. At this moment, An King-Su, who was acting as a personal assistant and secretary in public, hurried to Luo Sheng's side and said, "Mr. Luo, Zheng Tao is here from the headquarters of Star Arrow International. There is something important. I must see you in person immediately." "Well, let him come to my special car and say," Luo Sheng explained as he walked. And King-Su nodded and slowed down, calling Zheng Tao. At this moment, a large group of media reporters whispered to Luo Sheng from the air, but they were all separated by security personnel, and Luo Sheng traveled unimpeded on the way to the special car. Did not accept any interviews. These media organizations still don't know that the solar storm is about to hit around the beginning of winter this year, and they are still struggling with the chip hoarding gate incident and the cyber attack gate incident. The cosmic natural disaster is coming. So far, the whole world knows that mankind is going to face this natural disaster, but that is a year and a half later, and it has been digested almost. Many people even forget how to live as usual. After the global stock market has experienced continuous turbulence, it is now picking up again. When the solar storm comes, the global stock market will definitely collapse. This is a clear consensus among global investors. It's just that it's a year and a half later, so the stock market can be stable for more than a year, so there is no need to rush to run. V2 Chapter 946 The Last Madness, The Tranquility Before the Storm. Global Monopoly of Technology. Find the latest chapter. Not long after Luo Sheng entered his special car, Zheng Tao also came. After getting on the car, the team also left the Hyatt Hotel in a mighty manner. In the car, on the way, Zheng Tao looked at Luo Sheng and said, "Mr. Luo, you should know about the advancement of the storm." Luo Sheng nodded. Zheng Tao went on to say, "It will take 13 months for the core main building of the tower base to be completed and capped. Now the storm is only left for the construction window of 3 months for the project. If it is forced to stop and wait for the storm to pass, When construction starts, the concrete curing will cause hidden dangers in the main body of the tower, which will threaten the entire ladder project. Hearing this, Luo Sheng immediately looked at him and said, "Listen to me. This hidden danger must not be buried. The main building of the Sky Tower must be completed in the last 3 months. I don't care what you use to make sure at all costs." The quality of the project met the standards and was completed. Zheng Tao wanted to speak but stopped. After a while, Luo Sheng thought and said, "In this way, I will first allocate an additional 1 trillion yuan in special emergency funds. If it is not enough, it will not be capped. The construction team will be expanded at any cost, and construction will be carried out around the clock for 20 hours. Every second can't be wasted. Shipping is too slow and inefficient. Then all materials are transported by air, and the airport near the ink pad is packaged for me. If the other party dares to sit on the ground and delay the price, I will let him evaporate the next day." As soon as Zheng Tao heard the last sentence, he was inexplicable. The big boss was really decisive at this moment. Luo Sheng added, "Tomorrow I will go to the capital for a few days. I will apply to the above to allocate the national air transportation resources to you as much as possible. 3 months later, before the solar wind blows over, I want to see Tantaki. The main building meets the quality standards and is topped." Zheng Tao nodded solemnly, and said concisely, "Okay." Luo Sheng left the Hyatt Hotel, and the deputy of his negotiating team stayed with the staff to sign a memorandum of understanding with the people of Magnesia. At the same time, a press conference was held in a multimedia lobby of the Hyatt Hotel. It is officially announced that the two parties have reached a preliminary consensus on the chip issue, and the formal contract signing will be signed in 1 month. Originally, Luo Sheng asked to announce the result of the price doubling on the same day, but all the semiconductor giants in North America tried their best to postpone the announcement of specific cooperation rules for a week. For this reason, they were willing to privately release the last 3. The monthly order capacity purchase amount is reduced by 50% for price settlement. Just one request: delay the announcement of specific cooperation details. Not too long, 1 week is enough. When Luo Sheng's negotiating team learned of such a request, they knew that the North American technology giants were about to start their final craziness. This was a rhythm to wipe out and cut off the leak routes of global investors. In this regard, Luo Sheng's team has no reason to agree. Anyway, it does not matter if the announcement is delayed. The last 3 months of order capacity is also a large number, which can reduce the purchase price by half. Why not send the money to the door? As for the other party to cut the leaks of North American investors, I love it. As the news of the two sides shaking hands and reconciliation spread, the biggest recent negative landing, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The major semiconductor giants in North America are using their contacts, media and other resource channels to promote outwardly with the fastest efficiency. At the same time, some company executives have announced increases in their own company's stocks. A bad landing is good. Even the executives of these companies have increased their holdings of their own company's stocks. Investors took a look and bought them quickly. As a result, technology stocks ushered in a collective skyrocketing market. The stock prices of major semiconductor manufacturers have plummeted by more than 40% due to the chip hoarding incident, which was nearly cut. However, as the two sides reached a settlement, a series of measures such as the increase of executives' holdings have appeared one after another, and the stock price is being pulled up frantically. Luo Sheng has already rushed to the capital for a meeting. During this time, in just 3 days, the share prices of major semiconductor manufacturers have not only recovered their previous highs, but also broke through their previous highs and advanced by about 30%. The enthusiasm of global investors to do long is unprecedentedly high, and they are all caring for this retaliatory rebound in global stock markets. The global market once again has a prosperous landscape. However, few people realize that this is the final madness. The major international semiconductor manufacturers are ready to press the nuclear button at any time, ready to start high-level shipments of their own company's stocks, while arranging profits. By the way, the stock price was plunged into the abyss, and then bargain hunting repurchases, almost taking back these bargaining chips at the price of cabbage. And after eating longs and shorts, the ultimatum is clean. In this way, the blood of global investors will be drawn to make up for the amount of loss caused by the impact of the solar storm on the company, and to ensure that the company will not go bankrupt due to the storm. In just a few days, the market value of well-known international semiconductor manufacturers such as Intel, AMD, Nvidia, Micron, NXP, Toshiba, etc. has soared from a low level by 220%. Over-the-counter funds have been running in these days, and some institutions are good. Hot money, wealthy individuals, super retail investors, and small and medium investors have formed strong consistency in the short term. Venture Capital Fund Headquarters. Mr. Liu, looking forward to the third quarter report. The performance of our venture capital fund in the third quarter is expected to increase by 460%, and the scale of asset management exceeds RMB 8 trillion for the first time. Following this trend, the venture capital fund is expected to become Shengfeng Capital by the end of this year, the second domestic private asset management institution with an asset management scale of more than 10 trillion yuan. Now investors have stepped through the threshold. The entry barrier has increased 5 times compared to the original, and it cannot stop investors' enthusiasm. At this moment, Liu Wen's assistant is reporting to him. After experiencing a series of simple godly operations by Liu gamblers, no one from the management of the venture capital fund opposes his decision. Now he is respected as Liu Gambler. Although Mr. Liu's operations seem to be foolish, he is based on a brave man, but he has created a performance increase of nearly 5 times. What can you do with the actual performance? Mr. Liu, what's the matter with you? The assistant saw the boss holding a copy of the research report and looked at it. He didn't say a word, and it didn't look like he was reading the research report. It was more of a daze. Finally, Liu Wen shook the research paper aside, then turned on the work computer on the desk and moved the screen more than 90 degrees to his assistant. What do you think about these trends? The assistant didn't know which one the boss was going to sing suddenly. He glanced at the trend of major global indices on the screen and said, the differences will turn into the same again, and the situation is very good for long. Liu Wen said in a deep voice, but the consistency is too strong. The Nasdaq has rushed to a record high of more than 17,000 points, and the Dow has reached a record high of 37,000 points and set a new record high. Blue Star Technology is about to return. The peak of $4 trillion has only taken less than half a month. I feel panicked at such a momentum, and the global semiconductors in the past few days have also gone crazy. In the past 2 days, Liu Wen became more and more restless. He didn't know why, but his heart was upset. He was awakened by a nightmare when he slept last night, but he didn't know what went wrong. At this moment, when his assistant saw him like this, he also stood silently, waiting for instructions from the boss. After a while, Liu Wen took out his mobile phone and opened the address book column. Liu Sheng's personal contact number was placed on the top by him, and he could see it when he opened the address book. Liu Wen clicked, and when he was about to click the call virtual button again, his thumb froze on it. He was wondering whether to disturb the boss, and wanted to get inside information from the boss. Don't look at Liu gambling's prestige in the venture capital fund now. www.mtlnovel.com. But here in Liu Sheng, he is very careful, always humble and respectful. After struggling for a long time, Liu Wen finally made the call. After a while, the communication was connected. Liu Wen subconsciously stood up to answer the call. Mr. Liu, it's me. I have been struggling for a long time when calling you. Nightmare, I want to ask for peace of mind from you. Pray for gods to worship Buddha. Ha ha ha, those gods and Buddhas are unreliable, yours is the most reliable, so I come to you for peace of mind. The assistant who stood by and said nothing heard the boss' words, and his heart was frantically white and slander. I was going to lick it and called Shunli. Liu Wen, who was answering the phone, had already stood by the windowsill unknowingly. He was surprised when he heard Liu Sheng's words on the other side: "Oh, are you in the capital now? Have you stayed for 4 or 5 days?" At this moment, Liu Wen felt more and more wrong. A big-time figure like Liu Sheng ran to the capital at this time, and it took 4 or 5 days to go there. The outside world did not know his schedule at all. Just now, when Liu Sheng was on the phone, he was going to the capital to climb the Great Wall. Liu Gambling said in his heart that I believe in you. At the same time, Liu Gambling also counted the date. It was not that he left for the capital on the same day that he had just discussed the chip issue with the people of Magnesium, indicating that he rushed over in a hurry. It's like climbing the Great Wall. What's a joke? Suddenly, Mr. Liu suddenly realized something. Liu Sheng was able to reveal his itinerary to him at this time, but he was talking nonsense about the obvious flaws in visiting the Great Wall. It seemed like old friends chatting, but this was already true. Implied. Adults don't speak too bluntly, and they don't need to speak too bluntly when communicating with smart people. Those who understand will immediately understand. Liu Wen firmly believes that something big must have happened. V2 Chapter 947. The sign of blood collapse has first appeared. Global monopoly of technology. Find the latest chapter. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the past few days were too paradoxical. After a while, he put away his mind and gave up the riddle and couldn't help asking directly: Mr. Liu, has it happened recently? What's the big deal? On the other side of the communicator, Liu Sheng replied with a rather relaxed tone, reconciled with Laum. Now the situation is very good, and major events are also good. Except for Mr. Liu, I am now on the Great Wall. Beacon Tower. It was quite clean when I came in the morning. Now it is crowded with people. My popularity is as high as before, but I am not used to it because there are too many people. I will withdraw first and talk later. Finally, I made a few polite words, and the communication between the two sides was over. Liu Wen couldn't help but muttered in his heart when he recalled what Liu Sheng had just said. Xiao Li, check immediately if there is any news report about Mr. Liu appearing on the Great Wall. Liu Wen immediately said to his assistant, as long as a celebrity like Liu Sheng appears in public view, he will definitely appear in the first time in the media. Seeing his assistant was about to leave, Liu Wen stopped him. Don't go to your office, just use my computer to check it online, and check it carefully. Okay. The assistant immediately opened several web pages on the boss computer, and then conducted a targeted search. After a few minutes, Liu Wen asked, is there any? The assistant shook his head and said, Mr. Liu, I haven't seen any related reports. That isn't Mr. Liu just playing you? Liu Wen glanced at his assistant. Does he need to perfuse me? Does he need to perfunctory? The assistant knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly confessed his mistake and agreed with him, telling him intuitively that it is better not to mess with the boss now. At this moment, Liu Wen suddenly froze in general. His face was shocked, but his mind was very active, deconstructing the strange words that Liu Sheng just said, and his heart was crazy. He indirectly admitted that there was a major event, but when he said it was not good for people to be at the Great Wall, he said that he was standing at the Beacon Tower. What does the Beacon Tower do? In ancient times, it was used to convey information. Using beacon towers to convey major events is often a bad thing. The popularity is super high, so I withdrew first. Oh my god, Liu Wen murmured to himself subconsciously, thinking back to the crazy market these days as if he was still watching movies. Combined with Liu Sheng suddenly hurried to the capital. Mr. Liu, what's the matter with you? The assistant cautiously asked, and interrupted Liu's gambler's thoughts. Suddenly, his whole body Svelos was upright, and he subconsciously took a breath, which scared his assistant. Jump, muttering in my heart that the boss's convulsions. Liu Wen suddenly turned around and said to his assistant, immediately carry out large-scale realization of all its investment targets, for all stocks that hold no more than 5% of stocks. and issue a reduction announcement tomorrow for all stocks that hold more than 5%. The announcement was made on the grounds of profit settlement, and all futures, stocks and other investment products of the fund that are above the risk of arbitrage will be realized. All positions will be closed for me. I will close as many as I can. Don't be afraid of smashing the market. The assistant was shocked when he heard such a decision. He didn't know what happened. Why did he call Luo Sheng and his boss was so panic-boiled? Could it be that he had learned any terrible inside information? Mr. Liu, is it limited to the domestic market or? Liu Wen did not hesitate to say, in the global market, venture capital funds will now turn to a comprehensive contraction hedging strategy. They will not make any offensive investments and keep profits. Cash RMB is king, gold is king, and they have greatly increased their holdings of gold and RMB cash assets. What are you still doing? Hurry up and let me know. Hurry up and run. The assistant looked unprepared, and did as the boss said after a few and really ran out of the office to pass on his decision. Mr. Liu was left alone in the office. Gambler Liu returned to the boss chair at the desk and muttered to himself, "You must run fast." He didn't know what happened, but Luo Sheng's hint had told him that he should run away if he didn't want to die. In the last half hour of today's trading hours, the venture capital fund's stock assets in bigger were sold in large sums, and no block trades were taken. Negotiations would take time, and they would go directly to the secondary market to sell them. Today, more than 180 billion in cash was cashed out in Big alone, accounting for 7% of the total turnover of Big on that day, but the net inflow of funds has increased by 20 billion, which means that there are still on-market funds running in. The market picks up to see more. Venture capital funds were also cashing out in other capital markets around the world that day, and even its technology pioneer preferred hybrid funds directly closed their positions to lock in profits. This 30 billion plus fund plate is very large and small. For ordinary citizens, it is of course a big plate, but for the entire venture capital fund, it is not even a fraction. In the current market, multi-party forces have completely suppressed short-term forces. The shipment of venture capital funds has not caused too much fluctuation in the entire market, and can even be ignored. The Blue Star Technology stocks held by the venture capital fund were all cashed out. They were dumbfounded as short-term investments. It took less than half a month to buy the bottom, and even the stocks with stable holdings were also sold out. On the second day, venture capital funds will begin to ship and produce large quantities of stock. Many stock assets that hold more than 5% in the country must be released in advance for major shareholders to reduce their holdings. Venture capital funds are listed in many. Among the companies are the top 10 tradable shareholders. On this day, the announcement of shareholding reduction was officially released. As soon as the announcement was released, it attracted the attention of countless investors. The venture capital fund also held a press conference on the same day to explain the reduction. The first is the settlement of normal investment profits. The second is that frequent recent attacks have had a major impact on the liquidity of funds, and it is necessary to supplement its own liquidity. The third is the venture capital fund hopes to further increase the investment willingness of the ladder project. The three reasons are all big lies. To stabilize the market and ensure smooth shipments at a high level, the ladder project is not short of money, but there is nothing wrong with the venture capital fund saying that it is just a unilateral desire to invest in the ladder project. Whether it can be done is another matter. A lot of articles can be written in it, and it is legal. But this is enough for venture capital funds. If a reasonable explanation is given to the capital market to reduce holdings, this explanation is not that systemic financial risks have appeared in the market, but that my venture capital funds want to invest in better targets. Long-term investing in the future, the market is still very healthy, don't panic. At first glance, the major investors, oh, it makes sense. Don't panic. But I was still quite panicked. When the announcement of the reduction in holdings came out, it was once killed in the intraday but later turned up. As a result, A large number of investors including the media turned their heads to consult with Shengfeng Capital. Although venture capital funds are still in full swing, Shengfeng Capital is the real king and the vein. On the same day, some investors asked whether Shengfeng Capital would also launch a shareholding reduction action in the near future, and Shengfeng Capital answered investors' questions online on the same day. The answer is, there will be no large-scale shareholding reduction actions in the past year. This is a very positive reply. In fact, Shengfeng Capital had almost reduced its holdings half a year earlier. Now it is guarding its own companies, neither attacking nor retreating, guarding its Anyaka 3 Century Land with them, while Luo Sheng Family Fund is too early. Completed a global run in the year. In fact, Shengfeng Capital also wants to run away, but there is no way. Although Shengfeng Capital is a privately managed institution, more than half of it is state-owned, so it is more like a state capital with a privately managed institution. At this time, even if you don't come out to protect the plate, you can take the lead in smashing the village head in the face. This is a big problem. However, on the same day, a securities analyst under Shengfeng Capital issued a research report, reminding investors to pay attention to potential risks in the near-term market. Shengfeng Capital has already made a risk warning www.mtlnovel.com, but most investors do not believe it. You are not willing to run away, but also publish this kind of research report. I want everyone to throw away the bargaining chip. Hello, take it. Is not it? As a result, the analyst was scolded by a lot of investors on the internet and accused him of bad intentions to prevent everyone from making a fortune. The analyst is very helpless. He knows some news, but he can't say it clearly. Venture capital funds are shipping wildly. On the same day, the market collapsed and broke a Bardo line. The entire market went in M pattern that day, because the shipment was too strong. But investors see after Shengfeng Capital gave a clear reply that he would never run away. I was a little panicked, but didn't panic anymore. If such a large organization can't go away, it will definitely not go away, or it will be fraud. Once more people lose and the amount increases, the crime will increase accordingly. At this moment, the market is approaching the 5,000-point mark. After confirming that Shengfeng Capital will not run away, the majority of small and medium investors are looking forward to breaking 5,000 points, although they know that the current position is very high and the risk is not small, but still expect to leave at 5,000 points. Even though the overcast is closed today, I think it is a short-term correction of the main rising wave. In order to accumulate stronger upward momentum, we have to rise after the adjustment is over. How to say this wave of bull market will end before the solar storm? It is unanimously approved by more than 80% of investors in the market. To run is to run again at the end of next year, at least 1 year. However, this wave of venture capital fund operations has alarmed many other institutions. They seem to smell it and want to run away. There are even some institutions whose main force and venture capital funds begin to ship and run on the same day. Road. No matter what, let's just run a step. V2 Chapter 948 Crash, Crash, Crash Again. Global Monopoly of Technology. Find the latest chapter. The next day, July 27th, Tuesday. Global investors are welcoming this day with great enthusiasm for doing more. Now that the chip hoarding gate event has landed, everyone is relieved. After this event has landed, then the cyber attack gate should be smoothly implemented. It's a matter of course. The responses of major capital markets around the world have already given answers in advance, and everyone can happily set a boat for friendship. Domestic investors are also looking forward to Big As challenge to the historic 5,000 point mark again after 5 or 6 years. The current market has formed a strong cohesive force. After the 2 days of callbacks, they are all excited. Go up. That night, everyone was staring at the trend of North American futures. The Nasdaq futures were all going pretty well. Investors in the mainland can sleep with ease after just looking at them. The situation in the external market is very good. Do not make trouble. Tomorrow we'll take advantage of the consistency of the entire market to do more emotions to make history. Finally, after 9 o'clock in the evening, As the three major North American indexes opened as scheduled, the script did not follow the schedule everyone expected. An unprecedented and epic fuse in the US stock market has come, stunning all long investors in the world. On the same day, as soon as the North American stock market opened local time, the technology stocks had an epic start, and the listed companies in the semiconductor sector were killed in 1 minute. The top 20 listed companies in the US in the semiconductor industry, such as Intel, Chip Semiconductor, Nvidia, Broadcom, Qualcomm, Micron, NXP, ST Microelectronics, Huawei, etc., have collectively slashed and staged an American-style slasher. After a slash, he was in ecstasy, and he looked at the investors and was wiped out, leaving no bones. Within 1 minute, the Dow plunged 2,600 points in a flash crash, a 7% drop, which triggered the primary market fuse on the spot, and all stocks in the city suspended trading for 15 minutes. It collapsed at the beginning of the market. The news swept the world in an instant. Major financial media released US stock news as soon as possible. The forums and group chats where major domestic investors gathered and exchanged began to forward the news of the US stock market's second collapse. The pot is out. My God, what the is going on? What is this going to do? Intel cuts in 1 minute, Qualcomm cuts in 1 minute, AMD cuts in 1 minute, NXP cuts in 1 minute, Broadcom cuts in 1 minute. Oh, it's all over. Before the other stocks in this step have time to fall, the market is directly blown by the technology. This is no longer a question of ethics. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for the semiconductor to collapse like this. The previous negotiations have already landed. Dare you reach out and copy it? Is it a golden pit? Did you get on the car? NEMA is too scary. I dare not get on this car. If it is a hearse, it will be gone. American style killing pig plate. American style, a new word, soul breaking knife. It is a long experience and a witness to history. My NEMA mentality has exploded. During the day, I used the semiconductors. You stepped on the horse and made this stuff for me tonight? Distressed upstairs. Hurry up and stop the order overnight. It's difficult. It won't come out even if there is a hanging limit. If the call auction doesn't come out, it will be impossible. Investors in the Eastern Hemisphere can't sleep tonight. At this moment, countless people are staring at the North American market. Time has passed. 15 minutes of suffering has passed, and US stocks resume trading. Investors in the market expect to be able to draw back, and come to a surprise. But the expected surprise did not come, but the shock came. After the resumption of trading, the stock price of Blue Star Technology Group plunged 33% in 1 minute on the spot, evaporating $1.5 trillion of market value in 1 minute, and technology companies such as Google, Microsoft, and Pure Leaf all plunged by more than 20%. However, the top 20 listed companies in semiconductor market value were cut after the cut, and all of them plummeted by more than 70% that day. All the stock prices staged a dive. Trading was suspended for 15 minutes, and trading resumed only lasted 1 minute and 9 seconds. The Dow fell more than 4,800 points, a drop of 13%, which triggered the secondary market circuit breaker on the spot, and North American stocks once again trading is suspended for 15 minutes. This is no longer a fright, this is a big killing. What can I do in these 15 minutes? At the same time, within 15 minutes of the second suspension of trading, there were 3 tragic accidents in New York City. 3 investors jumped from a skyscraper over several hundred meters high, splashing blood on Wall Street. All 3 people died of leverage liquidation. However, the incident has not spread on the internet, and the local TV media have not reported it. Only local witnesses saw the tragedy with their own eyes. Internet users in North America are still unable to use the internet products under the Blue Star Technology Group, but they soon appeared in Google search terms, and the news spread. Stopping the 15-minute trading time did not calm investors down, but promoted the spread of panic. Finally, 15 minutes later, the US stock market resumed trading again. Within 46 seconds of resuming trading, the Dow fell to 7,430 points, falling below the 30,000 point integer mark, a drop of 20%. The US stock market crashed triple jump, which shows how the stocks have collapsed. The share price of Blue Star Technology Group plummeted by more than 56%, evaporating $2.55 trillion. The overall decline of the top 20 listed companies in the semiconductor industry by market value was an average of 88%, and other normal sectors were also wiped out. In 46 seconds, the market fell by 20%, which triggered the third-level market circuit breaker. The whole market stopped trading on the same day until the next trading day. Traders working in securities companies all left early. The global financial tsunami triggered by the subprime mortgage crisis 13 years ago was not as terrible as it is today. On that day, thousands of angry investors in North America flocked to Bygong and asked why the authorities did not introduce any rescue measures. But everyone knows that it is too late. The tsunami has already started, and there is no way to stop the full spread of the systemic financial crisis. The biggest definite news now is that tomorrow, prepare for a financial tsunami that all mankind has never seen before. The North American side finally couldn't withstand external pressure, and held a temporary press conference that day to explain why it gave up the rescue. At the press conference, a 100-house spokesperson admitted and announced the fact on the spot. The solar storm has advanced and the first wave of solar wind will reach the Earth around November this year, so there is no point in saving the market. As soon as the news came out, it was as if a Big Ivan nuclear bomb was detonated on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, instantly setting off a terrible storm across the world. Less than 20 minutes after North America announced this truth to the world, a state of emergency was declared. But major cities were still caught in huge riots. All collapsed. Its spread was more terrible than the Sequoia epidemic, and the chaos quickly spread across the United States. And then the supermarket $0 shopping carnival was staged again. All major supermarkets were looted and robberies frequently staged. Various murders followed one after another. The whole of North America became a mess of porridge today, and it was quickly passed to the continent of Aozu, and then collapsed, and was forced to hold a supermarket $0 shopping carnival with North America. There was no suspense in the Aozu stock market, and there was no accidental flash crash. Everything that is happening overseas has been transmitted to the country via the internet. The solar storm hit ahead of November this year, causing an uproar. The melanating people in the mainland were also panicked. Domestic investors were all trembling. At this time, they finally remembered the external risk warning reminder of Shengfeng Capital. It turned out to be true. Countless investors have regretted their intestines now, and regretted that they questioned Shengfeng Capital. Now they can only pray that they can drop all the stocks in their hands after the opening of the market at dawn, and keep a single vote. But reason tells every investor, especially small and medium-sized investors, that it is a dream to cash out the stocks at the opening of trading today, and there is no acceptance at all, and there is no suspense when the market drops. Everyone knows that the solar storm is super bad. It's no secret. But no one expected that the solar storm would have advanced and hit only 3 months later. The venture capital fund was scolded on Hot Search tonight because Liu Gambler successfully ran away, but his investors were all grateful, because Liu Gambler's successful escape helped them to keep the maximum profit and avoid it. This unprecedented black swan incident. Around 11 that night, in Qin Weime's villa bedroom, Liu Sheng came to the bed after taking a shower. He only came back from the capital this afternoon. Qin Weime looked at him and said, "What will Shengfeng Capital do tomorrow? Is this market guarding or fleeing with smashing? Protect." Liu Sheng turned his head to look at him, and asked, "What kind of protection? Who can protect?" The current situation is that even if all the liquidity of Shengfeng Capital, including the liquidity of family funds, it's impossible to protect the current market if you take it out and double it. You know this better than me. There is no need for protection. This problem is simply solved. Qin Weime was surprised, simple. Luo Sheng glanced at her and said with a smile, "Hee, the big A market is fundamentally different from the capital markets of North America and Europe. I don't know how many investors are wondering how to run tomorrow morning. Don't even want to run." Qin Weibo became curious and couldn't help asking, "How do you say?" Luo Sheng smiled and said, "Tomorrow you will let the traders of Shengfeng Capital get off work early and give them a long vacation. MTLnovel.com I am going to the meeting this time, and the emergency strategy for the capital market has been formulated. The solution is solved. In the future, Bigger will not open the market for a long time. It should be announced that the whole market will be closed for at least 1 month before the opening of tomorrow morning. This pause button will be pushed down, and then the entire capital market will be closed. All the funds on the market are frozen. Regardless of whether you are a large fund or a small one, whether you are an institution or a hot money, you are allowed to stay honestly in the small dark room. At this time, you must intervene strongly, and there is no room for negotiation, so that the market temporarily stops. Operation is the best emergency method at present, but this has used all the tricks at the bottom of the box. Hearing this, Qin Weibo was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized, yes, why did I forget this? This pause button is absolutely absolute. As long as the overall situation is stabilized within the next month, panic it will be digested over time, and I must have calmed down by then. And when trading resumes, I will return to rationality from panic. Although directly forcing the market to close is not good, there is a strong national credit endorsement, and it is impossible for the rabbit to allow the US stock market to collapse today. It is impossible to completely leave the market to operate independently. It must be done at this critical moment. Strong intervention and emphasis on control. There is only one country in the world that has this capability. Luo Sheng said calmly, the chaos in the periphery will not be chaotic, and the inland will not be chaotic. Small-scale turbulence is inevitable, but it is only local noise and will not affect the overall stability of the overall situation. Preparing for prevention in advance is more than just talking. Everything is expected, everything is under control. It's getting late. Go to sleep when business is done. V2 Chapter 949 The Sky Can Fall Global Monopoly of Technology. Find the latest chapter. It's daybreak. I am afraid that few people can sleep peacefully and wake up last night. In fact, countless people have stayed up all night and are waiting for the arrival of 9 o'clock. Whether it is hot money, institutions or retail investors, it is all one word now: run. It depends on who runs fast. Investors have already placed the limit down overnight order for the first time in the evening, because the transaction mechanism of Bigo is based on the principle of price and time priority. If it is late, you have to wait in line for the previous order to be traded, and so on. The torment of 1 minute and 1 second passed. At about 8:30 in the morning, the Commissioner of Supervision issued an announcement, in view of the sudden abnormality of the current global capital market, in order to protect investors and protect the stability of the overall market. All varieties of the two cities will be trading is suspended, and all on-market funds are temporarily frozen. The specific opening date is subject to the announcement of the Commissioner. Caught off guard! When this announcement was released, all investors were stupid. They were prepared to say anything today, but now they are all staring at the big screen in a daze. Ha ha ha, my rabbit is the eternal god. I was careless and there was no flash. Want to run? Ha ha, no way. Don't even want to run, just stay in the dark room for me. At this time, my rabbit launched the ultimate skill. Time is stagnant. Suddenly I don't feel sorry for the 200,000 funds in the field. If you die, everyone will die together. It will be worth the funeral of so many hot money, dog farms, and institutions. Old and beautiful, good-looking and easy to learn. Pull the gate. Pull the gate. Pull the gate. The total market value of the entire Bigo is only more than 200 trillion yuan, accounting for about 12.5% of my country's total social assets. It is reasonable even if it is collectively locked in a small black house. It's all gone, It's over when the time deposit is dead. This wave of action is absolutely impossible. Those big funds, big main forces, and big institutions can oppose it. But if we small investors oppose it, either stupid or bad, it will be impossible to trade small funds normally. Yes, if it is today, it must be a knife, but after a while, it won't be easy to say. If the situation reverses, the opening of the gate is a life-saving operation. If you step back 10,000 steps, it will only be a knife later. But got a chance to save US stocks? Shameless, can't you not afford it? If you say a good one, you will be with you to the end. After a night without sleep, I ended up lonely. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, the state officially released heavy news to the whole country, and also disclosed to the whole society that the solar storm was coming ahead of schedule. This was completely confirmed. This is the most authoritative news, and its credibility is beyond doubt. On the same day, the state issued a series of important instructions to all walks of life. The economic pause button will be pressed one after another. First of all, the financial brokerage industry is closed. Pigou is closed and the market is closed. The securities industry practitioners will naturally have a holiday. The second is to encourage citizens in big cities to live in the countryside to ease the city's operating costs and the cost of living of the citizens themselves. During the period of the storm, big cities will inevitably face tremendous pressure on water supply and power supply. If some important facilities, such as the urban sewage system, are shut down, daily household garbage cannot be recycled normally, and the city will become smelly in a few days. Xuantian. Going back to living in the country will not have all aspects of life problems in the city. The key is that the cost of living in the city will rise linearly at this time, which to a certain extent also promotes the citizens to go to the countryside. After the news was announced, all major cities and all walks of life across the country received temporary notices from the units, and necessary industries should be prepared to take precautions. The impact on the major service industries in the city is huge. A large number of companies convened emergency meetings at the first time. All of them were cutting expenditures. To put it bluntly, they were laying off employees. Because the company will cease operations in the future, there will be no source of income, and difficulties are inevitable. From this day on, pack and pack back home has become a popular keyword nowadays. At the same time, the state finally announced the opening of storage centers for anti-electromagnetic pulse interference quietly constructed in major cities, and all kinds of electronic equipment were disassembled and sent to the storage centers. Major companies are scrambling to apply to relevant departments, especially home appliance companies, electronics manufacturers and other companies. The electromagnetic pulse generated by the solar storm is the natural enemy of all electronic equipment. Even if the power is cut off, if there is no targeted protection, will also face the end of scrap. The general public are also very anxious, and they are all applying. The large items at home, such as air conditioners, refrigerators, computers, large white robots, electric cars, etc., need to be sealed up. The storm hits will lose their jobs in the short term, and they have to rely on deposits. In Japan, if there is no deposit, it is necessary to rely on loans to survive the crisis. If the important equipment at home is scrapped, it will be a huge expenditure. The burden can be imagined. At this time, the strong domestic logistics system played an important role. When other industries began to close their doors for holidays, the short-term profits of major logistics companies exploded. There are too many orders, including moving companies, etc. Everyone has to transport valuable electronic equipment at home to the storage center in the last 3 months. Wheel and Pure Electric Automobile Company also issued an announcement at this time. All customers who purchased its electric vehicles received the company's text messages during this period. The company has built anti-electromagnetic pulse storage centers in major cities and will provide customers with the company. Open. Customers need to pay certain management fees and handling fees. Dabai Fund also issued an announcement, sending recall text messages to its leasing Dabai customers one by one, And these customers also went through the process as soon as possible, because if they did not agree to the recall, they would have to bear the loss by then. At the same time, it also opened its own storage center to provide storage services to customers who purchased iRobots, and charge certain management fees and handling fees. It is worth mentioning that the work efficiency is extremely efficient. At this time, no one dares to get stuck and cannot afford responsibility. At the same time, an online acceptance process is provided, so there is no need to run out of legs and line up in long lines like in the past. In the next 3 months, citizens in major cities across the country basically stopped their normal work, but they were not idle, especially ordinary families, who were busy sealing up valuable electronic products at home. After the vast majority of citizens settled down in the city, they chose to go to the countryside, especially those working as workers in the city. They were relatively easy to return to their home villages after resigning. The country has staged the first Great Autumn Fortune, and all major high-speed rail systems are fully operational at this time. www.intelnovel.com In a short period of time to carry more than 3 billion people across the country. I found that the citizens of your country seem to have no fear of solar storms. Everything is running in an orderly manner. This is incredible. No one is looting in the supermarket. This is unscientific. On a humanoid road in Shanghai, a foreign male BV video blogger and his Chinese friends were walking and chatting. The foreigner saw the scene in front of him full of incredible. His Chinese friend explained with a smile, "Do you think it is normal to have a $0 purchase in the supermarket from your magnesium country? Only scientific, foreigner, isn't it?" His Chinese friend replied, "Let me tell you the answer. The reason why there is no looting of the supermarket is because it was already robbed when the issue of solar storm was first exposed. To tell you the truth, Jenny, my family is now there are a dozen bags of rice lying there, and enough salt and everything for 3 years. And everyone else is basically the same as me. What do you think we are rushing to buy?" Foreigner. His Chinese friend went on to say, "I will go back to my hometown in the country after a while. The solar storm is not that terrible. At most, there are few modern entertainment activities. As long as people are not dead, it is not a big deal." It is said that the biggest impact of the solar storm on me is the pressure of defaulting on loan repayment. But our country has already issued an announcement that this time there will be no credit report for default. In general, it must have affected normal life, but the sky is still not falling. For most people in our country, this is a rare opportunity to return to nature and relax. The pressure of urban life is too great. People are almost out of breath. Now it's fine, it's not a chance to relax and to witness the beauty of the aurora not seen in 1,000 years. V2 Chapter 950 Intensified chaos in the periphery. At present, the whole world, except domestically, is basically a mess in the world, especially in the Western world. Everyone is in a mess, and there is no time for other people. The whole world is currently in a state of huge fragmentation, and every family is busy saving themselves. This morning, Liu Sheng got up early, went to his office and asked, "Xiaona, what is the current internal and external situation?" The solar storm hit ahead of schedule, and Liu Sheng was also very troubled, because the whole world is now a mess, and his own business empire is spread all over the world. If such a big moth is produced, the income of the major companies under it is not required. Avoided drastic reductions. For this kind of thing, the larger the size, the greater the loss and the greater the impact. After a while, Xiaona responded, "There is currently no major social unrest in China. All citizens have generally followed the arrangements of relevant state departments in an orderly manner. There has been a rush to buy necessities in some cities, which has promoted it to a certain extent. Local prices are rising, but price fluctuations are within the normal acceptable range." Liu Sheng couldn't help but nodded. The preparations for precautions in advance are now seeing the effect. and there is no major turbulence in the social order. There is a reason for this. One is that it has a strong government to coordinate and control the overall situation. The other is that all citizens abide by laws and regulations. There is also a huge difference between foreigners. The people in China know that they cannot add chaos to the country at this time. Just do what the department instructs. Of course, all kinds of rumors were flying in the sky during the period, but this kind of information about spreading fear and rumors has not been spread on a large scale, and Xiaona's contribution is indispensable. The contemporary public mainly obtains information through the internet, and Xiaona monitors public opinion on the entire network, and secretly isolates related rumors and spreading anxiety and fear. Most of the posts are basically deleted by Xiaona quietly. At the same time, it is reflected in the internal system processing of major network platforms. No one knows that Xiaona did it. Luo Sheng made a cup of morning tea and asked, "What about the external situation?" Xiaona, the international situation is not optimistic. The global stock market continues to flash crashes. As of today, it has been a big fuse for 3 consecutive days. The North American Nasdaq Composite Index has fallen from 17,000 to 8,700, and the market value of Blue Star Technology once again fell below $10,000 billion US. More than $3.5 trillion US evaporated in 3 days. Luo Sheng, TSK Tusk. What else? Go on. The global capital market is basically finished. The unprecedented Great Depression and financial tsunami are just around the corner. Even Luo Sheng, who has collapsed the global economic order, can hardly describe it. Xiaona, the current situation in the periphery is that chaos and conspiracy theories are intertwined with each other in a spiral increasing. The negative sentiment index has risen exponentially, which is manifested in the extreme distrust of the Western people in their authorities. Luo Sheng was surprised. Oh, to be more specific, Xiaona, at present, as the Internet service facilities under Blue Star Technology have resumed normal use, the latest data I have collected show that the public in Europe and the United States is currently spreading a view that they believe that the Sequoia epidemic and Zola storm it's a shocking conspiracy created by the joint efforts of global righteousness, capital, and the media. It is a scam involving global elites and scientists including scientists. Luo Sheng was very interested. Go on. Go on. Xiaona, the general public in Europe and the United States thinks this is a huge conspiracy involving the whole world and a ruling group hiding behind the scenes. It is a lot of money. You are also one of their targets. They think you are representatives of the global elite, feel that there are too many humans. Some of them need to be eliminated and replaced with robots under the Côte d'Azur. Therefore, the Sequoia epidemic is flooding to clean humans. Luo Sheng, the era of cosmic navigation is just around the corner. By then, population resources will face an extremely scarce state. Do you dislike too many humans? Xiaona, the bad news is that your offline store has been smashed by more than a dozen local angry people, including the Dabai robot, which became a street mouse in the local area. If it is found, it will be demolished by angry people. 8 Falls. Luo Sheng. While Xiaona was telling her, she also called up some video images and put them on the main screen for Luo Sheng to see. In the video, several men were holding baseballs and water pipes and iron rods against a big white robot. Beaten up. This great white robot didn't make any resistance. It could actually resist, and was eventually dismantled into parts by those men. Xiaona, big data analysis results show that the current chaos in Europe and the United States reflects the extreme disagreement among the local mass groups towards their experts, the government, the media, and the hidden big capital and multinational companies. The state of trust. Aouzou has long been polled showing that the people of Aouzou do not trust the local mainstream media. Most of them have instinctively questioned everything the mainstream media says. Moreover, this distrust has been reflected in the behavior of social groups. The general public in Europe and the United States is questioning all the righteousness, scientists, capitalists, and the media in the world, thinking that they have jointly leased a big lie to the public. this lie. The ultimate result is that the global elite group is trying to eliminate the civilian class. After listening to Xiona's brief description, Liu Sheng felt speechless, really worried about their IQ. To eliminate the civilian class, who else is being exploited by the elite? Exploit yourself. In the end, will a new bottom of society differentiate from the elite class and form a new class of civilians? Liu Sheng didn't care how they were making noise, but he felt distressed about the dozen or so stores that were smashed, and the 7 to 8 billion were gone. Notify the bionic person Auguste Fran, and send more people to protect my local assets. Liu Sheng said, of course, the Côte d'Azur has to go through a commissioning process. Okay. Cortana quickly passed his instructions to Auguste Fran, the head of Horizon Security in Europe. At this moment, Liu Sheng's personal phone rang, took out his mobile phone and looked at the caller ID. It was Zhong Yuanhong who called, and immediately connected the phone. Minister Zhong, call me at this time. Any instructions? The other end of the phone was stunned for a while, and suddenly laughed. Instructions? Brother Liu, have you been out of touch? Liu Sheng smiled and replied, you have always been in the Three Treasures Hall without any problems. In extraordinary times, you can just speak up. What I can help will not be delayed. Zhong Yuanhong did not greet him anymore, explaining his purpose directly. In order to deal with the solar storm, it is a bit too much to press the economic pause button one after another. The money shortage has come, and the country intends to issue 11 trillion special treasury bonds for solar storms. Liu Sheng was surprised. 11 trillion? So much? Zhong Yuanhong sighed. It won't work if you don't release the water. 11 trillion is enough, maybe 15 trillion. This is the price of pressing the economic pause button. Otherwise, waves of corporate defaults and personal credit defaults will follow one after another, especially loss. The common people who are burdened by mortgages with their sources of income are quite vulnerable to risk and will soon default. Banks will have no money to lend to them unless the floodgates are opened. If the wave of defaults continues to spread, systemic financial risks will inevitably spread to the whole society. Liu Sheng pondered and said, 11 trillion, for the country's total economic output of more than 100 trillion, it is really a bit big. Zhong Yuanhong replied, 11 trillion is indeed a huge number, plus the current special time node, how many people will buy it? Frankly speaking, there is no bottom right now. Foreign capital can't count on how much they can buy. It's a pot of porridge, but I'm grateful if you come to trouble us. And now you are the only local tyrant in the whole world. Upon hearing this, Liu Sheng said, Minister Zhong, wait a moment, I will check how many assets I have for turnover. After speaking, Liu Sheng covered the microphone. Xiona, check how many assets and liquidity the family fund has now. After a while, Xiona responded, the total assets of the family fund are 47.2 trillion yuan. And the liquidity is 16.88 trillion yuan. Liu Sheng released the microphone and replied, Minister Zhong, I will buy 7 trillion yuan in this bond issued by the state. Do you think it is enough? Zhong Yuanhong was overjoyed when he heard it, and his spirits lifted. Well, it's enough. It was originally planned that 4 trillion will be enough. Liu Sheng smiled and said, in addition, I have a lot of friendship with Liu Wen, the head of the venture capital fund. Zhong Yuanhong, oh, that's the Liu gambler? I have heard of it. Liu Sheng, ha, right, Liu is a gambler, but people should be nicknamed God of Gamblers. This guy has made a lot of money recently. He wants to increase the investment in the ladder project, but I will not let him in. I guess he has it in his hands. With a large sum of money, I am now worrying about how to find a place to live. When I turned back, I called him. You were reading www.uukanzu.com and it was not a problem to spend trillions of dollars. I sang a blackface in the capital circle. How can I get the 3 trillion yuan that I have put down? As a result, the issuance of 11 trillion yuan of national debt, 8 trillion yuan was solved internally in advance. How can the remaining 3 trillion yuan be handled? And it is done quickly. If it is in normal times, treasury bonds are still very popular investment and financial products, and ordinary people may not be able to buy them. The yield on the 3-year treasury bond is 4%. And the 5-year yield is 4.27%. Such an annualized yield is much higher than that of bank time deposits in the same period. However, the current situation is very special. Cash is king. Everyone will hold on to safe haven products such as cash or gold. The people themselves don't have much money to spend. Where else can they lend money to the country? Most people are counting on money has weathered the storm, and that group of billionaires and smart social elites will not pay, and even cry for poverty. They will not buy national debt when they have money. What time is it now? We are experiencing an unprecedented global financial tsunami. Major capital markets are falling apart, and stocks are all gentle. How many high-quality assets are seriously undervalued at this time? How many golden pits were smashed? How many high-quality companies were originally good results were dragged down by the general environment, resulting in the current share price of cabbage? Those wealthy social elites are now staring with their eyes wide open. It is indeed an unprecedented global crisis, but it is also an unprecedented historical opportunity. Will their egoists let go of this opportunity? As long as the time is right and you can buy the bottom at any time, the return is comparable to the national debt. So these people are now holding cash in their hands. It's no wonder that Zhong Yuanhong came to Luosheng to borrow money. The world's richest man took the lead. This is very important. Now Luosheng alone takes care of the big head. How can it be done?